24 to 221B Baker Street. Holmes took another step toward the doorway, and David discovered that watching Sherlock Holmes approach an impossible phenomenon was considerably less charming when David happened to be the phenomenon. Watson's hand had disappeared inside his coat. David couldn't see the weapon yet, but he had no difficulty understanding the movement. Behind him, Clara tightened her grip on his sleeve. The studio remained brightly lit, painfully modern and completely exposed through the open doorway. Holmes had already seen enough to know that the room beyond his wall was impossible. Closing the door might end the immediate problem, but it would also leave two intelligent men with an unexplained opening that had appeared inside their home and a very clear view of the people responsible. David made the decision before caution could argue him out of it. "I'm going through." Clara's fingers clamped harder. "You said you weren't." "I also said I wouldn't leave an open portal into somebody's sitting room." "That was not one of the things we discussed." "It should have been." Holmes's attention sharpened at their exchange. David couldn't know how much of the accent or wording meant anything to him, but the expression required no translation. Holmes was assessing. Watson was preparing to act. Standing safely on the studio side while they stared through an impossible hole in reality suddenly felt less like caution and more like allowing the situation to become worse at a distance. David reached into his pocket and touched Home Garden A. The small card was exactly where it belonged. He left it there. "If I'm not back when we agreed, follow the procedure." "I know the procedure." Clara looked past him at Watson. "I'm beginning to dislike the procedure." "Same." David stepped across the threshold. The change was almost offensively ordinary. One foot left his studio floor and landed on a rug. The second followed. Warmth from the coal fire touched his face, carrying tobacco smoke, old paper and the unmistakable smell of a room occupied by people rather than arranged for display. Behind him, the open doorway still showed Clara, the work table and electric light. David had just enough time to register that he was physically standing in Sherlock Holmes's sitting room before Holmes moved. Fast. David had expected intelligence, observation and perhaps a demanding question. He had not expected Holmes to cross the remaining space with the speed of a man who had already decided that an unknown intruder should not be allowed freedom of movement. David stepped back instinctively and raised both hands. "Wait." Holmes stopped just outside arm's reach, not because David had asked him to, but because that appeared to be the distance he wanted. His gaze traveled over David's hands, clothes, shoes, face and the open doorway behind him. Watson produced a revolver. David stared at it. For years he had read Watson's accounts with the comfortable certainty that the doctor was the reasonable one. That assessment now seemed dependent on being invited. "Hands where I may see them," Watson said. "They are." "Keep them so." David did. The pistol wasn't pointed directly at his chest yet, but Watson held it with enough purpose that the distinction offered little comfort. David suddenly became aware of how absurd his clothing must look here. Modern shirt, jeans, trainers. Even without the impossible doorway, he had arrived dressed like evidence. Holmes spoke for the first time. "Who are you?" "David Rowan." "That answers the least interesting question available." David almost smiled, then decided Watson's revolver made this a poor moment to enjoy meeting someone whose dialogue sounded exactly as dangerous as he had hoped. "I can explain some of this." "Some?" "Enough to make not shooting me seem reasonable." Watson's expression hardened. "You entered a private room through a doorway that did not exist a minute ago." "Yes." "And you expect that statement to reassure us?" "No, I'm having a difficult time finding the reassuring part myself." "Behind David," Clara said. "David." He glanced back just long enough to see her standing at the threshold, furious and frightened. Holmes moved his attention to her immediately. David realized the open door was no longer merely exposing his studio. It was exposing Clara. That changed the problem completely. David's attention flicked from Watson's revolver to Clara and settled on the doorway between them. Leaving it open had stopped being sensible the instant he crossed. From Holmes's side, it was a route into David's studio, his paintings, his equipment and Clara. From Clara's side, it was an invitation to intervene if she thought David was in danger, which she plainly did. David knew her well enough to recognize the calculation beginning behind her eyes. "No," he said. Clara frowned. "No what?" "You're not coming through." "I hadn't said I was." "You were thinking it very loudly." Holmes's gaze shifted between them, taking in the exchange with the same uncomfortable concentration he had given David's clothing. Watson kept the revolver low but ready. David doubted either man understood the danger the way he did. To them, the doorway was an impossible entrance through a wall. To David, it was uncontrolled access between two realities, and he had just demonstrated that human beings could cross it. He stepped sideways, keeping his hands visible. Watson raised the pistol a little. "Where are you going?" "To close the door." Holmes looked past him toward the studio. "Why?" "Because somebody on either side might decide crossing it is a good idea." Clara's expression told him exactly what she thought of that explanation. "David, I have home garden A." Her eyes dropped briefly toward his pocket. That tiny movement was enough. Holmes saw it. David knew he had seen it because Holmes's attention moved to the same pocket and stayed there for perhaps half a second before returning to David's face. "Wonderful." David backed toward the threshold. "I'm closing it, Clara. Stick to the procedure." "You're changing the procedure while standing in Sherlock Holmes's sitting room with a gun pointed at you." "Technically, it's pointed near me." Watson's mouth tightened. David reconsidered. That was not criticism. Clara looked as though she wanted to argue for another hour, but she also understood the risk. After weeks of working with David's doors, she knew that an open connection was a vulnerability in both directions. 5 minutes, she said. That wasn't the agreed interval. It is now. David almost objected, then decided this was an exceptionally poor moment to debate authority with the woman who had been given permission to shut down experiments when he behaved stupidly. 5 minutes. Clara pointed at him. "And if you miss it, I start." "Understood." David reached for the painted door. Holmes moved again, not attacking, merely shifting position so he could see David's hand clearly. "What occurs when you close it?" "The connection ends." "And you remain here?" David hesitated. That answer mattered more than he wanted it to. "I believe so." Watson stared at him. "You believe so?" "I've never done this particular experiment before." Watson gave Holmes a look that communicated an entire medical opinion without a word. David gripped the handle. "This is why I normally test things." "You call this testing?" Watson asked. "Usually with fewer firearms." Clara groaned from the other side. David pulled the door closed. The modern studio narrowed behind it. Clara remained visible for another second, standing beneath electric lights with one hand raised as if she had thought of something else to say. Then the painted door met its frame. The connection vanished. David's hand came away from an ordinary Victorian wall. Silence settled over the room. No studio, no Clara, no doorway. Only Holmes, Watson, the coal fire and the suddenly much more substantial fact that David was standing in London with no open route home. He slipped his hand into his pocket before either man could object and felt the stiff edge of home garden A beneath his fingers. Relief loosened something in his chest. Still there. David left the card concealed and slowly removed his empty hand. Holmes watched the movement. "You possess another means of departure," he said. David looked at him. It hadn't been a question. Watson's revolver remained ready, and David became acutely aware that the safest thing he had done all morning had also removed Clara, his studio and every visible piece of evidence that might have made his story easier to believe. He had successfully prevented anyone from rushing through the doorway. He had also trapped himself in 221B Baker Street with Sherlock Holmes. David sighed. That could have been better planned. Holmes did not answer David's complaint about planning. He simply looked at him, and David discovered that being examined by Sherlock Holmes was much less enjoyable than reading about other people enduring it. The inspection began with his hands. Holmes's gaze lingered on David's fingertips, moved to the faint traces beneath his nails, then traveled over his shirt, jeans and trainers before returning to his face. Nothing about the process was theatrical. That made it worse. David had expected questions. Instead, Holmes appeared to be collecting answers before deciding which questions were worth asking. "You are a painter," Holmes said. David glanced at his hands. "That one seems fair." "Not an amateur. Your fingertips carry old pigment despite recent washing. There are fine deposits beside the nails and traces along the side of the second finger where a brush commonly rests." Your right shoulder is accustomed to prolonged elevation, though you no longer suffer the discomfort you expect from it. David's amusement disappeared. Excuse me? Holmes's eyes narrowed slightly. When you reached for the door, you lowered the arm before rotating the shoulder, an unnecessary movement in a healthy man. You did the same when raising your hands for Watson. Habit rather than present pain. Watson looked more closely at David. Holmes continued. Your body presents several similar contradictions. You rise carefully from a change in posture although your balance is excellent. Twice you steadied yourself before moving quickly despite showing no dizziness. You favor the left knee on stairs that are not present, judging by the way you prepared your weight when you crossed the threshold. Your hands are strong, but you inspect their response after sudden movement. David stared at him. That was unpleasantly accurate. Old injuries, he said. Some, perhaps. Holmes stepped closer, studying his face now. But not all. Watson's revolver remained in his hand, though its muzzle had lowered another inch. What do you mean? Our visitor behaves like a man whose body has recently become more reliable than he expects. David felt the card in his pocket as though Holmes had touched it through the cloth. Holmes noticed his expression. Of course he did. You are withholding considerably more than your means of arrival. I did say I could explain some of it. Yes, a carefully chosen phrase. You have used several. Holmes's attention dropped to David's clothes. These are manufactured garments, but not by any process familiar to me. The stitching is extraordinarily regular. The fastenings on the trousers are unlike common buttons. The fabric has been woven and finished to a consistency unusual even in expensive clothing, and your shoes appear to combine materials in ways I cannot immediately account for. David looked down at his trainers. He had spent so much effort avoiding film imagery that he had crossed into Victorian London dressed like a walking industrial revolution. That's difficult to explain without making the rest worse. Try. David opened his mouth, then stopped. Telling Holmes he came from another world seemed insane. Telling him he came from the future introduced problems David had no intention of creating, especially because it wasn't quite true. He came from another reality in which Holmes's life existed as literature. That explanation was worse than both. I'm from somewhere technologically ahead of here. Holmes's expression did not change. Watson's did. Ahead by how much? David wished he had said nothing. That depends. On what? Holmes asked. On what year it is. The silence afterward was immediate. David realized his mistake before either man spoke. Holmes's eyes sharpened. You entered this room deliberately, yet you do not know the date. I know roughly when I am. When you are, Watson repeated. That sounded bad. It sounded rehearsed badly, Holmes said. David rubbed a thumb against his fingers before catching himself. Holmes watched that too. You knew my name before I gave it, Holmes continued. David went still. Watson looked at him sharply. Did he? David remembered crossing the threshold, remembered speaking to Clara, and realized he had never addressed Holmes directly by name. Wonderful. I know who you are. How? David considered lying. Holmes's face told him not to bother. I've read about you. Watson's eyes narrowed. Holmes became completely still. Where? Holmes asked. David had imagined meeting Sherlock Holmes since adolescence. At no point in those daydreams had he appreciated how threatening familiarity would look from the other direction. He chose his words carefully. That answer is part of the explanation I'm not ready to give while Dr. Watson is holding a revolver. Watson's grip tightened. Holmes studied David for another long moment. Then your difficulty is becoming circular, Mr. Rowan. You refuse to explain because you are regarded as suspicious, while every omission gives us further reason to regard you as suspicious. David couldn't argue with that. Worse, he could see exactly how he looked. A stranger in impossible clothing had entered through a door that vanished, knew Holmes and Watson without introduction, spoke carelessly about dates and concealed an object in his pocket that Holmes had already identified as important. David had crossed worlds believing knowledge would make first contact easier. Instead, everything he knew had become evidence against him. David let the silence sit for a moment while he considered how much truth could be safely separated from the parts he had no intention of discussing yet. Holmes already knew too much to accept evasions forever, and Watson was not likely to put the revolver away simply because David promised to be harmless. "I can prove one thing," David said. "Not everything. Just that I didn't enter your rooms by trickery." Watson's expression suggested that an impossible doorway disappearing into a wall had already established that rather thoroughly. Holmes only inclined his head. "Proceed." "First, I need to take something from my pocket." Watson raised the revolver again. David stopped. "This is going to become tedious." "You appeared from a wall," Watson said. "Permit me a little caution." "Completely fair." David turned slightly so both men could see his right hand and used 2 fingers to draw Home Garden A slowly from his pocket. The small painted card looked unimpressive enough that Watson's suspicion shifted toward confusion. David held it by the edges. "This is a door." Watson stared at the painted garden. "It is a picture." "That was my opinion about several things recently." Holmes stepped nearer, his attention fixed on the card rather than David now, studying the tiny image, the surface, the edges and whatever else his eye could extract from it. "You touched that object before closing the original opening." "I checked that I still had it." "Because without it you feared being unable to return." "Yes." Holmes looked up. "Then you had not trapped yourself here." "Not entirely." "That omission was deliberate." David smiled faintly. "I've known you for less than 10 minutes and already regret giving you information." "You knew me considerably longer than 10 minutes before entering this room." There was no useful answer to that. David moved toward an open section of wall near the fireplace. "I need room." Watson shifted with him. "For what?" "To leave." That brought the revolver fully up. David stopped again. "Doctor, if I intended violence, producing an exit seems an unusually complicated opening move." "You have not yet demonstrated that it is an exit." "That's what I'm trying to do." Holmes lifted one hand toward Watson. The doctor did not lower the weapon immediately, but after a moment the muzzle dipped. David pressed Home Garden A against the wall. Nothing happened until he settled his attention properly. Home. Not escape as an idea. Not an imagined route. The finished destination he knew down to the path, stonework, rooms and studio beyond. The little painted surface changed beneath his fingers. Watson inhaled sharply. David opened the door. Sunlight filled part of Baker Street. The garden beyond was empty, peaceful and unmistakably real. Flowers moved in a light breeze. The stone cottage stood beyond them, exactly where David expected it to be. Somewhere farther down the slope a bird called. Watson's revolver lowered completely. Holmes did not move. That reaction interested David more than surprise would have. Holmes stared through the opening with the fierce concentration of a man discovering that reality had presented evidence he could neither dismiss nor comfortably classify. David remained beside the threshold. "That is where I go if something goes wrong." Holmes approached until only a pace separated him from the opening. He did not touch it. "The same place from which you entered?" "No." That brought his eyes back to David. "There are several?" David immediately regretted the wording. Holmes's expression barely changed, but satisfaction entered it nonetheless. "You are learning why I have been reluctant to explain." "On the contrary, I am learning why you came here." "I came because I wanted to know whether a place I knew only through books could be reached." Watson looked from the impossible garden to David. "Books." David nodded. Holmes became very still again. David had already stepped too close to the truth, but retreating now would only make the shape of it clearer. Holmes spoke quietly. "You knew this room before you saw it. You knew Watson and myself without introduction. You attempted to reproduce these rooms from prior knowledge, yet the chamber beyond your first doorway surprised you in its particulars." David said nothing. Holmes looked toward the open garden, then back at him. "You did not read about me in newspapers?" "No." "In private correspondence?" "No." "Then where?" David glanced at Watson, whose suspicion had been joined by something much closer to unease. He could lie badly or tell a truth that would permanently change the conversation. Instead, David reached for the garden door. "I think 5 minutes is nearly up." Holmes's hand closed around the edge before David could shut it. David stared at him. Holmes looked through the doorway toward a world that did not belong to London. "You came here to discover whether my world was real," he said. Before you leave, Mr. Rowan, I should very much like to know what it was before you opened the door. 25. Mr. Holmes' objects. David looked at Holmes's hand gripping the edge of the open doorway and decided that Sherlock Holmes had found the vulnerability in his safety procedure with irritating speed. You're holding open my emergency exit. I am preventing you from ending this conversation at the precise moment it becomes informative. That's a remarkably polite description of it. Watson had finally lowered the revolver, though he had not put it away. His attention moved between Holmes, David and the impossible garden beyond the wall. David could understand the caution. 10 minutes earlier the room had contained two men and a perfectly ordinary wall. It now contained a stranger who knew private facts about both of them and a doorway into somewhere sunlight was falling under a different sky. Holmes's fingers remained on the door. What was my world to you, Mr. Rowan? A story, David said. Watson's face tightened. Holmes merely watched him. David disliked the word as soon as it left his mouth. It reduced too much. This room was warm. The fire was real. Watson's revolver had weight, powder and consequences. Holmes was not a clever arrangement of sentences waiting for David to turn a page. A set of stories, David corrected. Accounts of cases. Your work. Dr. Watson's writing. Places, people, things that happened. Watson stared at him. My writing? Yes. I have published accounts of some of Holmes's cases. I know. That landed badly enough that David wished Clara were present to give him the look he deserved. Holmes released the door at last, but he did not move away from it. And these accounts reached wherever you came from. Yes. How? I don't know. You possess no theory? I possess several theories. That's not the same thing. Holmes glanced through the opening again. Then demonstrate what you do know. David considered the request. The existing doorway was much too generous. Holmes had already put a hand on it without hesitation, and David had no desire to discover whether curiosity would eventually put the rest of him through. I'll show you something, David said, but not with this open. Holmes's gaze returned to him. You fear I might cross. I fear either of you might cross, and I'm starting to think that concern is justified. Watson gave Holmes a pointed look. For once, I find myself agreeing with our intruder. David took hold of the door. Holmes did not interfere this time. The garden narrowed and vanished as David closed it, leaving painted card beneath his fingers and ordinary wall beyond. He kept Home Garden A in his hand rather than returning it to his pocket. Then he concentrated on the same destination without permitting the connection to open fully. The painted garden changed. A narrow vertical opening appeared against the wall, only a few inches wide. Sunlight spilled through it in a bright stripe across the carpet. Beyond was the familiar cottage garden, but there was nowhere near enough room for a man to pass. Watson stepped closer despite himself. You can control its size. Within limits. Holmes crouched slightly to inspect the edges. And this place beyond it? Mine. You created it? David hesitated. That answer gets complicated very quickly. Most worthwhile answers do. Today has already exceeded my recommended allowance. Watson almost smiled. David reached into his shirt pocket and found the cheap ballpoint pen he had used earlier for notes. It was aggressively ordinary, clear plastic barrel, blue cap, mass-produced and worth less than the paper Holmes might use to record its existence. He held it up between two fingers. This was made where I come from. Holmes straightened. It isn't valuable. It isn't a weapon. It's a pen. I am familiar with pens, Holmes said. Not quite this one. David pushed the ballpoint through the narrow opening into the cottage air, withdrew it, then passed it back through again before letting it drop into his other hand. Watson leaned forward. The object crossed. Yes. But you cannot. Not through an opening that narrow. Holmes extended his hand. May I? David looked at the waiting palm, then at the man attached to it. For examination only. Holmes's eyebrows rose. You place conditions upon a pen? I'm learning. He handed it over. Holmes rolled the ballpoint between his fingers, examined the transparent barrel and tiny internal ink reservoir, then removed the cap. The first real surprise David had seen from him appeared not in his face but in the fraction of a second he spent studying the exposed writing point. Watson moved beside him. What is it made from? Mostly plastic. Holmes looked up. Define plastic. David sighed. He had wanted to prove he came from somewhere else without opening unrestricted access to it. Apparently he had chosen an object capable of starting the Industrial Revolution one cheap pen at a time. Holmes examined the pen as though David had handed him a fragment of an unfamiliar machine rather than something David normally lost beneath receipts in his desk drawer. He tested the cap, studied the narrow ink tube through the transparent barrel, then drew a sheet of paper toward himself and made several lines. The ballpoint moved cleanly across the surface without dipping, blotting or any visible reservoir beyond the tiny tube contained inside it. No nib, Watson said, leaning over Holmes's shoulder. No conventional nib, Holmes corrected. He rotated the pen beneath the lamplight. The ink is delivered through a minute moving point. A ball, I suspect. David nodded. Hence ballpoint. Watson looked at him. You say that as though it ought to be obvious. Where I come from, it is. Holmes ignored the exchange and concentrated on the transparent barrel. This material is not glass. It is too light, too flexible and too easily molded. You called it plastic. Yes. A single substance? No. A huge family of materials. Different properties, different uses. Derived from? David hesitated. Mostly petrochemicals, at least in my time. Holmes's gaze lifted immediately. Your time. David closed his eyes briefly. I really need to stop doing that. You have already spoken of not knowing what year it was, described your home as technologically ahead of ours, and now refer to your own period as distinct from mine. I hardly think the expression adds much. That's reassuring. It should not be. Watson had taken the pen now and was testing it himself. Unlike Holmes, he seemed less interested in dismantling the mechanism than in the simple convenience of writing several words without an inkwell. And these are common? Extremely. That one probably cost less than £1. Watson stopped writing. David realized the comparison was useless before either man said anything. A very small amount of money. Holmes held out his hand for the pen again. Watson returned it, and Holmes examined the mold lines along the barrel. Made individually? Millions of them are made. In factories? Yes. To tolerances sufficient for that sphere to rotate freely while retaining the ink behind it. Yes. Holmes placed the pen on the table. Then the object supports your claim of advanced manufacture. It does not establish your explanation of how you possess it. That's fair. Nor does the garden establish another world. It establishes a doorway to a place you claim is another world. Also fair. Watson's expression changed. You sound pleased. I'm relieved he isn't accepting everything I say because I performed a magic trick. A magic trick, Holmes repeated. Figure of speech. You choose strange ones. David nearly answered that Holmes had no idea, but Watson had gone quiet. The doctor was no longer looking at the pen. He was looking directly at David. You knew that Holmes would examine it this way. David frowned. I assumed he would examine it. No, earlier you knew his name without introduction. You knew mine. You expected Holmes to notice details in your clothing. You spoke to me as though my carrying a revolver was somehow characteristic. David felt the conversation turn beneath him. Watson continued before he could answer. You have watched Holmes with the satisfaction of a man seeing an expectation confirmed. You have done something similar with me, though rather less flatteringly. I didn't mean to. That is not an answer. Holmes said nothing. David suspected that was deliberate. Watson stepped away from the table. You said you had read about us. How much? David looked at him, then at Holmes. Enough. Watson's jaw tightened. Enough to know what? There were answers David could give that would sound harmless. Famous cases. Published investigations. Things Watson himself had supposedly chosen to record. But David remembered details discussed by readers as casually as trivia. Habits, friendships, wounds, family connections, grief, failures. For him they had been elements of beloved stories. Watson was standing 6 feet away from him. David suddenly understood why the doctor looked less curious than offended. I think, David said carefully, I've been treating knowledge about you as though having it gave me permission to use it. Watson's expression remained hard. Did you imagine otherwise? David looked at the ballpoint pen lying on Holmes's table. No, he admitted. Until I met you, I don't think I imagined you objecting at all. Watson's anger did not vanish when David admitted the problem. If anything, the admission seemed to give it firmer footing. He moved away from the table and stopped beside the fireplace, one hand resting against the mantel while he looked at David as though deciding what sort of trespass had actually occurred. You speak of reading our lives, Watson said, not merely reports of cases. David chose his answer carefully. The cases are the center of it, but the accounts include people, conversations, habits, things that happened around the investigations. Things I wrote? In my world, yes. Watson turned toward Holmes. Apparently I become extraordinarily indiscreet. Holmes had resumed examining the pen. You were already extraordinarily indiscreet. I alter names where appropriate. Occasionally. David made the mistake of smiling. Watson caught it at once. You find that amusing? No. Well, a little, but that's because hearing the two of you argue is extremely familiar, which is exactly the problem we were discussing. Watson's stare intensified. David surrendered. I'll stop helping. Holmes placed the pen beside the paper. Your familiarity is not the important point. You have described our existence as published narrative in your own world. The obvious question is whether those narratives concern events already completed or events that, from our perspective, have not yet occurred. David had known the question was coming. Somehow that did not make hearing it any easier. Both. Watson straightened. Holmes's face became unreadable. You know something of our future. I know stories set later than whatever date this is. You still have not asked the date. I'm avoiding knowing exactly how much I know. Holmes's attention sharpened again. A deliberate precaution. Yes. Against influencing events. Among other things. Watson looked incredulous. You enter our sitting room through an impossible doorway, announce that our lives are known in another world, then become concerned about influence? When you put it like that, my planning does look uneven. It was uneven before. David accepted that. He could not undo arriving, and he certainly could not make Watson forget what he had already said. What he could do was stop the damage from spreading. I'm not going to tell you future cases. I'm not going to name people you haven't met, warn you about events because I remember them from a book, or give you information that lets you arrange your lives around something you were never meant to know. Watson's expression changed at the last words. Never meant? Bad phrasing. I don't know what you're meant to know. I don't know whether there is a meant. Holmes rose from his chair. Yet you came here because you wanted proof. Yes. Proof that I existed. That this place existed. That worlds I knew through art or stories could be reached. And having obtained your proof? David glanced toward the wall where home garden A could become a door whenever he chose. I expected to look around, confirm where I was and leave without interfering. Watson looked around the room. Your experiment has not performed admirably. No. Holmes walked to the window and looked down toward Baker Street. For several seconds he said nothing. David suspected the silence was doing more work than most people's questions. Finally Holmes spoke. If your account is true, then somewhere beyond that wall are readers who possess descriptions of my methods, Watson's observations and events which have not yet happened here. Yes. Do they regard those descriptions as history? David hesitated. Holmes turned. David wished very much that Clara were available to tell him which answer caused the least damage. No, he said. Watson's face went still. Holmes merely waited. David forced himself to finish. Where I come from, Sherlock Holmes and Dr. John Watson are generally regarded as fictional characters. The coal shifted softly in the grate. Watson stared at him. Holmes's eyes narrowed, not in disbelief but concentration. David had imagined this revelation as the grand moment of the visit, the impossible truth that would astonish Sherlock Holmes. Instead, he felt as though he had just walked into another man's home and informed him that millions of strangers considered his life entertainment. Watson spoke first. I believe, he said with dangerous calm, you had better explain exactly what you mean by fictional. Watson's request for an explanation remained unanswered for several seconds. David could see the doctor's anger clearly now, but beneath it lay something worse. Disturbance. Fictional had been an ordinary word to David all his life. Applied to a man standing in front of him, it had become an accusation against reality itself. It means people where I come from believe you were invented, David said. Not disguised history. Not accounts imported from somewhere nobody understood. Stories written for publication. Your cases, this room, both of you. Readers assume none of it actually happened. Watson stared at him. And you did? Yes. Until today. Until recently I had no reason to think otherwise. Then I discovered I could reach places through paintings, and eventually I had to ask whether places from books might be reachable too. David glanced toward the wall where the narrow connection to his garden had been. I came here because this was one of the safest recognizable places I could think of. Watson gave a short, incredulous laugh. You selected Sherlock Holmes as your safe experiment? In retrospect, that deserves criticism. Holmes had shown less visible reaction than Watson, but David was beginning to understand that stillness did not mean calm. Holmes walked to the table, placed both hands lightly on its edge and looked at the ballpoint pen lying between them. You possess written accounts concerning us. Yes. Did you bring them? No. Could you obtain them? David hesitated. Yes. Will you? No. Watson's gaze sharpened. Holmes merely asked, why? Because 5 minutes ago I might have thought showing you one was proof. David rubbed his thumb across his fingertips, caught himself and lowered his hand. Now I think handing somebody a book containing private details of his own life, including things he may not have experienced yet, would be a terrible idea. That conclusion appears remarkably recent, Watson said. It is. David did not defend himself. He had approached the whole experiment as an artist and reader testing an impossible discovery. Even after Holmes and Watson appeared through the door, part of him had still been delighted. Sherlock Holmes was real. Baker Street was real. Watson was standing there with the revolver that generations of readers had treated as a familiar accessory. The thought embarrassed him now. Holmes drew out a chair and sat. Very well, you may remain temporarily. Watson turned toward him. Holmes. Sending him away immediately answers none of the questions his arrival has created. Keeping an unrestricted doorway open would be foolish, and allowing him to introduce documents from his own world would contaminate any comparison we might make. Therefore we do neither. David frowned. Comparison? Holmes looked at him. You claim knowledge of published accounts concerning our lives. I wish to determine what that knowledge actually contains. That sounds dangerously close to asking about the future. It need not include the future. We begin with matters already concluded from our perspective. Watson considered that, his irritation slowly giving way to professional interest despite himself. And matters never published. Precisely. David understood the shape of the proposal. Holmes was not accepting his story. He was designing a test that gave David less control over what counted as evidence. I can agree to that, David said. With conditions. Watson's eyebrows rose. You are imposing conditions again? Yes, because I'm finally noticing I should have had some before I arrived. Holmes's mouth moved by the smallest amount. State them. No future deaths. No warnings about people you haven't met. No books brought here. No route to my world large enough for anyone to cross unless we agree beforehand. And if either of you asks me not to discuss something personal, I stop. Watson regarded him for a long moment. You needed to travel between realities to discover ordinary manners. Apparently. That is a considerable journey for the lesson. David accepted that too. Holmes nodded once. Then in return, you answer honestly when the question falls within those limits. You do not pretend certainty when your knowledge comes only from these stories. You do not conceal an answer merely because our ignorance amuses you. It doesn't. It did. David opened his mouth, then closed it again. Fair. Watson picked up the ballpoint pen from the table and slipped the cap back into place. And this remains here until we have finished examining it. David almost told him to keep it, then remembered the entire point of the conversation. For the examination, he agreed. For the examination, Watson repeated. Outside, somewhere beyond walls David had known first as description, a carriage passed along Baker Street. The sound was ordinary enough to make everything else worse. These men had lives continuing beyond the cases David remembered. They had mornings, arguments, private conversations and visitors who never appeared on a page. Holmes reached for a notebook. Then let us begin with yesterday, he said. David looked at him and realized that proving Sherlock Holmes existed had been the easy part. Now he had to discover how little the stories actually knew. 26. The story isn't everything. Holmes did not begin with a famous case. Yesterday morning, he said, Watson left these rooms shortly before 9. Where did he go? David looked at Watson. The doctor had settled into the chair opposite him, though his expression suggested that the permission to remain had not restored anything resembling hospitality. The ballpoint pen lay capped beside Holmes's notebook. I have no idea. Holmes wrote something. David frowned. That was the test? The first question. Watson shifted in his chair. I visited a patient in Paddington. David waited for some flicker of recognition from memory. None came. He knew Watson as doctor, soldier, friend and narrator. He knew wounds, cases, arguments, habits and facts generations of readers had catalogued until they felt embarrassingly intimate. He did not know which patient Watson had seen yesterday. Holmes continued. 3 nights ago I was consulted concerning the disappearance of a clerk employed by a shipping office near the river. What was his name? David searched memory automatically. Missing clerks were hardly rare in the stories. Shipping offices were worse. London seemed capable of producing both whenever Holmes required them. I don't know. The matter concluded yesterday afternoon. Was the clerk murdered? I don't know. Kidnapped? No idea. Did he steal from his employer? David gave him a look. You're enjoying this. I am conducting an experiment. You can do both. Watson's mouth twitched despite himself. Holmes ignored them. The clerk was neither murdered nor kidnapped and stole nothing. His disappearance concerned a private matter which will not be published unless Watson develops an unexpected appetite for humiliating harmless men. I do possess judgment, Watson said. Intermittently. David felt the old pleasure of recognizing them rise again and deliberately pushed it aside. That reaction had caused enough trouble already. Holmes turned a page. My brother visited Baker Street 11 days ago. What did he want? That one caught David harder. Your brother? Yes. David knew Mycroft Holmes. He knew enough about him that saying so now felt precisely like the sort of trespass Watson had objected to. Holmes noticed the hesitation. Of course he did. You recognize the relationship. I know you have a brother. And the purpose of his visit? No. What did we eat? David blinked. What? During his visit? I don't know. Did we quarrel? I don't know. Did Watson attend? David looked toward the doctor and found no assistance there. I don't know. Holmes made another notation. The pattern was becoming irritatingly effective. David had expected questions about cases he remembered, details against which Holmes could measure the strange library inside his head. Instead, Holmes was probing the blank spaces around those stories. He moved on without allowing David time to become comfortable. The tobacconist at the corner changed ownership this month. Name the new proprietor. No idea. The building opposite has had repairs made to its upper floor. For what reason? I couldn't even tell you the building had been repaired. Mrs. Hudson dismissed a temporary maid last week. David glanced toward the door as though the landlady might somehow hear them. I definitely don't know why. I did not ask why. That felt like where you were going. It was. Watson gave a quiet snort. Holmes leaned back slightly, studying David rather than his notes now. This morning I declined a request which, had I accepted it, would have occupied most of the day. No client was present. Watson knows of the matter, but no written account exists. What did I refuse? David opened his mouth and stopped. There was no answer to search for. No half-remembered title, no famous deduction, no detail buried in some story he had read years ago. Holmes had made a decision that morning because this Holmes had awakened, dressed, thought, spoken and chosen while David had been in another reality entirely. I don't know, David said. Holmes nodded once. For the first time since the questioning began, David understood that the ignorance itself was the evidence Holmes wanted. The stories had told him a great deal about Sherlock Holmes. They had not told him what Sherlock Holmes did yesterday. Holmes did not allow David much time to enjoy the conclusion. Very well, he said. Let us now examine what you believe you do know. Describe a matter from my past which you remember clearly. David considered the safest ground available. A case involving a man who came to you because of an unusual society offering him paid work copying an encyclopedia. Watson's head came up. Holmes's expression remained neutral. David continued cautiously. The work was a way to keep him away from his business while criminals used the premises for access elsewhere. A bank was involved. Names? Holmes asked. David gave the ones he remembered. This time Holmes's pencil moved quickly. Watson leaned forward. That case did occur. David felt a ridiculous burst of relief. Good. Why is that good? Watson asked. Because after the last 10 minutes I was starting to wonder whether I'd wandered into a London where everything I knew was useless. Holmes looked up from the notebook. Your knowledge is already demonstrably unreliable. We are measuring the degree. Thank you. That's much more comforting. Holmes asked for more. David described the broad shape of the investigation as he remembered it, including the advertisement, the artificial employment and the intended robbery. Holmes interrupted whenever David became specific. Dates. Sequence. Who said what? How long particular events took. David discovered almost immediately that certainty collapsed under pressure. No, Holmes said after one answer. The consultation occurred on a Thursday. David frowned. I remember it being Saturday. It was not. Are you sure? Watson gave him an incredulous look. You are asking Holmes whether he remembers the day of his own case? When you say it like that, it sounds worse. It was Thursday, Holmes repeated. David rubbed his forehead. He could picture the story well enough to remember scenes, but whether his memory was wrong, the published version differed, or this world had followed a slightly different course, he had no way to know. Holmes found another discrepancy within minutes. David remembered a conversation occurring at Baker Street. Watson insisted part of it had taken place in a cab. A detail David associated with one participant belonged, according to both men, to someone else entirely. The central events remained recognizable, but the closer Holmes pushed toward ordinary chronology, incidental people and exact exchanges, the less reliable David became. That isn't how I remember reading it, David said finally. Watson folded his arms. Then perhaps you remember badly. Very possible. Or I altered the account before publication. David looked at him. Also possible. Holmes tapped the pencil once against the notebook. Or the account available in Mr. Rowan's world is not identical to events here. The room became quieter. David had been avoiding that possibility because it damaged the one advantage he thought he possessed. If the stories were incomplete, that was manageable. Of course Watson had not written every breakfast, patient and uneventful afternoon. But if even published cases could differ in timing, conversation and secondary detail, then the books were not simply windows with missing sections. They were imperfect maps. Holmes tested another case. David knew the broad solution and failed on 2 names. Watson corrected a location David had been certain about. Holmes mentioned an entire afternoon during the investigation which David did not remember existing at all, involving a witness whose contribution had proved useful but whom Watson had apparently removed from the published account. I couldn't include everyone, Watson said when David stared at him. A readable account is not a court transcript. That sentence settled something David should probably have understood from the beginning. He had treated the stories as canon because readers needed a word for what counted as true. Watson had treated them as writing. David looked around the sitting room again. The chemical equipment, the worn furniture, the papers Holmes had not conveniently arranged for a reader, the fire Watson occasionally tended because coal did not replenish itself between chapters. Somewhere downstairs Mrs. Hudson was living a day David had never read. Beyond the windows, thousands of people were conducting lives no author had bothered to record. I thought the blank spaces were just blank, David said. Holmes watched him closely. And now? David looked toward Baker Street. Now I think something was happening in them. The interruption came from downstairs before Holmes could answer. A door opened hard enough that David heard it from the sitting room, followed by hurried voices and quick footsteps on the stairs. Watson looked toward the landing. Holmes checked the clock on the mantel and closed his notebook. Our delayed visitor, he said. David glanced at him. You were expecting someone? Nearly an hour ago. A rapid knock sounded before David could ask anything more, and the door opened almost immediately afterward. A woman stood on the threshold, breathing hard beneath a dark traveling coat. One glove was fastened incorrectly, Damp strands of hair had escaped beneath her hat, and whatever apology she had prepared disappeared when she noticed David. "I beg your pardon. I was told Mr. Holmes was expecting me." "He is," Holmes said. His attention shifted completely to her. "Come in. You have been delayed. There was an accident near Marylebone Road. The cab could go no farther, and I walked the rest." She stepped inside, still looking uncertainly at David. "Mr. Holmes, I'm afraid matters have become much worse." David began to rise. "I can leave." Holmes lifted one hand without looking at him. "What has happened?" The woman swallowed. "My brother is missing." David settled back slowly. "Since when?" Holmes asked. "Last night, perhaps. I thought he had merely gone out. He sometimes does when he's angry, but this morning his room hadn't been slept in. Then a boy brought this." She opened her handbag with shaking fingers and produced a folded sheet of paper. Holmes crossed the room and took it. Watson came to his feet as Holmes read. David watched both men rather than the note. Holmes's face gave away almost nothing. Watson's did when Holmes passed the paper to him. "Good God," Watson said. The woman clasped her hands together. "They say if I involve the police, he will not come home." David's mind immediately began searching for something familiar. Missing brother. Threatening note. Messenger boy. London. He ran through cases he remembered, titles, half-forgotten plots and details collected from years of reading. Nothing fitted. Holmes asked where the note had been delivered, what the boy looked like, whether anyone had followed her, what her brother had done during the previous week and whether he had received unusual correspondence, threats or unexpected money. The questions came quickly without ever becoming careless. The woman answered as well as she could, occasionally correcting herself when fear confused the sequence. David stopped searching his memory. He had never seen her before. He had never read about her brother. No familiar name waited inside the account to reassure him that he knew how this ended. That should have been obvious after everything Holmes had just demonstrated, but hearing about an unpublished breakfast was one thing. Watching a frightened woman place somebody's life in Holmes's hands was another. This was not empty space between adventures. Something was happening in it. Holmes turned toward Watson. "Your revolver." Watson was already reaching for his coat. The movement was so familiar that David nearly smiled, but the impulse died before it reached his face. He knew Watson carried a revolver because stories had told him so. This woman did not care whether the detail was characteristic. She cared whether Holmes and Watson could bring her brother home. David stood. "Holmes." Holmes looked at him. For a moment David considered offering to help. He had arrived convinced that knowledge of the stories made him unusually informed about this world. Less than an hour later, Holmes had established that David did not know what happened yesterday, did not know what happened this morning and could not always trust the details of events he thought he knew. Whatever was happening now belonged to Holmes, Watson and the woman standing beside the fire. "The experiment can wait," David said. "Yes." There was no hesitation. The woman looked between them, plainly confused, but Holmes was already gathering what he required and asking Watson for the time. David moved aside so they had a clear path to the door. For years, Sherlock Holmes had existed in David's imagination through cases selected, shaped and published for readers somewhere else. Now Holmes was leaving Baker Street to investigate something David had never heard of. David watched him go and finally understood how badly he had mistaken the stories for the world. David waited until evening. There was no sensible reason to remain after Holmes and Watson left. The experiment had ended the moment a real problem arrived, and David could have opened Home Garden A, stepped through and been back in his own world within seconds. Instead he stayed, partly because leaving without permission felt rude after everything Watson had said about manners, and partly because Holmes had left his notebook open on the table beside David's ballpoint pen. That looked suspiciously like an expectation of return. Mrs. Hudson tolerated him with the guarded courtesy of a woman accustomed to Sherlock Holmes producing unexplained strangers. She brought tea without asking who David was, accepted his thanks and gave him a look which suggested that whatever Holmes had told her about the impossible doorway had not included enough information to satisfy her. Holmes and Watson returned after dark. David knew before either man spoke that the missing brother had been found. Watson looked tired and had mud on one trouser leg, but the strain he had carried out of the room was gone. Holmes removed his coat and crossed directly to the table. He is alive, Watson said. David smiled. Good. You do not ask what happened? I want to. That's becoming another thing I'm learning not to confuse with entitlement. Watson studied him, then gave a small nod. Holmes sat and reopened his notebook. Our earlier experiment produced a useful result. Your knowledge is selective, sometimes inaccurate and shaped by another man's decision about what deserved publication. David glanced at Watson. I'm trying not to enjoy that phrasing. You are failing, Watson said. A little. Holmes ignored them. More importantly, you possess knowledge of events which may not yet have occurred here. That creates a problem. The consultant's problem, David said. Holmes's eyes narrowed slightly. Explain. You solve problems because people bring you facts they're allowed to know. I can bring you facts you shouldn't have yet. Precisely. David nodded. Then I don't. Holmes regarded him for several seconds. That is insufficient. Curiosity alters judgment. So does fear. You may encounter something in your own world which persuades you that intervention is justified. That sounds like you expect me back. I expect a man capable of opening a doorway between worlds to remain curious. David could hardly argue. They settled the arrangement with almost absurd seriousness. David would not arrive unannounced inside the sitting room again. Any future contact began with a narrow opening, too small for a person to cross. If Holmes wished David to enter, he would say so. David would not provide information concerning future cases, deaths or people Holmes and Watson had not yet encountered. Questions about David's world were permitted so long as answering them did not create the same problem by another route. And no books, Watson added. No books. Holmes reached into a drawer and took out a small brass match safe. It was plain, scratched from use and fitted with a hinged lid. He placed it on the table between them. David looked at it. What's this? An object. I gathered that. One which has never appeared in any published account of which I am aware, Holmes said. Take it. David picked it up. The brass was warm from the room, the corners softened by years of handling. Holmes continued, if you return, bring it with you. I prefer at least one element of our next meeting to originate here rather than in your memory of a story. David turned the little case in his hand and smiled. Mr. Holmes' objects. Watson sighed. Please do not encourage yourself. David slipped the match safe into his pocket, retrieved his ballpoint pen and took out Home Garden A. The painted card changed beneath his fingers, opening a narrow view of his sunlit garden despite the London darkness around him. He widened it only enough to pass. Before stepping through, David looked back at the two men. I really am glad he was alive. Watson's expression softened. So am I. Holmes watched him with the same relentless attention he had shown from the beginning. Next time, Mr. Rowan, arrive with fewer assumptions. David put one foot into the garden. I'm leaving with fewer. He stepped through and closed the door behind him with the brass match safe still in his pocket. 27. People, not characters. David stepped into Home Garden A and closed Baker Street behind him. The sudden sunlight made him blink. He stood on the familiar path for a few seconds, the brass match safe pressing against his leg through his pocket, while his mind tried to hold too many things at once. Holmes had tested him. Watson had been right to be angry. A frightened woman had arrived with a case David had never read, and Holmes had gone out into London to solve it. Then Holmes had given him something that belonged to none of the stories. David checked his watch. Damn. He took out Vault Key A and opened it. Clara was waiting when he stepped through. She came toward him immediately, stopping only when she had looked him over from head to foot. You're late. I know. Are you hurt? No. Did anything happen? A great deal happened. Clara stared at him. That was not the question. David closed the opening behind him and put the two cards away. Nobody hurt me. Nobody followed me. I'm fine. You closed the door. There was enough accusation in those 4 words that David abandoned the explanation he had been assembling. Watson had his revolver out. I saw that. That's why I closed it. If things looked worse from your side, I thought you might decide to come through. Clara's eyes narrowed. You shut me out to stop me helping you. I shut the door because I didn't want you walking into a room with an armed man who was already upset. And then you stayed. David had no neat answer to that. Clara waited. Yes, he said eventually. I stayed. For longer than we agreed. Yes. She looked away for a moment, jaw tight, then back at him. Next time, if you decide the safe thing is to close the door, fine. Get out through home garden, come back here and tell me. You do not vanish and leave me guessing whether your brilliant plan has gone wrong. That seems fair. It was fair before you left. David accepted that too. Some of the tension went out of Clara's shoulders. So what was worth being late for? The question brought his excitement rushing back. David reached into his pocket and produced the little brass match safe. Clara looked at it. You went to Sherlock Holmes and came back with that? He gave it to me. She picked it up. Why? He wanted me to bring it if I ever returned. Something from there that had nothing to do with what I remembered from the stories. David smiled. Holmes tested me, Clara. Properly. He started asking about things that happened yesterday. Watson seeing a patient. A case that was never published. Mycroft visiting 11 days ago. Street changes. Mrs. Hudson dismissing a maid. I knew none of it. Clara turned the match safe over in her fingers. Which proves the books leave things out. More than that, things I thought I knew were wrong. Dates, places, conversations. Watson said he changed things when he wrote them. Holmes thinks the version in our world may not match theirs exactly. That sounds important. It is. David heard his own enthusiasm and remembered Watson sitting across from him. Clara noticed the change. What? Watson asked me how much people knew about him. She set the match safe down. I'd already told him enough to prove I knew the stories. Afghanistan, Holmes, his marriage, things about his life. David rubbed a hand over his face. I was enjoying myself. And he wasn't. No. Clara waited without prompting him. David looked at the little brass case. He had spent years knowing Watson as a collection of facts, adventures and familiar lines. Sitting opposite the man while he realized strangers had read about his life had made that knowledge feel very different. He looked at me like I'd been reading his diary, David said. Clara was quiet for a moment. Had you? David looked up. She tapped the match safe lightly with one finger. From his point of view. The answer arrived without requiring much thought. Pretty much. His excitement had not disappeared. Sherlock Holmes was real. Baker Street was real. Somewhere beyond the closed door, Holmes and Watson were getting on with lives David could not predict. David simply wasn't sure anymore that being able to open the door meant he ought to. David looked at the 221B painting across the vault and felt foolish in a way Holmes had not managed to produce. I chose the wrong door. Clara glanced from him to the painting. You chose Baker Street. I chose their sitting room. That was rather the point, wasn't it? At the time, David stood and crossed to the secured painting. He had been so pleased with the reference work when he painted it. The fireplace, the furniture, the windows, the clutter that made the room immediately recognizable. He had treated accuracy as success because accuracy had been the problem in Paris. Now he could see the larger mistake. I learned this already, he said. Clara frowned. Learned what? Not exactly this. Paris. David rested a hand on the edge of the storage rack rather than touching the canvas. I used old visual information and discovered that knowing what somewhere looked like once didn't tell me what I would find when I opened the door. Clara considered that. And Baker Street? I knew exactly what the room looked like. He gave the painting an irritated glance. That still didn't tell me who would be standing in it. With a revolver. Yes, the revolver was educational. A small smile touched Clara's mouth. So the problem wasn't that the reference was wrong. No, the reference was probably excellent. The destination was stupid. That earned him a longer smile. David pointed toward the painted sitting room. I had an entire London available to me, and I chose to materialize inside a private home because that was the place I knew best from the stories. You wanted Holmes. I could have knocked. Clara's eyebrows rose. An advanced social technique. I've heard good things. The answer made her laugh, which David accepted as fair payment. He looked at the painting again and imagined doing the trip properly. A street nearby, a public square, somewhere visible enough that he could confirm where and when he had arrived without appearing 6 feet from an armed man's breakfast. Once he knew the city was broadly what he expected, he could walk to Baker Street like anyone else. The obviousness of it was painful. I treated the painting like teleportation, he said. Pick the room containing the person I want and go straight there. Efficient. Also how burglars think. Clara's amusement faded. And worse places than Baker Street won't necessarily contain decent people. David nodded. That part required no imagination. Holmes and Watson had been startled and angry. Neither had tried to exploit the doorway. He could not assume the next world would grant him the same courtesy. He returned to the table and pulled a clean sheet of paper closer. New rule. Clara sat opposite him. Another one? This one I should have had before today. David uncapped his pen. No direct entry into occupied private spaces. You won't always know whether they're occupied. Then no direct entry into private spaces unless I have a very good reason to believe they're empty. That's better. He wrote it down, then added another line beneath it. Default arrival point should be public or isolated. Landmark, street, park, countryside, somewhere I can observe before I involve anyone. Clara leaned over enough to read. Assuming your information about the landmark is current. David looked at her. She smiled innocently. Fine. He added a note. Verify the reference date. Paris thanks you. Paris has made its point. David set the pen down and considered the rule. It was not dramatic. No new power, no clever trick, nothing that would have impressed the version of him who had first discovered that finished paintings could become doors. It was experience. David left the new arrival rule on the table and looked across the vault at the other paintings. Until today, he had thought of them mostly as destinations. Some were useful, some dangerous, some fascinating enough that he had spent hours choosing references and correcting details before putting brush to canvas. Each represented somewhere he might go if he was willing to accept the risk. Now they looked different. Clara followed his gaze. What? I was thinking about Holmes. That usually ends well. Not Holmes specifically. David walked toward the racks. The woman who came to see him. The missing brother. Yes, I had never heard of her. Never heard of him. Holmes went out and solved something that, as far as I know, was never written down. Clara came beside him. David studied one of the paintings without touching it. That means every place I've been thinking of as a story isn't really a story at all. You established that rather dramatically. No, I knew they were real. That's not quite the same thing. He glanced at her. I still thought in terms of the books. Important people, important places, events I remembered. I kept treating everything else as the space between them. Clara considered the rows of paintings. And now? Now I'm wondering what's in the space. The thought had been growing since Baker Street, but saying it aloud changed its shape. Holmes had not spent every day waiting for Watson to begin a chapter. Mrs. Hudson had not ceased to exist when she left the room. Somewhere in that London were thousands of streets David had never read about and millions of lives no writer in his world had thought worth recording. Not empty lives, merely unwritten ones. He moved farther along the rack. Clara smiled slowly. You're enjoying this again. I am. That's probably healthier. David ignored that. Think about it. We could go somewhere from a book and spend a week without meeting anyone whose name I know. You could manage that in London. I could manage it in most worlds. The possibilities multiplied almost immediately. Markets that had never appeared in a chapter. Workshops belonging to people no protagonist had ever visited. Restaurants, farms, ports, theaters, museums, villages, back roads, ordinary homes. Places where history was happening without any obligation to become plot. David had spent so much effort asking what he could bring back that he had nearly missed the simpler pleasure of seeing what was there. Clara stopped beside another painting. You know what this means. That I've been approaching interdimensional travel with the imagination of a tourist brochure? I was going to say you might finally stop trying to meet the famous people first. That too. You went to Sherlock Holmes and appeared in his sitting room. I have acknowledged the tactical weakness. You went straight to the celebrity. He was fictional when I planned it. Clara looked at him. David sighed. Yes, I heard it. Her smile widened. He looked again at the paintings. Next time, I want to arrive somewhere ordinary. Ordinary by whose standards? That is an excellent question. Clara leaned closer to one of the canvases, studying it as though the painted landscape had altered while they spoke. Suppose the books mention a capital city. You don't go looking for the palace. You find a cafe. Or a market. A gallery. Obviously. A good hotel. David glanced at her. You're taking to this remarkably quickly. I have standards. He laughed, and something that had been tight inside him since Watson raised the revolver finally loosened. The stories were not useless. They gave him names, places, warnings and enough orientation to keep from arriving completely blind. Paris had taught him that references aged. Holmes had taught him that even accurate stories showed only the parts somebody had chosen to record. Neither lesson made the doors smaller. They made the worlds larger. David reached into his pocket and touched the brass match safe. Somewhere beyond one painted door, Sherlock Holmes was living an evening David knew nothing about. Somewhere beyond the others were entire populations doing exactly the same. For the first time since he had begun traveling, David found himself less interested in finding the story. He wanted to see the world around it. The idea stayed with David after Clara left the rack. He took a small prepared card from the storage drawer and carried it to the vault's painting table. The fixed Holmes painting remained where he had stored it, still perfectly capable of opening into the sitting room if he chose. David looked at it once, then set the blank card beneath the lamp. Clara noticed. What are you doing? Correcting the mistake. You said you weren't going back yet. I'm not. David pulled his reference material closer. He had enough photographs and illustrations of Baker Street to make the exterior easy, but ease was no longer the point. He chose a view from the street rather than the doorway itself, placing 221B farther along the pavement instead of making it the destination. If he ever used the card, he would arrive outside. He could look around, see what London was doing that day and walk to the house. Then he could knock. Clara watched the first lines appear. That's not the sitting room. No. You're learning. Try not to sound surprised. I've known you too long. David smiled and kept working. The card took longer than its size justified because he resisted the temptation to make Baker Street itself the subject. He wanted an ordinary stretch of pavement with the famous address visible but not dominating the scene. A doorway farther down, windows, railings, enough street to give him somewhere sensible to stand. No conveniently empty private room waiting for him because a book had once described the furniture. While he painted, he found himself thinking about all the other ways he could have approached Holmes. He could have arrived half a mile away and asked directions. He could have bought a newspaper, learned the date and spent an hour walking London before ever going near Baker Street. He might even have discovered something interesting along the way. That possibility pleased him more than it should have. When he finally put the brush aside, Clara leaned over his shoulder. So if you use that one? I appear on the street. And then? I try the revolutionary technique of approaching the front door. Bold. I may even knock. Clara laughed. David let the card dry before carrying it to the storage rack. He did not test it. The urge was there, of course. A fresh destination painting always carried that temptation, especially when he already knew what waited beyond it. He could open the smallest crack, confirm that the street existed and close it again before anyone noticed. He did not. Instead, he placed the new travel card beside the fixed Holmes painting. The pairing amused him. One painting represented how he had begun traveling, straight to the interesting part because he could. The other represented the far less glamorous discovery that getting somewhere was not the same as arriving well. David opened the card ledger. Clara came beside him as he entered the new card. What are you calling it? He considered several possibilities, then wrote simply. Baker Street A. Beside it he recorded the exterior arrival point and marked the card inactive. The fixed 221B painting remained separately listed, also inactive. Clara read the entries. No dramatic warning? I think I can remember the revolver. That may prove unusually effective. David closed the ledger. The Holmes world was still there. He had not destroyed the connection, and he had not rushed back through it simply because he could. Somewhere beyond those paintings, London continued without him, full of cases, patients, shopkeepers, cab drivers and people Watson would never put into print. David looked along the other stored destination work. He had started painting doors because he wanted to visit worlds he loved. Now he wanted to find out how much of them he had never been shown. 28. The author problem. David took the books into the cottage because the vault suddenly felt too much like a room full of evidence. Home garden A opened onto the familiar path, and he carried a canvas bag through with Watson's brass match safe in one pocket and 3 battered volumes under his arm. Clara had offered to come with him. David had asked for an hour first, not because he wanted to shut her out again, but because he needed somewhere quiet enough to examine what was bothering him without turning every thought into a conversation. The cottage had not changed while he was in London. Sunlight crossed the kitchen floor at the same angle it should have for the time of day. The tap ran cold. The old floorboard beside the sitting room fireplace still complained when he stepped on it. David made coffee, carried everything to the long table near the window and laid the objects out as though preparing a still life. The books went on the left. His notes went in the middle. Watson's match safe sat alone on the right. David picked it up. Brass, lightly worn. Small dents along one edge. Scratches around the hinge. The lid opened with a firm little click, exposing the compartment within. Nothing about it looked impossible. That had become one of the more irritating qualities of impossible things. He fetched a magnifying glass from the studio and examined the wear around the corners. The scratches crossed one another at different angles. Darker material had collected in places fingers rarely touched. The hinge showed the tiny marks of repeated use rather than the clean perfection he might have expected from something created to satisfy an image. David opened his notebook. Watson owned it before I arrived. He stared at the sentence, then added another. Holmes knew it. Watson knew its history. That mattered more than any scratch. David had not painted the match safe. He had never imagined it. Until Watson took it from his pocket, David had possessed no reason to believe the thing existed. He opened one of the Holmes collections and found the passages he had marked after returning. Names, dates, familiar rooms. Watson's accounts gave him plenty of information about Baker Street and remarkably little about the ordinary days between cases. Nothing about the patient Watson had seen. Nothing about Mrs. Hudson's dismissed maid. Nothing about Mycroft's visit 11 days earlier. Nothing about the frightened woman whose missing brother had taken Holmes out into London. David turned another page, then stopped. He was trying to solve this as though the books were faulty maps. That was no longer the problem. He carried the match safe into the studio and set it beneath the brighter work lamp. Weight, construction, wear, function. Every test available to him produced the same answer. It was an ordinary brass object with a past he had never supplied. David rubbed his thumb across one worn corner and looked around the cottage. The chair near the window had joints he had never designed. The lamp contained wiring he had never understood. His first baseball had possessed materials and construction his knowledge could not account for. His gift was perfectly capable of supplying details beyond his conscious mind. Which meant the match safe proved less than he wanted it to. He returned to the table, sat down and looked from Watson's object to Watson's written life. Holmes had surprised him. Watson had been hurt by knowledge David had treated as harmless. Unknown people had walked through Baker Street carrying problems no story in David's world had recorded. Everything pointed toward a world that had existed without him. Everything except the one fact David could not escape. He had painted the door that reached it. David closed the match safe with a quiet click and left his hand resting over it. If the painting had not merely found London, then he needed to understand what else it might have done. David carried the match safe back to the sitting room and put it beside the books. The problem had acquired an unpleasant symmetry. His baseball contained stitching he had never designed. His lamp contained wiring he had never specified. The body he wore contained organs, nerves, blood vessels and a genome he could not have painted if somebody had handed him every medical text on Earth. His power routinely supplied what a coherent creation required. London could be the same thing. David opened his notebook and wrote 3 possibilities across the top of a clean page. Created, found, connected through the author. He disliked all 3 almost immediately. If he had found an existing reality, the moral problem was simple enough. Holmes, Watson and everyone around them had been living their lives before David arrived. His painting had opened a route between places that already existed. It explained the unknown case, Watson's unpublished experiences, Mycroft's visit and every other fact the books had never mentioned. David was a traveler who had mistaken familiarity for knowledge. The match safe fit comfortably beneath that answer. He turned it between his fingers, then looked toward the cottage around him. Unfortunately, so did creation. David had never painted the bedrooms upstairs. He had never designed the plumbing, decided how the refrigerator worked, or placed every tree beyond the garden. He certainly had not painted the stream where he had first discovered how far the landscape extended. Yet all of those things had appeared when the finished self-portrait became whatever this place was. The cottage possessed details beyond the painting because his magic supplied coherent reality beyond his conscious work. Suppose Baker Street had done the same. David set the match safe down carefully. He pictured the first opening again. The sitting room beyond the painted threshold. Holmes, Watson, Mrs. Hudson elsewhere in the house. London spreading beyond the windows. How far did coherence go? A room required a building. A building required a street. Baker Street required London. London required England, Europe, oceans, nations, farms, factories, railways, and millions of people whose lives made the city possible. Those people needed parents. Their parents needed parents. History had to extend backward far enough to produce the language Watson spoke, the wars he remembered, and the country whose money sat in his pocket. David's stomach tightened. If his painting had created that world, it could not have created only the pleasant parts. He wrote another line. Did I create everything that happened before I arrived? The question looked obscene on paper. Wars, disease, murder, poverty, children buried by parents who had loved them. Watson's wound in Afghanistan. Every frightened client Holmes had ever helped, and every person he had been too late to save. Generations of suffering required merely so that David Rowan could open a painted door and meet Sherlock Holmes. No, David said, then stopped himself. He wanted that answer. Wanting it made the answer worthless. David opened the Holmes book again and looked at Watson's printed name. Another possibility had been sitting in front of him the entire time. The author. If David had not created the world, perhaps Arthur Conan Doyle had. He stared at the thought long enough to dislike it even more. A man sitting at a desk had written Holmes into existence. Or described him. Or imagined him so precisely that somewhere, somehow, imagination became connection. Perhaps the books were not inventions at all but imperfect glimpses, distorted by the author's own choices and then distorted again by Watson inside the world. David rubbed both hands over his face. That's not better. If authors created realities, every novelist who had ever written a war had made people die in it. Every tragedy produced real grief somewhere. Every villain's childhood, every unnamed casualty, every disease mentioned merely to move a plot forward might have become somebody's entire life. David knew writers. He knew how casually they could destroy a town. Then there was the third possibility. The one Holmes himself would probably prefer until evidence eliminated it. Neither David nor the author had created anything. The world already existed, and the book had somehow pointed toward it. Doyle had imagined Holmes because some impossible connection let him perceive fragments of another reality. David's painting had used those fragments as coordinates. That explained a great deal. It proved nothing. David looked from the printed stories to Watson's match safe, then toward the window overlooking a countryside that might itself be a creation with no existence before he painted it. He could not tell whether he had opened a door, created what stood beyond it, or completed something another artist had unknowingly begun. After several minutes he picked up his phone. Clara answered quickly. David looked at the three possibilities written across the page. I need you to come over. Her voice sharpened immediately. What happened? Nothing dangerous. David hesitated, watching sunlight move across Watson's little brass case. I think I've found the question I was trying not to ask. Clara arrived through Vault Key A carrying her handbag and the expression she usually reserved for situations David had described as safe immediately before explaining something alarming. You said nothing dangerous. Nothing has tried to kill me. That qualification is exactly why I came. David led her into the cottage and showed her the page. Clara read the three possibilities without speaking, then lowered herself into the chair opposite him. Her attention moved from the notebook to the books and finally to Watson's match safe. Created, found, or connected through the author. Those are the possibilities I can see. And you've managed to make all three upsetting. I've had practice. Clara picked up the match safe. Start with the least horrifying. Found. Holmes's world already existed. Doyle somehow wrote stories resembling parts of it, and my painting connected to the actual place. That one I like. So do I, which makes me suspicious of it. Because? Because my cottage exists. Clara looked around. David gestured toward the ceiling. I never painted this room. I didn't paint the plumbing, the upstairs bedrooms, the stream, most of the countryside or whatever keeps food appearing in the kitchen. The original portrait showed one exterior view and a little of the hall through an open doorway. The world supplied everything else. Your world supplied everything else. Yes. That doesn't prove Baker Street works the same way. No, but it proves my paintings can produce far more than I consciously put into them. Clara frowned and turned the match safe slowly between her fingers. You're worried you painted a room and the power supplied London. And Britain. And the rest of the world. And its history. She stopped turning the match safe. David pointed toward the line he had written earlier. If that happened, then Watson wasn't merely created standing in Baker Street at the moment I opened the door. He remembers Afghanistan. Holmes remembers cases from years earlier. They know people. Those people have histories. London contains institutions that only make sense because centuries happened before I arrived. Clara's face changed as she followed the argument where he had already gone. You think your painting might have created the past? I don't know. David. I genuinely don't know. He leaned back and rubbed his hands together. That's the problem. If it did, then every terrible thing required to produce that version of London happened because I wanted to meet Sherlock Holmes. Clara was silent for several seconds. You didn't choose any of those things. Does that matter to the people they happen to? That assumes there were people before you opened the door. They remember being people before I opened it. Yes, but if the world appeared complete, memories could be part of the completion. David looked at her. Clara grimaced. I don't like that sentence either. It gets worse. I had assumed so. He tapped the third heading. Doyle. Clara read it again. Connected through the author. Or created by him. She stared. If imagination can become reality somehow, maybe writers have been doing this without knowing it. No. That was my reaction. I mean no, David. Absolutely not. I refuse to accept responsibility on behalf of every novelist who has ever dropped a meteor on a city. Despite himself, David laughed. That was more or less my objection. Think of crime writers alone. I did. Fantasy writers. Yes. Historical novelists. Clara. Horror. I understand the scale. She put the match safe down with unusual care. Good, because authors murder fictional people by the cartload. Which is harmless if they're fictional. And monstrous if they aren't. The humor disappeared. David looked through the window toward the garden. Holmes called the stories evidence. Incomplete evidence, but evidence. He didn't assume Watson's accounts had caused his life. He treated them as reports about it. That sounds promising. It sounds promising because it's the answer we want. Clara considered that, then reached for David's notebook. You're trying to solve the wrong part first. He looked at her. Meaning? You're asking who created the world. You don't have any way to test that yet. She drew a line beneath his three headings. But you might be able to test whether the book contains information it shouldn't. David leaned forward. Clara tapped the Holmes volume. You already found things the book doesn't contain. That proves the world has more information than the text. Now ask the other question. Does the text contain something that nobody in Holmes's world could reasonably have supplied? David stared at her. If Doyle was somehow seeing them, Clara continued, there should be limits. Mistakes. Gaps. Maybe things Watson changed explain some of them. Maybe they don't. But if you want to know whether an author is creating a world or receiving something from one, stop staring at the doorway. She pushed the book toward him. Study the author. David spent the next 20 minutes making Clara explain the idea twice, partly because he wanted to be certain he understood it and partly because each repetition made the problem feel less philosophical and more like something he could actually work on. So we don't ask whether Doyle created Holmes, he said at last. Not yet. Correct. We ask whether the stories behave like invention or observation. Imperfect observation, Clara said. Watson already warned you he changed things. David nodded and pulled the books closer. Names, dates, locations, sequence, conversations. Anything he might alter deliberately or simply remember incorrectly. And anything Doyle could have changed afterward. Clara looked at him. Do we know he did? No. Then don't promote possibility into fact. David gave her an offended look. You've been spending too much time with Holmes. I learned from watching you get interrogated. That was fair. David opened the first volume and started making a list, not of famous cases, but of the machinery surrounding them. Who supposedly wrote each account? How Watson described receiving information. Whether a fact came from something he personally witnessed, something Holmes told him later, or something another person claimed. The exercise immediately made the stories look less solid than David remembered. He had always read them as adventures. Now he was reading chains of custody. This one's useless, he said after several minutes. Why? Watson wasn't present for half of it. Holmes tells him what happened afterward. So if the book disagrees with their world, I don't know whether Doyle got it wrong, Watson changed it, or Holmes lied to Watson. Clara smiled faintly. Sherlock Holmes would be delighted that you included the last option. He'd probably call me slow for taking this long. David turned another page. The match safe remained beside his elbow, physically real and completely unhelpful about metaphysics. Then an obvious thought struck him. He sat back. Clara saw it. What? We're assuming the only evidence is here. She waited. Holmes can investigate too. Clara's expression sharpened. Investigate what? Himself. David pushed the book around so she could see the page. Birth records, school records, Watson's military service, hospitals, property records, newspapers, court proceedings, published scientific papers, cases that generated public events, things with witnesses who aren't in the stories. That proves their history is internally consistent. Yes. It doesn't prove it existed before the door opened. No. David's excitement dropped by a degree, but not far. But we can go further. Holmes can look for things in the stories that Watson couldn't have known when he supposedly wrote them. Clara leaned forward. Future information, accidental predictions, details published in our world before the corresponding event happened in theirs. She frowned. Wouldn't the dates be unreliable? Some will be, but not everything. David was already reaching for another sheet. Suppose a story published here in 1890 contains a detail that doesn't exist in Holmes's world until 1892. Not something Watson could have changed later. Something specific. Then Doyle wrote it before it happened there. Yes. And that suggests what? David hesitated. Either creation, prediction, or that time between worlds doesn't line up the way we think. Clara stared at him. I know. You've improved the experiment by adding another impossible explanation. I'm talented. She laughed despite herself, then became serious again. Can you compare dates accurately enough? Not from memory, but we can build a proper chronology here, then take selected facts back to Holmes. Not his entire future. Nothing dangerous. Just controlled questions. Clara's eyes narrowed. You're already planning to go back. David glanced toward the books. Yes. That wasn't the conclusion I was hoping you'd reach. I'm not going back through the sitting room. That is a very low standard of improvement. I have Baker Street A. Clara sighed. David lifted both hands. Street arrival. Observe first. Knock. Ask permission. No appearing beside breakfast. No armed Watson. And no dumping a century of literary scholarship into Holmes's lap. Agreed. She studied him long enough that David knew the agreement had not yet convinced her. What exactly are you going to tell him? David looked down at the notebook. The frightening part was that he no longer wanted to tell Holmes what happened in his stories. He wanted something narrower and more useful. I'll tell him I need help determining what the stories are. Clara's expression softened slightly. And if he asks why? David picked up the match safe. Because I need to know whether opening a door makes me a traveler. He closed his fingers around the brass case. Or an author. 29. The Second Energy Blade. 3 days after David decided he needed evidence more than answers, Clara called and told him to come to the gallery. She refused to explain beyond, "I have someone I want you to meet," which was normally the sort of sentence David distrusted on principle. When he arrived, the front room held 2 customers and Clara was finishing a conversation near the desk. A woman David did not recognize stood several yards away studying one of his newer landscapes. She was perhaps in her 40s, casually dressed, with dark hair pulled back and the patient stillness of somebody who actually looked at paintings rather than reading the card and deciding whether the price frightened her. Clara finished with her customer and crossed to him. "David, this is Dr. Imogen Finch." "Imogen, David Rowan." Imogen offered her hand. "I own one of your paintings. That immediately improves my opinion of you." "It shouldn't. Clara sold it to me." "Then I'll reserve judgment." Clara gave him a look that suggested she had expected approximately this level of behavior. Imogen is a materials scientist. She also consults on engineering problems for people who discover that their engineering problems require 3 laboratories and somebody willing to argue with all of them. "That description is unfair," Imogen said. "Sometimes it's 4. David glanced at Clara. She had not brought him here for an art introduction. The author problem remained unresolved in his head, but that uncertainty had pushed him towards something he could test rather than away from it. He had objects in the vault that earth science had never seen, and keeping every one of them behind reinforced doors because he enjoyed possessing them was beginning to look less like caution and more like hoarding. Clara led them into the gallery office and closed the door. David waited until they were seated before saying, "I have access to a prototype made from materials and engineering I can't reproduce myself." Imogen's expression did not change. "What kind of prototype?" "Compact energy device. Handheld. Self-contained." "What does it do?" David considered how much he had already agreed with Clara to reveal. "Produces a stable confined energy effect extending from the housing." That could describe everything from a plasma torch to somebody selling nonsense on the internet. "Yes." Imogen watched him for a moment. "And you're not going to tell me where it came from?" "Not yet." "Who built it?" "I can't give you that either." "Can't or won't?" David smiled slightly. "That feels like a distinction designed to make me uncomfortable." "It's working." Clara leaned against the edge of her desk, saying nothing. David appreciated that. This was his conversation to mishandle. He folded his hands. "Assume the source is confidential, the device is real, and I can provide controlled access to it. What would you need before you took the claim seriously?" Imogen did not answer immediately. "Seriously enough to do what?" "Tell me whether it obeys coherent physical rules. Whether the materials are identifiable. Whether the internal construction makes sense. Whether it's something clever that I don't understand, or something current engineering genuinely can't account for." "That's several different questions." "I know. And you're asking them while refusing provenance." "Yes." Imogen looked toward Clara. "You said he was difficult." "I said cautious." "You were being kind." David almost objected, then decided both women had enough evidence to win that argument. Imogen turned back to him. "At minimum I'd want mass, composition, microscopy where possible, thermal behavior, electromagnetic behavior, output measurements, imaging, and access to whatever internal structure can be examined safely. Different parts would go to different specialists. I don't have a magical laboratory where every instrument lives in one room." "Good." That drew the first visible reaction from her. "Good? I was worried you might." Imogen's eyes narrowed slightly. "Mr. Rowan, if you want useful evidence, the object doesn't get to remain a precious mystery while everybody politely looks at it." David thought of the first energy blade resting in its cabinet beneath the property. Perfect, intact, and entirely his. "I understand," he said. He was beginning to suspect that understanding it would be much easier than agreeing to it. Imogen folded her arms. "I'm also not interested in watching you demonstrate it." David had been preparing to suggest exactly that. She saw the answer on his face. "You bring me the device, you activate it, you choose what I'm allowed to measure, then you take it away again. That gives me a performance, not evidence." "I was thinking controlled access." "So was I. My control." Clara settled into the chair beside David and looked suspiciously pleased to have found someone else willing to tell him no. Imogen continued. "If you want me to determine what the thing is, I need custody of a unit. I decide which instruments examine it. I need permission to open the housing, section samples if necessary, remove components, expose materials, and destroy parts during testing. David stared at her. Destroy? Yes. You said that very comfortably. I'm a materials scientist. Objects frequently become more informative after we stop treating them nicely. That sounds like something a serial killer would say about furniture. Clara covered a smile with one hand. Imogen ignored both of them. If the device is as unusual as you claim, I'm not going to promise it comes back intact. Some tests are non-destructive, others aren't. If you want certainty, eventually something gets cut, heated, stressed, chemically exposed, or broken. David thought immediately of the energy blade in the vault. He had taken it from the Merciari world because it had been extraordinary, beautiful in the way good engineering could be beautiful, and unlike anything he had ever expected to own. The idea of giving it to someone who intended to attack it with saws and laboratory equipment produced an objection that had nothing to do with scientific caution. No, he said. Imogen nodded once. Then we're done. David blinked. That quickly? You asked what evidence I'd require. I told you, if the prototype is unique, valuable, or irreplaceable, keep it. I would. That took some of the fight out of him. Clara looked at David. You have an alternative. He knew exactly what she meant. Imogen noticed the exchange. What alternative? David stood. I need to check whether I can obtain another one. You don't know? I know I can ask. It was the closest answer available without explaining that his supplier consisted of an easel, paint, and an impossible gift. He left the gallery with Imogen's requirements lodged uncomfortably in his head. The original blade remained where it belonged, secured in the vault with the rest of the things he valued too much to risk casually. David had no intention of sacrificing it to prove anything. Fortunately, he no longer needed to. In the cottage studio, he retrieved the reference photographs and notes he had made after acquiring the first blade. He had studied it from every accessible angle, partly as an artist and partly because handling an object from another world had demanded that kind of attention. The grip was compact and dark, shaped for a human hand, with fitted sections whose seams were almost too fine to follow. He remembered its weight, balance, surface texture, controls, and the exact way it had rested against his palm. David prepared a fresh panel. Painting the second blade felt different from painting the first representation of it. He was no longer attempting to capture a fascinating object. He wanted the object itself, complete, functional, and physically identical to the one secured downstairs. That distinction mattered. He worked through the afternoon, using the photographs for proportion and his own memory for the details photographs flattened. Light along the housing, fine wear around the grip, the almost seamless junction between components. He did not invent internal structure because he did not know it. He did what he had always done when his gift reached beyond his technical understanding. He painted what the finished thing was. By evening, the energy blade lay complete on the panel. David cleaned his brush, studied the result for several minutes, then reached toward it. His fingers closed around solid material. The image emptied beneath his hand as the weapon came free with familiar weight. He turned it over once. Perfect. Then he remembered Imogen saying that eventually something gets broken. David looked at the second blade in his hand and felt his enthusiasm become distinctly less uncomplicated. David did not take the second blade straight back to Imogen. He carried it first to the prepared testing room beneath the property, the same reinforced space he had used when the original blade had taught him that an elegant idea could become considerably more dangerous once it existed. Clara joined him after he called, bringing the hard case Imogen had specified and enough skepticism for both of them. You're hesitating, she said. I'm testing. You tested the first one. I'm testing this one. Clara looked at the weapon in his hand. Because you think it might behave differently? No. Then you're hesitating. David disliked how often she could do that with one sentence. He set the blade on the cleared bench and checked the room anyway. Fire suppression ready. Test stand fixed in place. Nothing loose within reach. The first blade remained secured in the vault and would stay there. This copy existed for research, and David repeated that fact silently while picking it up. The grip felt identical. Same weight, same balance, same slight texturing beneath his fingers. He pressed the activation control. The blade came alive with the familiar hum. Contained light extended from the hilt, bright without flaring wildly against the room. David felt the subtle resistance through his wrist as the field stabilized. Heat reached his skin without becoming uncomfortable at the grip, exactly as it had with the original. Clara took 2 involuntary steps farther back. Still horrible. You liked it the first time. I liked it from farther away. David moved to the test stand and made one cautious cut through the sacrificial section. The field passed through with almost insulting ease. He shut the weapon down immediately, inspected the cut, then checked the housing for heat or visible damage. Nothing. The second blade had done exactly what the first had done. That should have made giving it away easier. It did not. The following afternoon, Imogen met them at the small secured workspace she had arranged for initial custody. The room was painfully ordinary: steel bench, locked cabinet, instrument cases, camera stand, fire equipment, paperwork clipped neatly beside a laptop. David found the contrast reassuring until Imogen pointed toward the case in his hand. That it? Yes. She did not reach for it. Demonstrate first. David removed the blade and placed it on the bench. Imogen examined the exterior without touching it, circling once before asking, "Any radiation hazard you know of?" "No." "Any delayed activation?" "Not that I've observed." "Biometric lock?" "No." "Anything that makes it explode if opened?" David looked at her. "I sincerely hope not." "That isn't an answer." "No known anti-tamper mechanism." "Better." Imogen positioned a steel coupon inside a portable enclosure with a transparent shield. She had apparently decided that believing David enough to take precautions cost less than discovering afterward that he had understated the problem. "Activate it." David did. The hum filled the room. Imogen stopped moving. Her expression did not become wonder. It became concentration. Her eyes tracked the contained blade, the hilt, the enclosure, then the instrumentation beside it. "Hold it steady." David did while she took several readings without commenting on them. After less than a minute she nodded toward the steel coupon. "One cut." He made it. The blade passed through. Imogen stared at the separated metal, then at the device in David's hand. "That's inconvenient." David shut it down. "You're taking this remarkably well." "I haven't taken anything yet. I've watched you cut steel with something I don't understand." She held out her hand. That was the moment David discovered he had not prepared for. The second blade was perfect. Not valuable because it was irreplaceable. Not valuable because he could never make another. Valuable because it existed, because he had made it, because extraordinary things had been accumulating in his vault and every one of them had become part collection, part proof, part private treasure. Imogen kept her hand out. David looked at the blade once more, then placed it in her palm. His fingers released reluctantly. Imogen closed hers around the grip. "Custody starts now." David watched her put the impossible weapon into the padded case and lock it. For once, the perfect object did not go into his vault. Imogen kept the case on the bench while she worked through the first custody sheet. David watched her record the device as an unnamed confidential prototype rather than anything more descriptive, then photograph the sealed case, its locks, and the signatures beneath the transfer line. The whole procedure was reassuringly dull. Henry had already begun arranging the confidentiality agreements and the small research structure that would eventually put a legal shell around whatever came next, but for now the most impossible object in the room had a handwritten inventory number and a blank space where a manufacturer ought to have been. "You realize I'm going to need something better for that," Imogen said, tapping the empty field. "Can't you write confidential?" "I can write confidential in my notes. Instruments are less accommodating." She turned the laptop toward herself and began building a schedule. "Tomorrow I'll do basic physical measurements here. Mass, dimensions, surface imaging, thermal response, passive electromagnetic readings. Nothing destructive." David relaxed despite knowing what followed. Imogen noticed. "Thursday I stop being polite. There it is. I'll open the housing if I can do it without damaging anything. If I can't, I'll image first and decide where cutting does the least harm. I have access to industrial CT through a university contact, microscopy through another lab, and several people who owe me favors they'll regret once I tell them nothing useful about the client." Clara, standing beside David, said, "How many people does that involve?" "Initially, me and 3 specialists, none of whom need the whole object." Later depends on what I find. David looked at the locked case. Later is what worries me. It should. Imogen's answer came without drama. She turned the screen toward them, showing a list of tests David understood only in broad terms. Several had facility names beside them. Others had blank spaces while she decided where they could be performed discreetly. You told me you wanted evidence, she said. Evidence leaves records, equipment logs, calibration files, imaging datasets, instrument output, purchase orders if I need unusual consumables. People remember being asked strange questions, especially when the answers are stranger. We have confidentiality agreements. Confidentiality stops people talking legally. It doesn't erase curiosity. David had spent months treating secrecy as a matter of controlling objects, rooms, and information. Put the dangerous thing in the vault. Tell only the people who needed to know. Keep unusual money explainable. Use ordinary businesses and ordinary paperwork whenever possible. Imogen had just introduced another category he had barely considered. Machines could notice him too. What happens if the readings are impossible? He asked. Imogen leaned back. First, I assume my equipment is wrong. Then I repeat the test. Then I calibrate. Then I use different equipment. Then I ask somebody else to reproduce the result without telling them what answer I got. And if they reproduce it? Then your secret gets more expensive. Clara glanced at David. Not less secret? More expensive, Imogen repeated. Because keeping something contained becomes harder every time independent evidence exists that it's real. David looked again at the test schedule. Can we limit what leaves this room? Some of it. Not all of it if you want serious work. Imogen pointed to the case. You handed me something that appears to produce an energy effect I can't explain. If tomorrow's instruments tell me it behaves within ordinary physics, wonderful. Your mystery becomes an engineering problem. And if they don't? Then you've brought me a much larger problem than a weapon. David smiled faintly. I was hoping for a less alarming sentence. You chose the scientist. Clara laughed. Imogen closed the laptop and lifted the case. Tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. You can attend the initial measurements if you want. After that, you either trust me to work or take it back. David watched the case leave the bench in someone else's hands. The first blade remained untouched in his vault. This one would be measured, scanned, opened, cut apart, and perhaps ruined. That had been the purpose of making it, yet purpose did not make the loss of control comfortable. Keep it, he said. Imogen nodded once. David followed her toward the door, already understanding that handing over the blade had been the easy part. 30. Dr. Finch takes it apart. At 9 the following morning, the energy blade had acquired a mass of 612.4 grams, an overall length of 27 centimeters while inactive, and more photographs than most newborn children. Imogen had begun without ceremony. She weighed the device on 2 calibrated balances, measured every accessible surface, photographed it under ordinary, ultraviolet and angled light, then repeated several measurements because the seams around the housing appeared to change depending on where she placed the probe. They don't move, David said. I didn't say they moved. You've measured that one 4 times. 5. Imogen adjusted the microscope camera over the grip. The first reading was wrong. How do you know? Because the other 4 agree. Clara sat beyond the marked safety line with coffee in the custody folder. She had volunteered to record anything Imogen called out, although David suspected her real purpose was making certain he did not rescue the blade when the testing became unfriendly. Imogen rotated the housing beneath the camera. The magnified image showed a join David could barely see with the naked eye. No fastener heads, no weld line, no adhesive residue. The 2 sections are separate pieces, but the interface is narrower than I can resolve here. Is that impossible? No, it's irritating. She moved to passive electromagnetic testing, then ran the same measurements with the device activated inside the shielded enclosure. David operated it while Imogen positioned instruments around the contained field. The blade's apparent length remained constant. Its visible boundary didn't wander, its output didn't pulse beyond a tiny repeatable variation, and the hilt warmed only slightly despite activation. The test stand carried fresh samples of steel, aluminium, ceramic, and dense polymer. Imogen made David bring the active blade close without touching, holding it at fixed distances while thermal cameras watched. The steel coupon warmed. The ceramic barely did. A thin strip of polymer softened, although the field never contacted it. Radiant heat? David asked. Some, Imogen said. Not enough to explain that. She changed sensors, repeated the sequence and frowned at the screen. David knew better than to interrupt. Her concentration had a physical quality, reducing the room to numbers, distance marks and controlled movements until even Clara stopped making notes unless Imogen dictated them. When the blade was finally inactive again, Imogen compared the stored readings. The field is sharply confined, but it interacts differently with different materials before contact. That suggests sensing, feedback or both. David looked at the dark hilt on the stand. The weapon knows what it's approaching. I said the output changes. Don't turn a measurement into a conclusion because the conclusion sounds better. It does sound better. That's why I don't trust it yet. The industrial CT appointment occupied the afternoon. Imogen transported the sealed case herself, and the technician received only a coded prototype with instructions not to activate it. David and Clara watched from behind glass as the machine built layer after layer of internal images. The housing was not empty. Nor did it conceal one convenient block that could be dismissed as magic. Nested components filled nearly every available space. Curved channels, dense modules, hair-thin connections and repeating structures too fine for the scanner to resolve completely. Some parts resembled capacitors or field coils only until the viewing software rotated them. Imogen leaned closer to the monitor. That's engineered. You sound surprised, David said. I'm surprised by how much of it there is. She traced one branching structure without touching the screen. No wasted cavity, no obvious assembly path, and no component laid out as though somebody expected a human technician to repair it. Whatever built this could position parts inside an enclosed volume with absurd precision. Can you tell how it works? No. Imogen enlarged the central section until the image broke into uncertainty. But I can tell it has internal organization, thermal pathways and repeated functional groups. It isn't a trick housing around one unexplained effect. On the screen, the blade had become a ghostly cutaway of itself, dense with machinery David had painted without ever seeing. Imogen saved the final scan and looked at him. Tomorrow we find out whether any of it survives being opened. Imogen began by trying to discover how the housing had been assembled. The CT images showed separate outer sections, but nothing that resembled screws, catches or conventional bonded joints. She secured the inactive blade in a padded fixture and worked along one seam with optical magnification, applying measured pressure at several points while sensors watched for electrical or thermal changes. David stood beside Clara beyond the marked boundary. How long before you use a saw? As long as it takes to prove I don't need one, Imogen said. That's almost reassuring. It shouldn't be. I brought 3. A change appeared after 40 minutes. One section of the grip shifted by less than a millimeter when Imogen pressed 2 points that seemed unrelated on the CT scan. She stopped, repeated the exact sequence and obtained the same movement. That's a maintenance release, she said. Or an anti-tamper mechanism. If it were anti-tamper, we'd probably know by now. David looked at the reinforced enclosure. Your idea of probably needs work. Imogen used a non-conductive tool to hold the 2 contact points while applying pressure to the housing. The outer shell separated along the invisible seam and lifted free without resistance. No wires stretched between the sections. Nothing sparked, armed itself or objected to being exposed. The interior was darker than the CT images had suggested, packed with components mounted around a narrow central body. Imogen photographed everything before touching it. Under direct magnification, several connections looked almost familiar. Conductive paths, thermal channels, insulating layers and compact switching elements arranged with ruthless efficiency. This part carries power from the central unit, she said, indicating a curved assembly near the base. That network controls distribution. These are probably sensors, although I don't know what half of them sense. David studied the exposed machine. You can understand it? Parts of it. Whoever designed this obeyed electrical resistance, heat management and field geometry. They didn't solve those problems with wishes. That answer pleased him more than it should have. He had always believed the objects were real, but seeing their hidden engineering made the claim less private. The gift had not placed decorative shapes inside the housing. It had supplied solutions. Imogen removed one outer module after mapping every contact point. The component came free only after another concealed release sequence, as though the entire weapon had been designed for servicing by someone who already knew where to press. She placed the module under a microscope, took surface readings and tested each exposed terminal with currents too low to activate anything. By late afternoon, the bench held the opened housing and 3 safely removed assemblies, each tagged and photographed. One resembled a power regulator once Imogen traced its inputs. Another appeared to coordinate the activation control, safety state and field length. The third defeated every simple test while responding consistently to changes in nearby metal. Clara looked from the dismantled blade to the screens. So it's advanced, but not impossible. The architecture isn't impossible, Imogen said. That matters. Its behavior can be described. The control loops balance. The field model appears to conserve energy once I account for output we weren't measuring yesterday. David caught the qualification. Appears? I need better instruments and a full power budget. At the moment, the mathematics is coherent enough to tell me I'm missing measurements rather than witnessing a miracle. She enlarged a microscopic image of one conductive path. Its surface was flawless until the magnification reached a level at which ordinary manufactured material should have shown grains, contamination or tool marks. Instead, the boundary remained unnaturally precise. This is the problem, Imogen said. I can understand what the path does. I can specify the properties it needs. I can't identify how anyone made it this clean, or placed it inside the housing with that accuracy. Could somebody reproduce it? Not this way. We could build a larger, worse version of some sections using present equipment. We couldn't duplicate the materials, tolerances or power density. She changed images, revealing the compact central assemblies still seated in the grip. And that is where everything stops being friendly. The power source and containment system are mathematically connected to the parts one recognize, but I don't yet understand either one. David looked at the opened blade. Its mystery had not vanished. It had acquired diagrams, measurements and several smaller mysteries arranged with professional precision. Imogen reached for the next instrument case. Tomorrow we start testing what the components are made of. The component Imogen selected for destructive testing was the unidentified assembly that reacted to nearby metal. She documented it for most of the morning before permitting anyone to damage it. Every surface was photographed under magnification. Its dimensions were mapped. Its response to electrical input, magnetic fields, heat and mechanical vibration was recorded until David thought she had exhausted every possible way to annoy an object without hurting it. Then she placed it in a test fixture and cut through one corner. David felt the same irrational objection he had experienced when handing over the complete blade. The component was smaller than his thumb and he had agreed to its destruction, but watching the cutting wheel bite into its flawless surface still felt wrong. The outer material resisted long enough to heat the wheel, then yielded suddenly. Imogen stopped the machine and examined the exposed section. That's not an alloy I recognize, she said. The cut revealed several distinct internal layers. Under magnification, they appeared bonded without a visible interface. One conducted electricity extremely well. Another resisted heat transfer beyond anything Imogen's reference data predicted. Between them lay a dark layer so thin that the microscope struggled to distinguish it from an imaging fault. Imogen removed a fragment for spectroscopy, another for chemical analysis and a third for hardness testing. Each sacrifice produced more data and less component. By the time she tested the remaining section under increasing current, the assembly had become a clamped, wired stump. Last useful test, she said. David looked through the shield. You said that 2 tests ago. The earlier ones created new questions. That sounds like a system designed never to end. It's called research. The current rose. The component responded normally at first, changing its output in the same controlled pattern they had already observed. Then a threshold passed. The dark internal layer flashed white, the output collapsed and a sharp crack sounded inside the enclosure. Imogen shut down the supply. A burnt line crossed the component, and one exposed section had fractured into several pieces. David stared at the remains. Dead? Very. You sound pleased. I know one of its limits now. Imogen checked the stored readings. I also know the failure propagated through that dark layer before anything else overheated. It may be the active element rather than insulation. Can it be repaired? No. She glanced at him. Can your source replace it? David had known the question was coming. Possibly. Possibly means what? It means I'll ask. Imogen's expression made it clear she considered that answer inadequate, but she packed the ruined pieces into separate labeled containers and allowed him to photograph them. David also copied the full image set from before the first cut, including the measurements and views of surfaces that had been hidden while the component remained installed. Back at the cottage, he laid the photographs and notes beside a small prepared panel. The original assembly had been physically unimpressive, a curved dark object with no obvious purpose, but he no longer needed to guess what it was. He had handled it before the test. He knew its weight, texture, dimensions and position within the blade. Imogen's measurements supplied details his eye might have missed. More importantly, he knew what counted as success. David painted the intact field sensing component from the dismantled blade, complete and functional, not merely something with the same exterior. The work occupied the rest of the afternoon and much of the evening. When he finished, he let the panel settle while he ate, then returned and reached into the painted surface. The replacement came free into his hand. Its weight matched the figure in Imogen's records. Under a hand lens, the contacts and surface markings appeared identical to the photographs. David turned it slowly beneath the studio light, pleased despite himself. Painting the complete weapon had demonstrated that his gift could supply hidden engineering. This was narrower and perhaps more useful. He could reproduce one studied part without repainting the entire machine around it. The following morning, he carried the component into Imogen's workspace inside a padded sample box. She opened it, looked at the intact assembly and then at David. Your source had one sitting on a shelf? Apparently. I asked less than 18 hours ago. They're responsive. No manufacturer is that responsive. Imogen lifted the component with gloved fingers and compared it to the pre-test photographs. Her expression tightened as the same surface marks appeared beneath magnification. Nobody manufactured this overnight. David kept his voice even. You asked for a replacement. I did. Imogen adjusted the microscope and brought the first microscopic comparison onto the screen. Now I'm going to find out what you actually gave me. Imogen began with the dimensions. The replacement matched the original component's recorded length, width, curvature and mass within the limits of her instruments. Its electrical response followed the same pattern. When she moved pieces of steel, aluminium and copper past it at controlled distances, the output curves overlaid the original results so closely that David could not distinguish them on the screen. That's good, he said. No, it isn't. You asked for an exact replacement. I expected compatible. Exact is a much more troublesome word. She moved to surface microscopy. The first comparison showed identical contact geometry and the same faint discoloration near one edge. The next revealed 3 microscopic depressions that appeared in matching positions. Imogen checked the image files, confirmed the scale and repeated the scan. Clara arrived halfway through the comparison and stood beside David while Imogen worked. Has it passed? It's offending her, David said. Then I assume so. Imogen ignored them. She selected a section of the original pre-destruction image, enlarged it and placed the corresponding view of the replacement beside it. A faint irregular line crossed both surfaces. It was too uneven to be a deliberate marking and too small to see without magnification. That could be part of the fabrication method, David said. Imogen changed to another area. Then explain this. A tiny pit appeared beside one contact, followed by a shallow surface ripple and several specks embedded beneath the outer finish. The replacement carried every feature in the same location and orientation. David understood before she said it. The first blade had accumulated fine wear around its grip. When he painted the second, he had reproduced that wear because it belonged to the object he remembered. He had done the same thing with the internal component without knowing the marks existed. Imogen sat back and looked at David across the bench. This wasn't manufactured from the same specifications. I didn't say it was. It was copied from the individual component I destroyed. Not the design. This exact object. She pointed to the paired images. A manufacturer working from drawings might reproduce the geometry. A sufficiently advanced process might reproduce the material. It would not duplicate random microscopic defects it had never measured. The source may have better records than we do. Then the source already possessed a complete scan before giving us the blade. David said nothing. Imogen removed her gloves slowly. You claimed access to a confidential prototype. That suggested a company, inventor, government program or stolen device. None of those explanations fits what I've measured. You can't know that. I know you supplied an exact replacement less than a day after I destroyed the original. I know the replacement duplicates features visible only under laboratory magnification. I know you couldn't have ordered it after my test, and I know no ordinary supplier keeps individually matched copies of microscopic manufacturing accidents. Clara glanced at David but did not rescue him. She had warned him that Imogen would eventually find the edge of every careful answer. What are you asking me to tell you? David said. The truth. That's a large request. So is dismantling an impossible weapon while pretending I'm working for a manufacturer who apparently has no name, no lead time and no concern about cost. Imogen closed the image comparison, leaving the matched defects on the central monitor. I don't need every secret you possess. I do need an honest description of what you can provide, what you can't provide, and whether I'm exposing myself or my specialists to something you haven't mentioned. David looked at the opened blade. Imogen had done everything he asked. She had measured it, found coherent engineering inside it and proved that parts of the design could be understood. She had also discovered more than he had intended to reveal because that was what a competent scientist did. If I can supply another component, he said carefully, you need to know whether it's manufactured, recovered or copied. Yes. And if I can't explain the process? Then say you can't explain it. Stop giving me stories about asking a source. David felt Clara's attention settle on him. I can provide repeated components, he said. Not quickly enough to look normal, and not through any manufacturing process I can describe. Imogen held his gaze. That's closer. It's also all I'm prepared to say today. Then today is where the research stops. She gestured toward the dismantled weapon and the perfect replacement. You want my expertise, my contacts and eventually my name attached to whatever comes from this. I won't build that partnership around answers we both know are false. David had surrendered the blade because evidence required trust. Imogen had now returned the demand in a form he could not lock inside a case. When we continue, she said, we continue honestly. 32. Someone counts the deliveries. Imogen received Northbridge Applied Sciences' acquisition proposal 3 days after the cutter's successful demonstration. She did not call David immediately. That fact bothered him almost as much as the proposal itself when she finally put a printed copy in front of him at Rowan Finch Research. He had arrived expecting another afternoon of watching the derivative become incrementally less enormous. Instead, the cutter sat inactive behind its safety barriers while Imogen occupied the meeting table with a laptop, 2 folders and the expression she normally wore when experimental results had done something interesting and unwelcome. Who are Northbridge? David asked. A large applied science company with interests in advanced materials, industrial systems, medical technology and several other areas broad enough to mean almost anything. Imogen pushed the thinner folder toward him. They would like to buy us. David opened it. The number on the first serious-looking page made him read it twice. That's an attractive way of asking. Yes. They know we're barely a company. They know exactly what we are publicly. Recently formed, privately funded, 1 leased laboratory, 1 full-time research lead, contract specialists as required, and no commercial product. David looked up. And they offered that? They offered more after I declined the first conversation. That removed some of the pleasure from the number. David turned another page and found language dense enough that Henry would probably enjoy hurting it. What exactly do they think they're buying? Everything. They can't have everything. I noticed. Imogen rotated her laptop toward him. She had saved the correspondence and made notes beside several sections. Northbridge's proposal included the laboratory equipment, research records, patents filed or pending, future intellectual property arising from current work, exclusive employment terms for key personnel and something described as comprehensive rights to underlying source technologies. David read that phrase twice. We haven't told anyone there's an underlying source technology. No. Which is why I kept talking to them long enough to learn what they thought they knew. He leaned back. Imogen had not sounded frightened on the phone. She did not sound frightened now. That made the unease working into his stomach more credible rather than less. What did they ask? Whether our current work derives from a single prototype family. Whether the control effect depends on proprietary materials unavailable through normal suppliers. Whether I expect additional samples from the same source. Whether the source can reproduce damaged components to specification. She paused. That last question was phrased more carefully. David stopped moving. Imogen continued before he could answer. They also wanted to know whether Rowan Finch controls the source directly or operates through an exclusive relationship, whether the source is domestic, and whether acquisition of the company would transfer all present and future access rights. That's remarkably specific. Yes. Did you answer? I told them our research relationships are confidential, source rights are not included in any sale, and Rowan Finch research isn't for sale. David glanced down at the offer again. The number remained impressive. Under different circumstances it might even have been flattering. A larger company had looked at 2 weeks of ugly machinery and concluded that something inside the little laboratory was valuable enough to buy before anyone else understood it. He no longer found that flattering. Could they have worked it out from the orders? He asked. Some of it. We've bought unusual combinations of equipment, commissioned specialist tests and ordered custom machining. Anyone patient enough could infer that we're working on something unconventional. Imogen tapped the screen. That doesn't explain the replacement component question. David thought of the ruined part beside its painted duplicate, their microscopic defects matching because he had copied the object rather than merely its function. Only a small number of people had seen those results. Do you think somebody talked? I think guessing before we have evidence would be stupid. That wasn't quite a no. It wasn't intended to be. Imogen closed the laptop. David, companies make acquisition offers. They research competitors. They call suppliers, read filings, hire consultants and ask intrusive questions while pretending they're ordinary due diligence. None of that requires conspiracy. But the questions were too specific. David looked through the glass partition toward the cutter. Yesterday it had represented the beginning of an industry. Today, apparently, somebody else had noticed. David left Rowan Finch research telling himself that Northbridge's interest was exactly what successful research was supposed to attract. The argument remained convincing until he reached the property and found Clara standing beside her car instead of inside the studio. She had one hand resting on the roof and was watching the road beyond the gate. David parked beside her, climbed out and followed her gaze toward a dark SUV disappearing around the bend. What? He asked. That's the third time I've seen that one. David looked after it. You've started keeping track of SUVs? I started keeping track after the same silver sedan passed here twice yesterday, and a delivery van spent 10 minutes parked down the road without delivering anything. That could describe half the traffic in rural North Carolina. Not on this road. David glanced toward the gate camera. The property was private, but it wasn't hidden. Contractors had come and gone during the renovations. Couriers delivered ordinary art materials, laboratory paperwork and packages. Clara visited regularly. Henry appeared often enough that the cameras probably considered him furniture. Anyone trying to establish David's routine would certainly have material to work with, but noticing unfamiliar vehicles did not prove anyone was doing that. Northbridge just made an acquisition offer, Clara said. I know. Her expression sharpened. You know? I was with Imogen this morning. She refused it. And you didn't think that might make this worth mentioning? I've been home for 40 seconds. That's 39 longer than necessary. David smiled despite himself. Imogen thought their questions were too specific. I agree that deserves attention. I'm less convinced that every car on the road has suddenly joined corporate intelligence. Clara folded her arms. There's more. Of course there was. She waited until they were inside before explaining. A man had visited the gallery that morning, well-dressed, pleasant, apparently interested in David's recent work. He had asked about prices, availability and whether David accepted commissions. All perfectly ordinary questions. Then he had begun asking when David usually came into Asheville, whether he still worked from the gallery studio, whether he lived nearby, how often Clara saw him, whether he traveled for commissions and whether his new business commitments had reduced his painting schedule. He bought anything? David asked. No. Asked to see anything specific? 3 landscapes. He spent less time looking at them than he spent looking at me. That may be a judgment on the landscapes. It wasn't. David walked to the security monitor and brought up the road camera recordings. Clara stood beside him while he moved through the previous 2 days. The silver sedan appeared twice. The dark SUV appeared once yesterday and again that afternoon. A white commercial van sat partly visible near the edge of the camera's coverage for 11 minutes before driving away. None of the vehicles entered the property. Nobody approached the gate. No one trespassed, photographed the buildings openly, or did anything David could point to as hostile. "That's not nothing," Clara said. "No, it's also not proof they're Northbridge. You're defending them rather enthusiastically for people who tried to buy your source this morning." "I'm defending the difference between suspicious and known." David enlarged the best frame of the SUV, but the plate was too soft to read reliably. "If they're watching us, I want to know. I don't want to convince myself they are and start changing everything because 3 vehicles used a public road." Clara studied him. "You think changing your routine tells them you noticed?" "It might. Or it tells an innocent plumber I've developed a persecution complex." "That van wasn't a plumber." "You checked?" "No." "Then my point survives." Clara gave him a look suggesting survival was not the same as victory. David saved the relevant camera clips instead of deleting them, then forwarded copies to Henry with a short explanation and Imogen's Northbridge correspondence attached. He still thought there were ordinary explanations for most of it. He was simply becoming less certain that all of them were ordinary at once. Henry called less than an hour after David sent him the camera clips. "Don't go anywhere unusual," he said. David looked across the sitting room at Clara. "That's a very lawyerly way to make ordinary travel sound threatening." "I'm serious." "So am I. Define unusual." "Anywhere you wouldn't normally be expected to go. I'm coming to you." Henry arrived 40 minutes later carrying his laptop and none of the folders he usually seemed contractually obliged to bring with him. That bothered David immediately. Henry accepted coffee, ignored the chair Clara indicated and took the place nearest the dining table instead, opening the computer before he sat down. "I made some calls," he said. "Nothing illegal, nothing clever, and nothing that should make either of you feel better." "Excellent opening," Clara said. Henry turned the laptop so David could see a list of dates and organizations. The company attracted normal attention when Rowan Finch was incorporated. Registry searches, credit checks, supplier verification, insurance work. Expected. Over the last several weeks, the pattern changed. David leaned closer. He recognized Rowan Finch research, his own name and the address of the property. Changed how? Someone started building a picture of you rather than the company. Property records, company filings, public financial associations, known business relationships, the source of the money you used when you established yourself. Then deeper commercial checks around the funding behind Rowan Finch. David felt Clara shift beside him. "Can you prove Northbridge did it?" "No. Some of the activity runs through services used by half the corporate world. Other parts were inquiries made by intermediaries. I can tell you somebody with money and patience is asking coordinated questions. I cannot put Northbridge's name on every one of them. But the timing fits very neatly." Henry moved to another page. David saw his new identity reduced to dates, records and transactions. A life that had felt laboriously real while he built it now looked disturbingly thin when displayed as a timeline. Henry tapped near the beginning. "Here is the problem they've found." David already knew. The younger David Rowan existed. His records survived the ordinary tests Henry had promised they would survive. He had a tax history, bank relationships, legitimate art income, property, declared funds and a conventional legal existence. None of that was false in the practical sense that mattered now. It was simply short. "You appear," Henry said, "then become financially competent very quickly. Not impossibly wealthy. We were careful about that. Your art earnings make sense. Your recorded precious metal sales make sense individually. Your property purchase is supportable. Then you fund an experimental research company which, almost immediately, begins commissioning unusual technical work and produces results interesting enough for a major corporation to offer an acquisition." Clara looked at David. "That sounds much worse when he says it." "Most things do." Henry ignored them. "There is no 30-year professional history behind you. No family wealth trail. No successful company you sold 10 years ago. No investment portfolio that quietly compounded for 20 years. The records say you are real, but they don't provide a satisfying story for why this particular real person is suddenly standing behind Rowan Finch research. David sat back, and nobody connected me to old David. Not that I can find. That mattered, more than David had expected. Henry continued, your names match. That alone means nothing. David Rowan isn't rare enough to establish anything, and nobody looking at a healthy man in his early 30s has an obvious reason to connect him with a 46-year-old illustrator who died of cancer. As far as I can tell, they haven't. So the identity held, David said. Yes. The secrecy around your source is becoming the problem, not the identity. Clara folded her arms. That sounds like a distinction with a very short lifespan if somebody keeps digging. David looked again at the timeline. He had spent months worrying about individual mistakes. A suspicious gold sale, a careless photograph, a component that looked too perfect, a visitor seeing something they shouldn't. He had not considered what happened when somebody simply collected all the ordinary facts and noticed the shape left between them. Northbridge doesn't need to know what the source is, David said. Henry closed the laptop. No. They only need to know I have one. Yes. David looked toward the security monitor, where the road outside remained empty. The vehicles no longer seemed ordinary. David did not move everything. That was Henry's first recommendation and the one David disliked most. Emptying Rowan Finch research overnight, canceling appointments and disappearing behind painted doors would certainly protect the technology. It would also confirm to whoever was watching that the technology existed, that David controlled it and that outside attention frightened him enough to abandon an operating company. So Imogen kept the laboratory open. David removed only what they could not afford to lose. The returned blade components went first, packed into ordinary equipment cases rather than anything designed to suggest importance. The ruined original component and its painted replacement followed. Test coupons, duplicated notes and the compact secured core from the derivative cutter occupied separate cases. Imogen retained the working records she needed for ordinary research, but anything that could let an intruder jump from strange experimental data to an impossible source left the building. You realize, Imogen said as David checked the final case, that if someone breaks in after this, they're going to steal a remarkable quantity of completely normal laboratory equipment. I can live with that. I'm fond of some of it. I'll buy you replacements. Imogen looked at him. Conventionally, David added. Good. Clara accompanied him back to the property, and neither of them commented when the silver sedan appeared in the mirror for part of the drive. It stayed well behind, disappeared at an intersection and never came close enough for David to prove it was the same vehicle she had noticed before. The vault accepted the research material without ceremony. David arranged the cases on cleared shelving, separated the blade components from the Earth-made derivative core and stood looking at the growing collection. Clara leaned against the work table. Feel safer? Yes. Convincingly said. David glanced at her. The important objects are no longer somewhere a burglar can reach them with a crowbar. That wasn't what I asked. No. He had already decided on the second change. David prepared 3 small boards and spent most of the evening painting. These were not experimental doors or new destinations. They were redundancy. Home Garden D came first, a deep reserve access card kept apart from the copies he normally carried. Studio C followed. The last took longer because he checked the existing vault access carefully before committing brush to surface. Vault Key D. Clara watched the third card finish beneath his hand. How many ways out do you need before you stop worrying? I'll tell you when I find out. That answer suggests the number may be unreasonable. I died once. My standards change. She did not argue with that. David secured the new cards separately rather than adding them to his usual wallet. The point of reserves was defeated if every route home occupied the same pocket. By midnight the critical research material was inside the vault, the new cards existed, and the most dangerous objects connected to Rowan Finch research were no longer stored in any building Northbridge could discover through paperwork. The next morning, David drove to the gallery at his usual time. Clara objected before he reached the gate. You could stay here. I could. Or use a card. I could do that too. But you're going to drive. David nodded. If somebody is watching, vanishing from every normal routine tells them we noticed and that I have something worth hiding. I'll change what matters. I'm not going to hide in the vault because a corporation asked rude questions. Clara studied him for a moment. You're assuming watching is the worst thing they'll do. No, I'm assuming watching is what I can currently prove. He carried home garden, studio and vault key access separately, checked the road before pulling out and took the same route he had taken dozens of times before. The dark SUV appeared 15 minutes later. David saw it 2 cars behind him and kept driving. He knew he was being watched now. He had moved the things that mattered, multiplied his exits and removed the obvious prize from reach. What remained was routine, and routine could be useful. Let them watch him paint, meet Clara, visit Imogen and go home. Eventually they would learn that observation did not grant them access to his secret. The SUV remained behind him until Asheville, then turned away. 33. The wrong buyers. The message from Imogen arrived while David was in the studio trying to decide whether a newly finished landscape needed another hour or needed him to leave it alone. His phone sounded twice in quick succession. The first notification carried Rowan Finch Research's internal alert marker. The second was a direct message from Imogen. Containment failure in Test Bay. Possible field instability. Do not call emergency services yet. Need you here. David put down his brush. The wording was wrong for Imogen. She would have named the equipment, the risk and exactly why she wanted him rather than the fire department. What stopped him from dismissing the message was the attachment beneath it. Live laboratory telemetry filled the screen when he opened it. He recognized the monitored power draw from the derivative cutter, the thermal readings from the test enclosure and the field sensor Imogen had added after the first successful demonstration. 2 values were climbing well beyond anything David had seen during ordinary operation. A third message appeared. Remote shutdown failed. Imogen Finch authorization rejected. David was already moving toward the sink. He cleaned the worst of the paint from his hands and called Imogen. The call rang until voicemail answered. He tried again and got nothing. Yesterday he had watched an SUV follow him into Asheville. Henry had warned him not to assume corporate interest would remain polite. David had moved everything genuinely irreplaceable out of the laboratory because he believed somebody might try to steal it. He had not expected anyone to manufacture an emergency involving people. David called the laboratory's main number. It failed before connecting. He tried one of the contract specialists whose number Imogen had given him for scheduling. The call rang without answer. When he opened the laboratory monitoring link directly rather than through the message, it accepted his credentials and displayed the same elevated readings. That bothered him most. Somebody had either compromised a real system or obtained enough access to imitate one convincingly. He called Clara. She answered immediately. Where are you? At the property. Stay there. I have an alert from Rowan Finch. Possible containment failure. There was a short silence. Imogen? Not answering. Laboratory line isn't connecting. The monitoring system is showing real data. David, after yesterday, you cannot possibly think that sounds accidental. I don't. Then don't go. David looked at the readings again. If it isn't bait and somebody's hurt because I decided the timing looked suspicious, I get to live with that. Send someone else. Who? Clara had no immediate answer. David crossed to the locked cabinet beside the studio desk. His ordinary card wallet held Home Garden A and Studio A in separate sleeves, the working pair he had carried for weeks. He slipped the wallet inside his coat. Vault Key A went into the flat protective sleeve fixed beneath an inner seam, separate from the obvious wallet and almost invisible unless somebody knew it existed. I'm going to the laboratory, he said. I'll stay in the car until I can see what's happening. If anything looks wrong, I leave. Using a card. Yes. Not investigating. No. Clara exhaled sharply. I dislike how much I've learned to recognize that tone. David picked up his keys. Call Henry. Tell him where I'm going. If I don't check in within 20 minutes, use the emergency plan. That is not reassuring. It wasn't supposed to be. He ended the call and stood for another moment beside the cabinet. Home Garden D, Studio C and Vault Key D were secured in the vault with the other reserves. The research components were there too. Whatever anyone hoped to find at Rowan Finch, the things David could least afford to lose were already somewhere no ordinary search could reach. That precaution helped. It also encouraged exactly the mistake David did not recognize yet. He checked the road beyond the gate twice before pulling out. The first 10 minutes of the drive gave David nothing to work with. No dark SUV appeared behind him. No silver sedan waited at the first junction. Traffic was ordinary enough that he began wondering whether the alert had forced him into seeing intention everywhere. He kept his phone in the cradle with the laboratory telemetry displayed. The readings remained elevated but had stopped climbing quickly. That could mean automatic systems were containing the problem. It could mean somebody knew exactly how much urgency was required to keep him moving. David was less than 15 minutes from Rowan Finch when a pickup truck came through a side road and struck the rear quarter of his car. The impact spun him halfway across the lane. David fought the wheel, heard tires scrape across asphalt and managed to stop against the verge without entering the ditch. His shoulder slammed against the belt. Something loose struck the passenger footwell. For several seconds he remained behind the wheel, breathing hard and checking himself by habit. Arms moving, legs moving, no obvious blood, no airbag in his face. The pickup had stopped behind him. David checked the mirror. 2 men were already getting out. Neither rushed toward him with the confused panic of somebody who had just caused an accident. One took out a phone while the other approached from the passenger side with both hands visible. David reached for his own phone. No signal. The laboratory display was still on screen, but its connection indicator had vanished. David tried Clara. The attempt failed immediately. He switched networks and tried emergency calling. Nothing. The approaching man tapped the passenger window. "Sir, you all right?" David did not unlock the door. "Fine. Your car took a decent hit. You should stay still a minute." The second man was coming along the driver's side now. David looked toward the road ahead. No immediate traffic. He had home garden. He did not need to win a fight, identify anyone or understand what they wanted. He needed several seconds and enough room to open a painted door. He unfastened the seatbelt. The passenger side man's expression changed. "Not much. Enough." David reached inside his coat. The man struck the passenger window with a compact metal tool. Safety glass crazed across the pane. A second blow collapsed it inward, scattering fragments across the seat and floor as David twisted away. He grabbed for the wallet. The driver's door opened. David drove an elbow backward and connected with something solid. A man grunted, then caught David across the chest and used his weight to keep him against the seat. David kicked backward, struck a shin and nearly tore free. "Stop fighting." "Not likely." The man at the broken passenger window reached inside. David felt a sharp pressure high on his upper arm. He jerked away and saw a compact injector disappear into the man's hand. That frightened him more than the broken glass. David lunged for the wallet. The man holding him trapped his forearm against the seat while David got 2 fingers beneath the leather edge. "Take the phone," someone said. The words were calm, procedural. David pulled harder. The wallet shifted an inch. His other hand found the door frame and he tried to use it for leverage, but warmth was already spreading from the injection site down his arm. His muscles still worked. They simply answered a fraction too late. The passenger side man took David's phone from the cradle. David drove his shoulder against the man beside him and managed to get 1 foot onto the road. He had been right about the danger. He had prepared for surveillance, theft, laboratory intrusion, and even physical pursuit. What he had not prepared for was someone deciding the easiest way to defeat a door was to stop the person holding its handle. His knee buckled as the drug reached his legs. The man caught him before his head struck the car. "Easy." David tried to hit him anyway. Home Garden A was still inside David's coat. That fact became the center of his world as the men pulled him clear of the car. He could feel the wallet pressing against his ribs. He knew exactly which sleeve held the painted garden. He had opened the card under pressure before, and the process required no spoken command, no machinery and no password anyone could block. It did, however, require his hand to obey him. David forced his fingers into his coat. One of the men caught his wrist. "What are you reaching for?" "Insurance." The answer came out slightly thick. David tried his other hand. His fingers reached the wallet and closed around its edge, but the motion had become clumsy. He pulled it partly free. The painted cards inside were still covered by leather and plastic. He needed the wallet open. He needed Home Garden A exposed. He needed enough concentration to make the image become what he knew it could become. He got the wallet halfway open. The roadside tilted. David blinked hard, trying to fix his attention on his own hands. His thumb slid across the card sleeve without finding the edge. The man beside him took the wallet. No. David reached for it and missed. The word had more anger than strength in it. One contractor held him upright while the other opened the wallet several feet away. Cash, identification, ordinary cards, then the two small paintings. The man looked at them for longer than he looked at anything else. What are these? David said nothing. The second man turned Home Garden A over, examined the back and passed it to his partner. Studio A followed. Neither card did anything in their hands. They were simply small pieces of painted board, carefully protected and carried in a wallet by a man whose movements had made them suddenly important. Bag them. David tried to remember the concealed sleeve beneath his coat lining. Vault Key A. He had separated it deliberately. Not because he expected this exactly, but because carrying every way out in one wallet had begun to feel stupid after the surveillance appeared. One of the men searched his coat. David's heart kicked harder. Hands moved through the outside pockets, inner pocket, trouser pockets and waistband. His keys disappeared. So did the remaining contents of his wallet. The search continued down his legs and around his shoes with professional efficiency. David attempted to keep his attention away from the inner seam. He was not sure whether that helped. The flat sleeve lay beneath the lining rather than inside a conventional pocket. It held only one postcard-thin painting and added almost no bulk. The searcher ran a hand along the coat, checked the obvious seams, then moved on. David nearly smiled. The sedative took even that from him. They removed his shoes. Someone searched his socks. His phone was sealed in another bag. David caught fragments of conversation while his vision narrowed. Vehicle? Leave it for recovery. Camera? Handled. Move. David tried to focus on faces. One man was broad through the shoulders, close-cropped hair, no beard. The other had a pale line beside his chin that might have been an old scar. Details mattered. Henry would want details. Henry. Clara. 20 minutes. David had given Clara the trigger before leaving. That was something. The world shifted as the men carried him toward another vehicle parked beyond the pickup. David could no longer make his legs cooperate. His head sagged forward, and the last clear thing he felt was the hidden vault key a pressing flat beneath the coat lining against his side. They had taken the cards they could see. They had not taken everything. Then David lost consciousness. David woke with a headache, a dry mouth and the immediate certainty that something was wrong with his arms. He opened his eyes slowly. A plain ceiling came into focus beneath recessed white lights. The room smelled faintly of disinfectant and new paint. There were no windows. Gray walls, sealed floor, one metal table, two chairs and a door without a handle on David's side. Nothing on the walls. No pictures. No notices. No decorative clock. Whoever had chosen the room disliked visual clutter. David tried to move. His wrists were restrained behind the chair. His ankles were secured separately, and another restraint crossed low around his waist. None hurt badly. That made them worse. This was not improvised panic after an abduction. Somebody had planned how they wanted him sitting. The drug still dragged at him. His coordination had returned enough to move, but his limbs felt heavy and his thoughts arrived with a slight delay around the edges. David tested one wrist carefully and stopped when the restraint tightened. His coat was still on him. That surprised him. He felt the inner seam against his ribs but resisted every urge to investigate it. If Vault Key had survived the search, reaching for it while watched would solve nothing. He did not know whether there was a camera, though he assumed there was. He did not know where he was. He did not know how long he had been unconscious. He did know Home Garden A and Studio A were gone. The door opened. A man in his 50s entered carrying a slim folder and a bottle of water. He wore no visible company identification, no tie and nothing David could usefully remember except an expensive-looking watch and the careful neutrality of his expression. Mr. Rowan. David looked at the water. If this is customer service, the pickup truck needs work. The man set the bottle on the table. You were given a sedative. You may have some nausea and loss of coordination for several hours. That wasn't really my complaint. I understand you're angry. No, angry is what happens when someone scratches my car in a car park. I'm deciding what word covers kidnapping. The man pulled out the other chair and sat opposite him. Nobody here wants to hurt you. David looked deliberately at his restrained wrists. The man accepted the point without reacting. Certain people have become concerned about technology being developed through Rowan Finch research. Attempts to resolve those concerns commercially were unsuccessful. You mean Imogen wouldn't sell you the company? I wasn't involved in those discussions. Of course not. The folder opened. Inside were photographs David recognized immediately. Exterior shots of Rowan Finch, his property gate, his car, deliveries entering the laboratory, and several images of component cases. The surveillance had been broader than he knew. The interviewer placed two clear evidence sleeves on the table. Home Garden A. Studio A. David's stomach tightened, but he kept his face still. You carried these despite having no apparent professional use for miniature paintings during a drive to your laboratory, the man said. You also made an extraordinary effort to reach them after the collision. They're mine. We know. Then give them back. That depends on how cooperative this conversation becomes. David looked at the painted garden through the plastic. The image remained inert. Good. At least possession had not granted use. The interviewer folded his hands. Rowan Finch has demonstrated a device whose performance cannot be reconciled with the manufacturing chain we can identify. Your company purchases ordinary materials, conducts limited fabrication, and somehow produces components that should require capabilities it does not possess. David said nothing. We are not interested in your patents. We are not interested in Dr. Finch's derivative work. We want the source. You kidnapped the wrong man. Imogen understands the engineering better than I do. I agree. That answer chilled him. The interviewer leaned back slightly. Which is why I'm not asking you how the prototype works. David felt the concealed seam beneath his coat and kept every muscle still. The man's voice remained polite. Where is the prototype manufacturing facility? 34. No brushes. Where is the prototype manufacturing facility? David looked across the table at the man and understood that any convincing answer would be more dangerous than no answer at all. There isn't one. The interviewer's expression remained neutral. Rowan Finch receives components it cannot manufacture. Your purchasing records don't show the equipment required to produce them. Your contractors don't show it. Your property doesn't contain it. Dr. Finch clearly isn't making them. She's making the derivative technology. We know. David disliked the certainty in that answer. These people had done their homework. What they did not have was the one answer that would change the situation completely. If they believed there was a hidden workshop somewhere, they could search for it. If they learned that David himself could create finished objects through paintings and open doors into places no conventional search could reach, nobody sensible would ever allow him to walk free again. The interviewer closed the folder and brought the two clear evidence sleeves closer. Home Garden A and Studio A lay inside them. What are these? David looked at the paintings without letting himself look too long. Sentimental value. I don't believe you. That sounds like a personal difficulty. You tried to reach them while being restrained by two men. I'd just been drugged and dragged out of my car. You called them insurance. David remembered saying it. Apparently sedation had not improved his discretion. My lucky charms. The man studied him. I don't believe you. You're difficult to please. The interviewer removed Home Garden A from its sleeve. David kept his breathing even as the man turned the little painting beneath the lights, examined the edges, ran a thumb across the protected surface and pressed experimentally against the painted garden gate. Nothing happened. He tried Studio A next with the same result. David had known it would be true. Clara had handled his cards. She had seen them become doors for him and remain little paintings in her hands. Still, watching a hostile stranger fail to activate one gave the fact new importance. They could steal access from him. They could not use it themselves. The interviewer set Studio A beside Home Garden A. Show me. David raised his eyebrows. Show you what? You know what? No, actually. The man leaned back. You're intelligent enough to understand that we've reached the point where pretending these are ordinary paintings is wasting both our time. David looked at the cards again. They were useful. Home Garden A had carried him back to the cottage repeatedly. Studio A had become one of the most practical things he owned. He had painted both carefully, tested them, carried them and trusted them. They were also compromised. Even if these people never discovered how to use them, David would spend every day wondering what tests they were running and what assumptions they were making. Worse, sooner or later somebody might decide the important variable was not the cards. It was him. David looked up. All right. The interviewer waited. Give them to me. I'll show you. Suspicion appeared immediately. Why do you need to hold them? They're my lucky charms. Apparently the magic is sensitive. The man did not smile. He glanced toward the corner of the room, confirming what David already assumed. Someone else was watching. Your wrists stay restrained. Fine. The interviewer picked up both cards and stepped around the table. David's pulse climbed. He kept his cuffed hands loose in his lap as the man placed Home Garden A between his fingers first, then Studio A on top of it. For a moment David simply held them. Home, studio. 2 finished paintings. 2 roots he had spent hours creating. The interviewer leaned closer. Well? David folded both cards sharply across the middle. The man moved too late. David twisted his hands against the cuffs, caught the folded edges between his fingers and tore. The prepared board resisted, then split through Home Garden A's painted gate and straight across Studio A's workroom. What the hell are you doing? David tore the pieces again. The interviewer grabbed for them, but David had already ruined both images. Torn sections of painted board scattered across the tabletop and floor as the man wrenched the remains from his hands. David stared at them and felt genuine loss beneath the satisfaction. Those doors were gone. The places behind them were not. He had learned that much already. Destroying a key did not destroy the room. The interviewer looked at him, and the careful neutrality finally disappeared. David nodded toward the pieces. You wanted to know what they did. The man said nothing. Now they don't. The interviewer gathered the fragments without answering, placed them back into the evidence sleeves and left the room. David had enough time to wonder whether that was good before the door opened again and 2 different men entered. Neither carried a folder. The broad-shouldered man from the roadside was one of them. David recognized him before the man crossed half the room. The second was younger, heavier through the chest and wearing disposable gloves. David looked from one to the other. I'm guessing customer relations. The first blow caught him below the ribs. The restraint around his waist kept him in the chair. David folded as far as the strap allowed, breath leaving him in a broken grunt. A hand caught his hair and pulled his head upright before he had recovered enough air to speak. You destroyed property. David coughed. Mine. The next strike hit his stomach. After that, nobody bothered explaining. Body 1 was stronger than the body David had been born with. It had good muscle, healthy bones and none of the damage cancer had left behind. None of that mattered much while he was restrained in a chair and being hit by men who knew exactly how much force they were using. David tried to turn with one blow. The waist restraint stopped him. He tried to protect his head until one of them controlled his cuffed wrists and forced his hands down again. After that, he stopped trying to be clever and concentrated on staying conscious. When they finally released him from the chair, it was only to change the restraints. The broad man held him forward while the other unlocked one wrist from the chair restraint and immediately secured it into a pair of handcuffs. The second wrist followed. David never had both hands free. By the time they hauled him upright, his wrists were cuffed in front of him and one leg was reluctant to take his weight. You've searched me already, David said. Nobody answered. They did it again anyway. His belt came off first, followed by his shoes and socks. One man checked his trouser pockets, waistband, cuffs and seams while the other kept hold of his shoulder. Then they pulled his coat from him, working it awkwardly down his arms until David had to feed his cuffed hands through the sleeves together. His heart seemed to stop. The broad man searched every ordinary pocket. His partner ran both hands over the fabric, pressing along the collar, lining and visible seams. David stared at the floor rather than follow their hands. Looking toward the concealed sleeve would be almost as useful as pointing at it. Fingers passed within inches of vault key A. Then moved on. Shirt. The younger man caught the hem himself and dragged it upward. David ducked his head while they worked the shirt over his shoulders and finally over his cuffed hands. They searched that too, then checked his trousers again with considerably more care than they had beside the road. The coat received one last examination. Nothing. David's relief was so intense he was afraid somebody would see it. The younger man tossed the coat into the far corner. David looked at the opposite wall. A few minutes later they transferred him to another room. It was smaller and colder, with a drain in the floor, a fixed chair and almost nothing else. His shirt returned eventually. The coat did not. Whoever had chosen the room had apparently considered everything a prisoner might turn into a tool. There was no loose paper, no pen, no label he could peel from a bottle, no exposed wood, no decorative surface, nothing that resembled the working materials an artist might use. Even the water came in a plain flexible cup that was taken away when he finished. Someone had understood one thing correctly. David needed to make images. They simply did not understand how much more dangerous the truth was. The next questioning session lasted long enough for his mouth to dry again. Where are the components made? I told you, there isn't a factory. Who supplies them? No one you can contact. That's not an answer. It's the one I have. Why did you destroy the paintings? David looked toward the blank wall. Sentimental crisis. The interviewer watched him without amusement. You're making this harder. You kidnapped me. We need information. You could have sent an email. We did. That shut David up for a moment. The compromised laboratory alert. The interviewer noticed the reaction but misunderstood it as fear of their reach. Good. Let him. David's ribs hurt every time he breathed deeply. His stomach felt worse. His shoulder had begun stiffening from the roadside struggle and the beating. He was frightened, exhausted and painfully aware that destroying the cards had changed the rules. But in the corner of the previous room, unless someone had moved it, lay a coat. Inside that coat was a door. David learned why the second room had a drain. The interviewer returned some time later. David had lost confidence in his estimate of the hour. There were no windows and nobody had returned his watch or phone. The man remained standing this time. That was very stupid, Mr. Rowan. David sat with his cuffed hands resting between his knees. You'll have to narrow it down. Destroying the paintings. They were mine. You keep saying that as though ownership is the important part. It usually matters when someone steals things. The interviewer looked tired rather than angry now. David found that more disturbing. I'm not sure you understand your position. No one is unbreakable. I won't be crass and start talking about fingernails. You're an intelligent man. Perhaps you've heard of waterboarding? David's mouth went dry. He had. Every instinct told him to bargain before anyone demonstrated the difference between reading about something and experiencing it. Instead, he said, "Do your worst." The interviewer regarded him for several seconds. David wished immediately that he had chosen less heroic wording. I'm not afraid of death. The thought lasted perhaps half a second. Yes, I am. He had already died once. There had been nothing dignified about it. He remembered lying beside the easel unable to reach his phone, knowing there were meals he would never eat and paintings he would never make. He remembered thinking of Clara too late. He was very much afraid of dying. He was simply more afraid of what happened if these people learned what he could really do. They would never let him walk into a studio again. They might never let him wear clothing they had not searched thread by thread. Brushes would become controlled objects. Pigments would become weapons. Every painting would be watched. Every person he cared about would become leverage. And if they learned about the worlds beyond his doors, captivity would be the smallest problem. The interviewer gave a small nod. The men entered. David discovered that anticipation was almost as bad as what followed. Almost. He could not reason with his body while it believed he was drowning. Knowing intellectually that air might return did nothing to stop panic. He fought the restraints until his wrists burned. His muscles strained uselessly. Fear reduced the world to the need to breathe. When they stopped, David coughed until his chest hurt. Someone asked him a question. Where is the facility? David tried to answer and coughed instead. The question came again. He managed, Wyoming. The interviewer waited. David dragged in another breath. Big mountain. Secret volcano. Matching uniforms. One of the men struck him. The interviewer raised a hand. Enough. David laughed weakly and immediately regretted it. They asked about Imogen, about the components, about deliveries, about his property, about the paintings. He told them nothing useful. Eventually they left him. David lay curled on his side, shivering despite the fact that the room was not especially cold. He could not stop shaking. His body had survived everything done to it, but survival did not feel impressive. He had no idea how long they gave him before returning. The second session was worse because he knew what was coming. There was no bravado left afterward. When the interviewer asked where the manufacturing source was, David simply said, "No." Who makes the components? No. What were the paintings? David closed his eyes. No. The interviewer crouched near him. You understand, we can continue. David believed him. That was the frightening part. Then continue. The words barely carried. The man studied him, perhaps trying to decide whether David possessed some unusual resistance or merely had not reached the point they expected. David knew the answer. He was reaching it. Every minute. He could be broken. The man had been right about that. Given enough pain, enough fear and enough exhaustion, David did not trust himself to remain some impossible monument to courage. He needed another solution before these people discovered exactly where his breaking point lay. Hours later, when they dragged him back into the first room, David saw his coat still lying in the corner. He almost cried. They left him alone. David sat against the wall with his wrists cuffed in front of him and his ankles secured by a short length of chain. His shirt clung damply to his back. Every breath reminded him of the beating, and his throat felt scraped raw. The coat remained perhaps 8 feet away. He did not move toward it. A dark dome occupied one upper corner of the room. Camera or sensor? Probably both. David assumed someone was watching. He lowered his head and waited. His body shivered periodically. He let it. After a while he shifted onto his side and stayed there. Nothing happened. He coughed. Nobody entered. David counted slowly, lost the count, began again and eventually stopped pretending the numbers meant anything. He wanted the card badly enough that desire itself felt dangerous. He could imagine a watcher noticing exactly where his eyes kept traveling, so he looked everywhere except the coat. The floor, the chair, the door, the blank wall. Eventually he leaned back against the wall and closed his eyes. He may have slept for several minutes. When he opened them again, the lights had been dimmed. The coat had not moved. David waited longer. Nothing. He shifted his cuffed hands and tested the chain between his ankles. It allowed short steps if he kept them careful. Standing took 2 attempts because his legs trembled badly enough that the first ended with his shoulder against the wall. Still nobody came. David remained there, breathing slowly, then shuffled toward the coat. Every small sound seemed enormous. Chain against floor, cloth moving against concrete, his own breathing. Nobody opened the door. He reached the corner and lowered himself awkwardly beside the coat. For several seconds he simply sat there with one hand resting on the fabric. The hidden sleeve had been designed to disappear into the lining. David had congratulated himself on that piece of paranoia when he made it. Now his cuffed fingers could barely find it. He worked by touch, forcing himself not to hurry. His fingertips followed the inner seam until they found the slight change in stiffness beneath the cloth. There. David almost laughed. Vault key A. Still there. Getting it out was harder. He could not spread his hands far enough with the cuffs between them, and the protective sleeve resisted his first attempt. He twisted the coat, trapped part of it beneath one knee and worked 2 fingers beneath the concealed opening. The card moved a fraction. David stopped and listened. Nothing. He pulled again. Vault key A slid into his hand. David stared at the miniature painting. For several seconds he could not make himself trust what he was seeing. The familiar steel door, concrete wall and little patch of reinforced floor were exactly as he had painted them. His vault. He had stood there with Clara and joked about redundancy. He had stocked it with clothing, medical supplies, tools and painting equipment because having everything one doorway away seemed sensible. He had believed the weakness was losing the card. He had been right. He simply had not understood what losing nearly every card would feel like. David touched the image. The resistance changed beneath his fingertips. The painted steel door gained depth. David swallowed hard. He did not stand. He was not sure he could. Instead, he opened the connection wider from where he knelt. The corner of the interrogation room gave way to the familiar reinforced receiving area beyond the threshold. Home. Not completely. Not safely enough yet. But his. David pushed himself forward. The ankle chain caught beneath him. He nearly fell sideways, recovered badly, and decided dignity had become an unnecessary luxury. He crawled. His cuffed hands crossed first. Then his shoulders. The transition caught at his hips for one awkward second because he had approached at the wrong angle. David twisted, dragged one leg after him, and finally tumbled through onto the vault floor. The door vanished behind him. David lay still. Concrete pressed cold against his cheek. His wrists remained cuffed. His ankles were still chained. He was bruised, wet, exhausted, and shaking hard enough that his teeth clicked together. None of it mattered for several seconds. He turned his head. Shelves stood exactly where they belonged. Emergency clothing waited in the lockers. Medical supplies occupied their cabinet. Beyond the receiving room lay the painting station, tools, and the secure card rack containing the duplicates his captors did not know existed. They had taken him. They had beaten him. They had terrified him badly enough that he could still taste fear every time he swallowed. They had not learned the truth. And they could not reach him here. David remained on the floor until his breathing slowed. Then he looked toward the tools stored across the room and lifted his cuffed hands. Getting into the vault had been the impossible part. Now he only had to get free. 35, the card they missed. David stayed on the vault floor until he could trust his arms. The concrete beneath his cheek was cold and dry. That alone made it better than the room he had left, although his body had not yet accepted the distinction. His breathing kept speeding up for no reason he could control, and every few seconds a tremor ran through his shoulders hard enough to make the handcuffs click against the floor. He closed his eyes, waited for it to pass, then opened them again and fixed his attention on the nearest shelving unit. Tools. Perhaps 12 feet away. David rolled onto his back and immediately regretted it. Pain tightened around his ribs, his stomach protested, and his bruised shoulder sent a sharp complaint down his arm. He lay still until the worst of it eased. The men who had questioned him were gone. The chair was gone. There was no camera in the corner. Nobody here was about to ask where the components came from. His wrists were still cuffed in front of him, and the chain between his ankles permitted perhaps 10 inches of movement. Excellent planning, David whispered. His throat hurt enough that the words came out rough. Could have put the emergency tools beside the arrival point. He had, in fact, considered doing exactly that and rejected it because leaving tools scattered around a secure receiving area had seemed untidy. David promised his past self a lengthy review. Getting upright took more effort than crossing into the vault had. He pushed onto one elbow, shifted onto his knees, and stopped there while the room tilted. Sweat broke across his forehead despite the cold concrete. When his vision settled, he crawled rather than trying to stand. The ankle chain scraped behind him, and the sound made his whole body tighten before reason caught up. Nobody was coming. He reached the shelving and sat against it, breathing through his mouth. The tool cabinet was one section farther along. David hooked his cuffed hands around the upright and dragged himself sideways until he could reach the handle. Locked. He stared at it. Then memory supplied the key location. Of course. The cabinet key hung on a hook beneath the neighboring shelf, exactly where he had placed it because hiding a key inside a private vault only he could enter had seemed unnecessary. David twisted awkwardly, caught the ring with 2 fingers and dropped it. He looked at the key on the floor. For several seconds he considered lying down beside it and declaring the matter closed. Instead he bent forward, retrieved it and worked the cabinet open with hands that would not quite stop shaking. The compact cutters were where they belonged. So were pliers, screwdrivers, a small pry bar, and ordinary hand tools accumulated because David had learned that impossible access did not eliminate ordinary mechanical problems. He pulled the cutters free and examined the chain between his ankles. It was thinner than the cuffs. That was fortunate, because squeezing the handles hurt. David positioned the jaws around one link and leaned into them. His shoulder objected immediately. He changed his grip, braced one handle against his thigh and tried again. Metal bit into metal without giving. David stopped, rested, then put more of his weight behind the handles. The link snapped. He nearly fell sideways. David sat frozen for a moment with one half of the broken chain hanging from each ankle cuff. Relief arrived so suddenly that he laughed once, then clutched his ribs until the pain subsided. The handcuffs were harder. Cutting the chain between them would give him freedom of movement, but the steel was thicker. He tried anyway, failed, searched the cabinet again and found a small set of bolt cutters farther back. Now you show up. The larger handles required room. David got one knee beneath himself, trapped the cuff chain between the jaws and pushed. Nothing happened. He shifted his hands, ignored the pain in his shoulder and pushed until his arms trembled. The chain broke with a hard metallic crack. David stared at his separated hands. The cuffs still circled his wrists. Broken chain hung from both of them. His ankles wore matching remains. He had never looked less free while feeling considerably more so. David lowered the cutters and leaned his head against the shelving. He could stand now. He could reach the rest of the vault. Dry clothes, medical supplies, food, water, weapons and every reserve door card were only a few steps away. For the moment, that was enough. But David promised himself the first thing he would do was buy a phone and leave it charging in the vault. Standing turned out to be easier than feeling safe. David used the shelving to pull himself upright and stayed there until his legs stopped trembling. The broken cuffs knocked softly against the metal whenever his hands shook. His shirt and trousers were still damp from the interrogation room, and now that immediate escape was no longer consuming every thought, his body began presenting a list of complaints. His ribs hurt. His stomach hurt. Both wrists were raw. His shoulder had stiffened enough that lifting his left arm above chest height required negotiation. The emergency lockers stood across the receiving room. David crossed to them slowly, one hand trailing along the shelving in case his legs changed their minds. Inside were ordinary clothes, towels, bottled water and basic medical supplies, all bought and stored months ago because a secure refuge was useless if reaching it merely gave him somewhere private to remain uncomfortable. He stripped out of the wet clothes, cleaned himself with a towel and bottled water, then stopped when water touched his face. For a second he was back on the board. Restraints. Pressure. Water where air should have been. David dropped the towel and grabbed the locker frame hard enough to hurt his fingers. He stood there breathing until the vault returned around him. No shower, he said quietly. Dry clothes helped. So did socks, which felt absurdly important after everything else. David cleaned the abrasions around his wrists, covered the worst of them and swallowed painkillers with half a bottle of water. Anything more serious could wait for a doctor. He knew enough to recognize that being alive did not qualify him to diagnose whatever the men had done to his ribs. The phone thought returned while he was drinking. For the moment, that was enough. But David promised himself the first thing he would do was buy a phone and leave it charging in the vault. He looked around afterward and realized the promise needed an amendment. A phone would help him call Clara or Henry if he ever arrived here hurt again. It would not make the room invulnerable. The vault was beneath his property. His very real, legally owned, renovated property. David had once found that comforting. Steel, concrete, reinforced doors, concealed access and enough expense to make any ordinary burglar reconsider his life choices. The place was extremely difficult to enter without permission. Difficult was not impossible. Northbridge had found his laboratory connections, his purchases, his contractors and enough of his movements to take him off the road. If they ever identified this property as important and discovered there was a reinforced vault beneath it, they would not arrive with a crowbar. Give them time, cutting equipment and the right people, and the vault was a structure. Structures could be opened. David looked toward the secure card rack. That thought could wait. He was in no condition to redesign his life while standing barefoot beside a locker with half a handcuff hanging from each wrist. He crossed to the rack and opened it. The reserve cards were exactly where they belonged. Home Garden B, C and D studio reserves. Vault duplicates and the other protected destinations he had spent so much time preparing because redundancy had seemed like the sensible answer to losing one route. The labeled spaces for Home Garden A and Studio A were empty. David stared at them. Not stolen anymore. Not recoverable. Destroyed. He remembered the board resisting beneath his fingers when he tore the paintings apart. He remembered the interviewer's face when the second card split. The loss still hurt, but he did not regret it. Northbridge possessed scraps now, nothing more. The places themselves remained untouched. David removed Home Garden Bee and slid it into the inside pocket of his sweatshirt. Then he opened the armory cabinet. The created pistol was where he had left it. He checked it by habit, loaded it with ordinary ammunition and secured it in a plain belt holster. A flashlight, water and the medical kit joined the few things he intended to carry. He could have armed himself more heavily. The vault contained enough equipment to indulge that instinct. David looked at the pistol, then at the shelves beyond it. No. He was injured, exhausted and frightened. Turning himself into a walking armory would not improve any of those conditions. He picked up Vault Key A from where it had fallen beside him during the escape, wiped the card carefully and returned it to a protected sleeve. That little painting had just saved his life. Losing track of it now would be impressively stupid. Home Garden Bee went back beneath his hand. The vault was secure for the moment. David no longer mistook that for the same thing as secure forever. David sat on the edge of the workbench before attempting the door. Not because Home Garden Bee was difficult to use. That was almost the problem. A few hours ago he had been strapped to a board while strangers demanded to know what his paintings did. Now one of those paintings rested in his hand, small enough to lose in a coat pocket and powerful enough to remove him from a reinforced room beneath his own property. He turned the card over once, checked the painted garden, then forced himself to stop checking things that had already been checked. The pistol sat against his hip. The medical kit was clipped awkwardly beneath one arm. He had water, dry clothes and enough strength to walk without holding onto shelving. That would do. David stood and faced the open floor beside the receiving area. He concentrated on the cottage garden he knew better than any place on earth. The stone path, the wall, the familiar stretch of grass, the position of the cottage beyond it. He did not need imagination for this destination anymore. He needed intention. Home Garden Bee warmed beneath his thumb. The painted view deepened. David opened the threshold cautiously. Cool garden air moved into the vault. He froze. Nothing happened beyond that. No footsteps, no voices, no sudden shape appearing through the opening. Only leaves stirring beyond the stone path and the familiar quiet of the place where he had once believed he might spend the rest of existence trapped. David widened the doorway enough to see both sides of the garden entrance. Empty. He listened for several seconds, then drew the pistol. The action felt ridiculous and necessary at the same time. Wonderful, he murmured. Armed invasion of my own garden. He stepped through. The change was immediate. Concrete and steel became stone, grass and afternoon light. The air smelled clean. His shoes touched the garden path, and for one irrational second David expected a hand to catch his shoulder from behind. He turned sharply. The vault remained visible through the open doorway. Empty floor, shelving, locker doors, his wet clothes where he had left them. Nobody running toward him. Nobody at all. David released the connection. The doorway collapsed back into painted card. He stood motionless with Home Garden Bee in one hand and the pistol in the other. Nothing followed. Only then did he lower the weapon. The cottage door was perhaps 20 yards away. David had crossed that distance hundreds of times, yet halfway there his knees weakened badly enough that he had to stop beside the low stone wall. He sat. Not gracefully. The pistol went onto the wall beside him where he could see it. David leaned forward with his elbows on his thighs and concentrated on breathing slowly. He was not in Northbridge's room. He was not in the vault. Nobody on earth could reach this garden with drills, cutting equipment or a warrant. They would need a door, and David had just closed the only active one. That thought should have been comforting. Instead, it made him realize how desperately he needed Clara. David stayed on the wall until his hands settled. Then he holstered the pistol and continued to the cottage. Inside, everything looked offensively normal. The kitchen was clean. The old floorboard near the sitting room still complained beneath his weight. A mug remained beside the sink. The place had no interest in the fact that its owner had been kidnapped, beaten, drowned by inches, and had just arrived wearing broken handcuffs as jewelry. David opened the refrigerator and stared at the food. His stomach turned. He closed it again, filled a glass with water and drank slowly instead. The cottage had supplies. It had a bed. It had privacy. More importantly, it was one of the places covered by the emergency arrangements he had finally allowed Clara to insist upon. If David failed a scheduled check-in after a dangerous disappearance, she knew where to start looking and which absences mattered. For once, he did not resent that. David set Home Garden B on the kitchen table where he could reach it, removed the pistol from his belt and placed it beside the card with the muzzle pointed safely away. Then he pulled out a chair and sat. He had escaped twice in less than an hour. Now he needed someone else to know he was alive. David left the pistol on the kitchen table for less than a minute before deciding that was a terrible place for it. He unloaded it, checked the chamber, returned the ammunition to its box and carried both into the small study off the sitting room. The pistol went into the locked drawer he used for temporary secure storage when he was staying in the cottage. It was not the vault, but nobody else was here and the weapon had done what he needed merely by being available. He had not fired it. He had not needed to point it at another human being. David discovered that mattered to him more than he would have expected. The cards stayed with him. Home Garden B went into one inside pocket. Studio B went into the other. Vault Key A, the little painting Northbridge had missed and he had nearly failed to reach, went into the zipped pocket beneath them. David checked all three. Then checked them again. He knew what that looked like. He did not care. A few hours earlier he had possessed multiple routes, a secure property and a vault he had considered close to untouchable. Then strangers had taken his coat, his cards, his freedom and nearly everything else simply because all of his clever security still depended on physical things being where he could reach them. Tonight he was keeping 3 ways out on his body. Tomorrow could argue with him about excess. David found a notebook in the desk drawer. Writing hurt his wrist, but he did it anyway. Vault intact. Reserve keys intact. Home Garden B with him. Studio B with him. Vault Key A with him. Research samples secure. Weapons secure. He paused before adding the next 2 lines. Home Garden A. Destroyed. Studio A. Destroyed. The words looked more final on paper than they had in his head. David had made both paintings himself. Hours of work had gone into them, not simply the images but the exact conception behind them. He could paint replacements. That was not the point. Northbridge had taken 2 pieces of his freedom and forced him to destroy them so they could not become leverage. He drew a line beneath the entries. What had Northbridge actually learned? They knew the paintings mattered. They knew David could activate something another person could not. They knew his technology came from a source he refused to identify. They knew a restrained man had vanished from a locked room under circumstances that should have made escape impossible. They did not know about Holmes. They did not know about other worlds. They did not know where he had gone. They did not know how to make the paintings work. Most importantly, they had not made him tell them. David set the pen down. The satisfaction lasted perhaps 3 seconds. A pipe ticked somewhere inside the cottage wall. David was on his feet before he understood why. The chair struck the floor behind him. His right hand went toward the empty place on his belt where the pistol had been. Silence followed. David stood beside the desk, breathing too quickly, staring toward the hallway. A pipe. Just a pipe cooling in the wall. Very impressive, he whispered. He picked up the chair and sat again, although this time he faced the doorway. 5 minutes later the refrigerator compressor started in the kitchen and made him flinch. Something brushed against the outside wall, probably a branch, and he listened until his jaw hurt from clenching it. The cottage had not changed. His body had. David stopped trying to work. There would be time to redesign the security system. Time to decide whether a vault beneath a property anyone determined enough could eventually find was still acceptable. Time to paint replacement cards, change carry procedures and buy the phone he should already have left charging inside the vault. Perhaps there would even be time to consider whether the real vault belonged on Earth at all. Not tonight. Tonight he had one job. Stay somewhere Clara could find him. David carried the notebook into the kitchen, drank another glass of water and managed half a piece of toast before his stomach refused cooperation. Before sitting down again, he checked the 3 cards in his pockets. Home Garden B. Studio B. Vault Key A. 3 roots, all physically touching him. After what Northbridge had taught him, that felt like the minimum. David settled into the chair nearest the cottage windows and waited. He was free. He was alive. The important things were still his. His body simply had not caught up with any of those facts yet. 36. Proper storage. David realized the problem when the time Clara expected to hear from him came and went. He had been sitting beside the cottage windows with Home Garden B, Studio B and Vault Key A pressed against him in 3 separate pockets, taking a peculiar comfort from feeling their edges whenever he moved. The cottage was the safest place he owned. Nobody could drive to it, cut through a wall or force a door. Northbridge could search every acre of his property and never find this kitchen. Unfortunately, neither could Clara. David closed his eyes. Oh, that's clever. The emergency arrangement had been built around David checking in or returning to somewhere Clara could physically reach. She could pass through one of his doors while he held it open, but she could not activate a card herself. Sitting in the cottage waiting for her was rather like hiding inside a locked safe and becoming irritated that nobody answered the door. He pushed himself upright. His ribs objected, and the cuffs still locked around his wrists knocked together when his hands moved. David waited until the pain settled, checked all 3 cards again, then drew Studio B from his pocket. The Secure Earth Studio formed immediately in his mind. He opened only a narrow view at first. Clara was there. She stood beside the main work table with her phone in one hand and turned at the first change in the air. Her face went blank for perhaps half a second before she crossed the room toward the opening. David widened it and stepped through. Clara stopped 2 feet away. Her gaze traveled from his bruised face to the cuffs on his wrists, then lower to the steel still locked around his ankles. David had cut the connecting chains, not removed the restraints themselves. The sight of them seemed to answer several questions she had been preparing to ask. "You're alive," she said. "Apparently." Her expression tightened. "Don't." David nodded. The joke had been automatic, and he discovered he did not have enough energy to defend it. Clara put her phone down and pulled a chair away from the work table. "Sit." "I've been sitting." "You can continue your excellent work." David sat. She had food waiting, chosen with the depressing accuracy of someone who knew him too well. Nothing rich, nothing ambitious. Soup, bread and water. David managed several mouthfuls before his stomach began arguing, but Clara watched until he ate enough that she stopped looking ready to feed him personally. Only then did she pick up the phone again. "I need pictures before anything changes." David understood immediately. Henry would want a record, and so would whoever eventually had to explain what had happened at the place Northbridge had used. He let Clara photograph the bruising on his face, the marks around his wrists and ankles, his shoulder and the spreading discoloration along his ribs. When she asked him to lift his shirt farther, his hands began shaking badly enough that she lowered the phone. "David? I'm fine." "No, you aren't." He looked at the cuffs instead of her. "I'm here." Clara did not argue with the distinction. She resumed only after he nodded. The private physician Henry had arranged was waiting elsewhere on the property rather than inside the studio. Clara told David that after the photographs were finished. "No hospital unless he says I need one," David said. "That is already the agreement." "And Henry didn't tell him anything impossible?" "He knows you were abducted, restrained and assaulted. That is more than enough." David checked the 3 paintings in his pockets again. Clara noticed. This time she said nothing. That silence did more than an argument would have. David looked down at his hands and finally understood what she was seeing. He had escaped. He was physically free. He had 3 separate routes within reach and another secure world a single painting away. He was still behaving as though somebody might take all of it before he reached the next room. David pushed himself carefully to his feet. "All right," he said. "Let's see the doctor." The doctor took longer than David wanted and considerably less time than Clara would have preferred. Nothing appeared broken on examination, although the physician was careful about what he could rule out without imaging. David had extensive bruising across his ribs and shoulder, abrasions beneath the cuffs, dehydration, exhaustion and enough soft tissue damage to make the next several days unpleasant. His breathing was clear, his pupils behaved properly, and he showed no obvious neurological deficit. The physician cleaned and redressed his wrists and ankles, gave Clara written instructions for what required immediate escalation, then departed without asking why his patient had appeared inside a locked studio wearing 4 pieces of restraint hardware. Henry called less than 5 minutes later. Clara put him on speaker and set the phone on the work table. Imogen was already on the call from somewhere with enough background noise to suggest that Rowan Finch Research had not enjoyed a peaceful day either. "You've been examined?" Henry asked. "Yes." "By a doctor?" David looked at Clara. "Apparently my reputation has reached the legal profession." "It arrived years ago," Henry said. "I'm asking because if Clara merely looked at you and declared you medically inconvenient, that doesn't count." "He saw a doctor," Clara said. "Continue." Henry did. The authorities had reached the facility after David vanished from the interrogation room. The site itself was real, the restraints were real, and so was enough evidence of unlawful detention to prevent the matter being dismissed as David making an extraordinary allegation against a large company. Records recovered there, combined with Imogen's preserved laboratory data and the trail Henry had already assembled, pointed toward contractors with links back to Northbridge. "Links," David repeated, "not Northbridge employees. Some are contractors, some are subcontractors, some appear to have been very carefully selected so that everyone above them can discover they've never heard of anyone below them." "That sounds reassuring." "It isn't intended to." Imogen cut in. "They also weren't as clean as they thought. The false alert that got you moving came through compromised research credentials. We preserved everything before anybody could remotely tidy it up. Access logs, messages, timestamps, purchase records. They touched too many systems." David leaned back carefully. Even the chair pressing against his ribs was uncomfortable. "Enough? For consequences?" Henry asked. "Yes. For me to promise you which executive knew exactly what? No." That answer felt more trustworthy than certainty would have. Clara rested one hip against the work table. "And the room?" A pause followed. Henry said, "That is the part attracting attention." David's fingers went automatically to the zipped pocket containing Vault Key A. "The room was secured," Henry continued. "People were outside it. By the time they entered, David was gone. They found restraints, equipment, water, signs of what had been done and fragments of the 2 paintings. They did not find a tunnel, damaged wall, concealed exit or any ordinary explanation for how an injured man left." Imogen gave a tired sound. "Northbridge doesn't understand it either. That may be the one comforting part." "It isn't comforting," David said. "No," she agreed, "but it's better than them understanding." David checked Home Garden B and Studio B through the fabric of his other pockets. All 3 were still there. Henry's voice hardened slightly. "I need you to understand something else. What happened today gives us leverage. Criminal exposure, civil claims, insurance consequences, discovery risk, reputation damage. People involved in that site may be arrested, and some of them may decide cooperation is preferable to loyalty." "Good." "Yes, good. But don't confuse punishment with protection." David looked at Clara. Henry continued, "We can make this operation expensive. We can make Northbridge regret authorizing it, assuming we can prove who did. We cannot obtain a court order forbidding every corporation, government office, intelligence service or ambitious idiot from becoming interested in Rowan Finch Research forever." Imogen spoke more quietly. "The research worked, David. That problem didn't disappear because they crossed a line." The distinction settled unpleasantly. Northbridge had failed. David was alive, their facility was exposed, their contractors had left evidence behind, and they had learned nothing about other worlds. Yet Rowan Finch Research still possessed technology that should not exist. Someone else could notice. Someone else could decide asking politely was optional. David pressed a hand against the 3 cards beneath his clothes and felt no safer than he had before the call. David ended the call with Henry and spent several seconds staring at the 3 cards beneath his hands. Home Garden B, Studio B, Vault Key A. 3 independent routes, all useful, all painted separately, all capable of saving his life. He had treated that as redundancy. Now he could see the assumption buried inside it. He needed to keep at least one. Northbridge had taken his coat, searched him, removed the obvious cards and destroyed his access to 2 roots simply by separating him from pieces of painted board. Vault Key A had saved him because somebody had missed it, not because his precautions had defeated the search. David opened the notebook again. "What are you doing?" Clara asked. "Finding the point where the plan stops working." She moved around the work table and sat opposite him. David wrote 3 headings. Carry. Hide. Duplicate. Carry several cards, he said. They take all of them. Clara nodded. Hide one better. They search better. Also yes. More duplicates in the vault. They take the key to the vault. David tapped the pen against the page. Exactly. He had built an impressive system around the assumption that failure would be partial. Lose one route, use another. Lose an Earth studio, retreat to the cottage. Lose a card, repaint it from the vault. Every answer depended on him retaining some physical bridge to the next answer. Northbridge had very nearly removed the entire chain in one search. I could keep one in a shoe, David said. Clara looked at him. I know. A shoe. I said I know. Good. I wanted to make certain trauma hadn't damaged the part of your brain responsible for recognizing stupid ideas. David crossed out shoe. The movement pulled at his wrist. He stopped, flexed his fingers carefully and looked at the broken cuff still circling the joint. They can strip me, he said. Search seams. Take jewelry. Take a wallet. Take shoes. If they know paintings matter, anything that looks like painted material becomes suspect. And if you carry tools to make another? They take the tools. Hide tools somewhere? Then I need a route to the somewhere. Clara leaned back. So stop solving the wrong problem. David looked at her. You keep asking how to hide an object better. You've just proved hiding an object better isn't enough. Before David could answer, Clara's phone rang. Henry had apparently decided their previous conversation was not sufficiently unpleasant. I have one more proposal, he said when Clara answered. David left the phone on speaker. Does it involve putting a card somewhere anatomically ambitious? There was a pause. No. Then you're already ahead. Henry ignored that. Your personal security problem and Rowan Finch Research's security problem are similar. You're both trying to survive by being difficult to reach. Imogen had joined him again. And obscurity stopped working the moment Northbridge noticed us. Henry continued. So we change the cost of touching the company. David and Imogen keep control. We do not sell Rowan Finch. We do not hand anyone your source. We bring in one heavyweight minority partner at the legitimate technology layer. David frowned. How heavyweight? Large enough that abducting a founder stops being an incident involving a small private research company and becomes an attack on an investment their lawyers, insurers, compliance people and board care about. Imogen added. Someone with enough industrial capacity to make the derivative program credible without needing access to the original technology. David understood the shape of it. A larger partner would create attention, which normally sounded like the opposite of security. It would also create witnesses, contracts, outside records and people Northbridge could not quietly persuade to forget that Rowan Finch Research existed. They get equity, David said. A minority stake, Henry replied. Structured so you and Imogen retain control. They get access? To what the company legitimately develops, Imogen said. Not the blade source. Not your private collection. Nothing else you haven't authorized. David's fingers closed over the cards in his pockets again. A personal answer and a business answer to the same failure. Stop depending entirely on things that could be quietly taken away. He looked down at the crossed-out word shoe and drew a line beneath the page. I need something nobody can confiscate. Clara's expression lost its humor. Yes, she said, you do. David called Henry back before he could talk himself into postponing the decision. Imogen joined within a minute. Clara remained beside him at the work table, close enough that David could see her watching his hands rather than the phone. He had checked the 3 cards again while waiting for the call to connect. I've considered the partner idea, David said. Henry's answer came immediately. That was quick. I had a kidnapping to focus my attention. Nobody laughed. David rubbed his thumb along the edge of the notebook. I'm not shutting Rowan Finch down. Good, Imogen said. I'm also not selling it. Better. And I'm not giving a third party access to the source technology. Henry said, "Nobody proposed that." "I know. I'm saying it anyway." David shifted in the chair and regretted what the movement did to his ribs. "Imogen and I keep control. Whatever partner comes in gets a minority position and access only to the legitimate program. Earth developed derivatives, manufacturing work, whatever you two decide makes sense. They don't get the blade source, my private holdings or anything outside Rowan Finch's normal research." Imogen was quiet for a moment. "I can work with that." "So can I," Henry said. "I'll start identifying candidates. Industrial rather than purely financial would probably give us more useful weight, but I'll bring options before anyone is approached seriously. And they need to understand that buying part of the company doesn't buy me." Henry's voice turned dry. "I suspect that point will make it into several documents." David looked at Clara. She gave him a small nod. "Do it," he said. "Explore the three-party structure." The decision did not make him feel safer. It did make one problem belong to people who could actually work on it, which was close enough for the moment. After the call ended, David took Vault Key A from his zip pocket. He opened the root and held it while Clara crossed with him, then followed her into the vault. Home Garden B and Studio B remained where he had put them, one in each inside pocket. He had no intention of returning any of the three yet. The vault looked reassuringly solid and completely inadequate. David walked past the shelves, turned at the far wall and came back. His ribs shortened the stride he wanted to take, but standing still was worse. Steel cabinets, reinforced walls, duplicate cards, emergency kits and enough stored equipment to solve almost any problem were arranged around him. Provided he could reach them. Clara leaned against the workbench. "You're pacing." "I'm thinking." "You can do both. I'm merely identifying the activity." David reached the opposite wall and turned again. "Proper storage." "The vault is proper storage." "No. The vault is excellent storage. Access is the problem." His hand went to Vault Key A again. "I need something that stays with me when everything else is taken." Clara watched him make another circuit. "Which is tomorrow's problem?" "It became today's problem when somebody strapped me to a board." She did not tell him to stop. David slowed beside the shelves. His mind had already moved through possibilities he had encountered in fiction over the years. Rings, inventories, bags larger inside than outside, bound artifacts, systems that treated possessions as entries on a private interface rather than objects someone could pull from a pocket. Some would solve the problem beautifully. Some came attached to things he wanted absolutely no part of. "I want proper soul-bound storage," David muttered. "Preferably without joining a murderous game system to get it." Clara's mouth twitched, but she did not let the humor become permission to dismiss the fear beneath it. "Then perhaps you should find out what the alternatives actually cost." David stopped pacing. That was the right question. Not what could store the most. Not what sounded impressive. Not what some fictional protagonist had accepted because the story made it useful. What could survive Northbridge's room without demanding something worse in return? He closed the vault route only after they were back in the secure studio. Then he began pulling books and notes from the shelves, setting them on the worktable one at a time while Clara found a legal pad. Home Garden B remained in his left pocket. Studio B stayed in his right. Vault Key A went back into the zip pocket beneath them. For now, his answer to confiscation was still 3 pieces of painted board. David intended to find a better one. 37. A book with inventory. The secure studio had acquired the look of a second-hand bookshop after a minor burglary. David occupied one end of the worktable with his soup pushed aside, 3 novels open around him and another stack within reach. Clara sat opposite with the legal pad she had found, while Home Garden B, Studio B and Vault Key A remained distributed through David's clothes exactly where they had been since his escape. Every few minutes his fingers checked one without permission from the rest of him. Clara noticed the latest inspection and drew a line across the top of the pad. "We're not asking whether something sounds useful." "I wasn't. You were reading about an inventory capable of holding several tons. That sounds useful. It also sounds like you." David conceded that with a slight movement of his head. His ribs discouraged anything more enthusiastic. "Fine. What are we asking?" Clara wrote 6 questions in a column, reading each aloud as she went. "Can they take it from you? Can they cut it out of you? Can somebody else open it? Does it pass to somebody when you die? Can the people or power behind it find you through it? And does obtaining it bind you to anything you don't control? David stared at the list. You've taken all the fun out of magical shopping. You were kidnapped yesterday. That ended the joke before he tried to rescue it. David looked down at the open book nearest his hand, but for an instant he saw the interrogation room instead. His coat gone. His pockets emptied. His wrists fixed down. Someone methodically examining everything he had believed constituted preparation. He turned the book around so Clara could see his notes. Then that's the test. Not whether the storage works. Whether it still works in that room. Good. David selected the first possibility he had marked and described what he understood of its rules. Clara listened until he reached the impressive part, then tapped the first question with her pen. They search you. I know. Don't answer from here. Answer from there. David's mouth tightened. He made himself picture it properly. No vault. No friendly studio. No time to paint. Someone else deciding what remained on his body. They search me. And? He studied the idea again, stripping away the convenient assumptions the fictional owner had enjoyed. I don't know whether they can identify what matters. That isn't an answer. No. David rubbed carefully at the bandaging on one wrist. If my safety depends on them failing to recognize the important thing, I've rebuilt Vault Key A with different decoration. Clara wrote that down. The second possibility lasted longer. David could imagine the mechanism clearly enough to admire it, and under ordinary circumstances it would have been astonishing. Clara kept asking questions anyway. Could its owner be compelled to open it? Could access be transferred? What happened if the object was damaged? David went back through the text, checked his notes, and discovered that the story had never needed to answer several of those questions. That's irritating, he said. That means it's useful. It means the author had the good sense not to write a technical manual for fictional luggage. Clara gave him a look over the top of the pad. And you're considering trusting your life to the omitted sections. David closed the book. That hurt more than it should have, because the problem was becoming clearer. Fiction contained dozens of ways to carry impossible quantities, conceal weapons, summon possessions or make property follow its owner. He could probably reach worlds where some of them were real. What he could not do was assume that useful meant safe. He pulled another book from the stack and placed it between them. All right, nothing gets points for capacity anymore. We tested against Northbridge. Clara turned to a fresh page. And against what you're willing to let it turn you into. David paused with his hand on the cover. That question was not on the first list. After a moment, he nodded. Add it. David began with the easiest category because he wanted the satisfaction of eliminating something. Storage rings lasted less than 5 minutes. He turned one of the books sideways, found the passage he had marked and read enough to confirm that the ring was exactly what he remembered. Vast capacity, convenient retrieval and personal access. In its own world, it was the sort of possession that would have made his vault look embarrassingly old-fashioned. David could carry clothes, money, tools, weapons, food and enough painting supplies to rebuild his emergency arrangements almost anywhere. Clara tapped the legal pad. They take the ring. They take the ring. Finished. David frowned at the page. It might be keyed to the owner. Wonderful. They still take it. They might not be able to open it. Also wonderful. Where is your emergency painting kit? David looked at the imaginary ring on his hand. In somebody else's evidence locker. Clara made a neat line through the entry. The bags were worse. David had included them because several offered more room than entire buildings while remaining light enough to carry. One could have swallowed most of his existing vault inventory without noticing. Another had enough internal organization that the compulsive part of him immediately began imagining labeled shelves. Clara did not even let him finish. They take the bag. I'm beginning to dislike this game. You designed it. David crossed out 3 more candidates. Removable artifacts solve storage. They don't solve confiscation. That sounds suspiciously like progress. It feels like vandalism. The next group survived longer because nothing obvious had to remain in a pocket. David found examples connected to bloodlines, inherited magic, curses, cultivation practices and binding agreements with powers that treated words such as soul, essence and ownership with far more confidence than David did. One bloodline gift looked almost ideal until Clara asked how he intended to acquire the bloodline. I don't, David admitted. So why is it on the list? Because the result is useful. Clara pointed at the question he had added at the end of Beat One's discussion. Price. David reread his notes. The ability was inherited, not learned. Entering the world and locating somebody who possessed it would not make David part of their family, and painting himself as though he were raised questions he did not want answered about whether his power could manufacture inheritance. He drew a line through it. A cursed artifact provided storage that could not easily be separated from its bearer once accepted. Clara raised one eyebrow. You just used the word cursed. It's descriptive. It's disqualifying. Possibly. David. He sighed and read farther. The curse had rules. Those rules were understandable within the story because the people involved had grown up in a world where such things existed. David would be arriving with a stack of novels, incomplete knowledge and the confidence of someone who had already learned that fictional settings continued beyond what their authors had written. He crossed it out. Magical oaths went next. One method appeared to bind access directly to the user, which sounded excellent until Clara made him list everything capable of enforcing the oath. David stared at the resulting column. I don't know. Exactly. Magic itself might enforce it. What does that mean? I don't know. Then write that. He did. Cultivation methods annoyed him most because they offered several possibilities that appeared genuinely internal. Storage spaces tied to spiritual development, techniques embedded into the practitioner and abilities that could not simply be removed with a pair of scissors all seemed much closer to what he wanted. Then David started listing the assumptions. He would have to know whether Earth biology could cultivate at all. Whether entering the relevant world exposed him to energies his body had never encountered. Whether beginning the process could be reversed. Whether changing his body or whatever passed for a soul might affect his painting ability. Whether a method taught to natives of that reality remained safe for somebody who arrived through a painted door. The list filled half a page. Clara turned the pad toward him. Would you take an unknown drug because someone in a novel swallowed it and became stronger? No. Would you undergo an operation you couldn't explain? No. Would you sign a contract written in a language you only partly understood? David looked at her. You're enjoying this. A little. He smiled despite himself, then the movement tugged at the bruising along his face and reminded him why they were doing any of it. David looked back at the books. Rings, bags, curses, bloodlines, oaths and cultivation paths. Every one promised convenience. Some probably worked exactly as advertised. That was no longer enough. He drew a heavy line beneath the rejected group and wrote a new rule. Unknown binding was not security. Clara read it, then nodded toward the remaining books. David followed her gaze. One of them had been sitting near the bottom of the stack all evening. The Game of Tomorrow. He reached for it. David opened The Game of Tomorrow to the section he had marked and felt his interest return despite everything Clara had crossed out. This one did not begin with a ring, a bag or an artifact somebody could lock in an evidence room. The game's inventory belonged to the system account itself. Exact inventory information could remain private even when names, levels and classes were visible to other people, and physical possession was no longer the whole definition of carrying something. For the problem David was trying to solve, that distinction mattered enough that he read the relevant passages twice. Clara watched him become interested and immediately distrusted it. What's wrong with this one? I haven't reached that part yet. That means there is one. There is always one. David turned several pages and checked another note he had made. But confiscation is much harder. The inventory isn't a piece of jewelry. They can't take it by emptying my pockets. Can they force you to open it? I don't know how much access another person can compel. The books establish privacy controls, account permissions and system functions, but they weren't written to answer what happens when a non-system traveler deliberately arrives looking for one feature. Clara added a question mark beside the entry rather than crossing it out. Better than a ring. Much better. David kept reading. That was the danger. Every additional system feature made the solution more attractive. Inventory was only one part of an integrated structure involving levels, attributes, classes, abilities and progression. In the world described by the books, those things were no longer confined to entertainment. The game had become something far more consequential once reality changed around it. His enthusiasm faded. Clara saw it happen. There it is. The fog. She waited. David leaned back carefully, keeping the book open beneath one hand. The system doesn't arrive because someone finds a convenient inventory skill. The fog spreads across Earth. Everyone who breathes it becomes connected to the system. Clara looked from him to the book. Everyone? That's what the text says. And you breathe. It's one of my more persistent habits. She ignored the joke. If you opened a door there after the fog arrived? David did not answer immediately. The problem was not that he knew the result. The problem was that he did not. His body had already proved capable of crossing between realities without protecting him from their ordinary physical rules. Food worked. Air worked. Injury worked. There was no reason to assume a supernatural environmental event would politely classify him as a visitor and leave him alone. I might connect, he said. Immediately. Permanently. I don't know. Could you arrive before it happens? In principle, if I can target the right period. David turned back through his notes. But then I'm deliberately entering a world where I know the fog is coming. To wait for it? To investigate before deciding. Clara's expression said precisely what she thought of that distinction. David rubbed his forehead. Yes, I hear it. You'd be traveling to another reality so that an event capable of connecting an entire planet to a system could happen near you, because that system has convenient storage. When you phrase it like that, it loses some elegance. It never had elegance. David looked again at the account information he had marked. Inventory, attributes, skills, classes, private permissions, permanent progression. Every feature belonged to something larger, and he had spent the last hour rejecting magical contracts because he could not establish what accepting them meant. Walking voluntarily into the fog would be the same mistake at a scale large enough to make the cursed artifact look cautious. Worse, the risk did not end with storage. If the system recognized him, David had no guarantee he could choose only the inventory function. He could find himself integrated into progression rules he had never intended to join, carrying a class, attributes or some other permanent connection back to Earth. The books showed people adapting to the system because it had become part of their world. They did not show an interworld traveler entering after the fact and asking to unsubscribe. Clara touched the final question on their list. What does obtaining it bind you to? David looked at the game of tomorrow for several seconds before writing beneath its title. System integration unknown. Then he underlined it. The storage is excellent, he said. The price might be becoming a system user. And? David closed the book without crossing out the title. The world itself was too important to dismiss forever, and there might come a day when he chose to visit it knowing exactly what he was risking. That was very different from using it as emergency luggage because Northbridge had frightened him. Not for this. Clara nodded once. David moved the game of tomorrow to the rejected side of the table. I'm not joining somebody else's system because I need a better pocket. David did not reopen the game of tomorrow. He left it on the rejected side of the table and looked at the others instead. The decision should have felt like failure. In practical terms, it was. He still had no inventory, no storage ring and no method of reaching the vault if someone found every physical route he carried. Northbridge had exposed a weakness, and several hours of research had produced a growing pile of reasons not to fix it with somebody else's magic. Clara capped her pen. You're disappointed. I'm still vulnerable. Yes. That was not the comforting answer. You weren't asking for comfort. David glanced at her. I could probably keep searching until I found something less obviously terrible. You will. He knew she was right. There were more books, more worlds and more systems than they had touched tonight. Somewhere among them might be a storage method whose rules he could understand well enough to trust. The temptation was to keep going until exhaustion turned uncertainty into permission. David recognized that impulse too easily now. Northbridge had frightened him badly enough that anything promising security arrived with an advantage before he even examined it. He pulled the legal pad closer and read back through their conclusions. Removable failed. Unknown binding failed. Inherited powers he could not safely acquire failed. Curses failed. Oaths whose enforcement he did not understand failed. Cultivation methods that might change his body or soul failed. System integration through the fog failed most spectacularly of all. Clara watched him reach the bottom of the page. Still think this was a wasted evening? No. David set the pen down. I know what I won't do. That's useful. It's not storage. No, it's judgment. David gave her a tired look. You realize that sounds suspiciously responsible. I'll recover. His ribs hurt, his wrists hurt, and the cuff marks under the dressings had begun itching in the irritating way minor injuries often did once the immediate crisis was over. None of it matched the larger discomfort of knowing that his best emergency system still depended on 3 small paintings hidden in his clothes. He checked them again, caught himself doing it, and this time did not pretend the movement meant anything else. Fear. David let his hands rest on the table. I'm not going to visit a world tonight, he said. Clara's shoulders eased by a degree. Good. I'm not going to paint a ring I can't define, experiment with a curse, take an oath to something I can't identify or stand around waiting for magical fog because the user interface has good inventory management. That is an encouragingly specific safety policy. And I'm not done. I assume not. David gathered the rejected books into a more orderly stack, leaving the game of tomorrow on top. He was not banning the world forever. That would be another kind of fear pretending to be judgment. Someday he might choose to see it. If he did, he would go because he wanted to experience that reality and accepted the consequences, not because he was desperate enough to treat an entire world as a hardware shop. He closed the legal pad. I'll keep looking, but I'm not gambling my identity on another world's standard protagonist path. Clara nodded. Then tonight you stop. David glanced toward the studio shelves. Part of him wanted to object that stopping left the original problem untouched. Another part understood that this was precisely why stopping mattered. For tonight, his pockets still held 3 painted cards. Nothing more, nothing better. He hated that answer. He accepted it anyway. 38. Not joining the system. The Northbridge cuffs lay in a plastic evidence bag at the far end of the work table. David had not wanted to keep them. Clara had insisted, pointing out that throwing away anything Northbridge had used on him before somebody competent examined it would be idiotic. So the restraints remained in the secure studio, wiped clean of nothing, handled as little as possible and positioned where David could see them whenever he looked up. He rubbed his left wrist without thinking. The steel was gone, but the skin beneath the dressing still felt tender, and his ankles carried matching bruises where the lower restraints had bitten into him. Having the cuffs removed should have made him feel better. Instead, seeing them lying harmlessly inside transparent plastic made it uncomfortably easy to remember how little strength had mattered once someone else controlled the locks. By the following afternoon, that memory had become a design requirement. The secure studio was quieter without the stack of novels spread across the work table. Clara had taken most of them away before leaving, partly to clear the room and partly, David suspected, because she knew exactly what he would do if the game of tomorrow remained within reach. His ribs still objected when he bent too far, and the dressings around his wrists made fine brush control uncomfortable, but neither injury stopped him from setting a small prepared panel on the easel. This time he was not borrowing anything. He had written the specification himself. The painted object was barely larger than a coin, a dark oval token with no ornament beyond a narrow border. It did not resemble a ring, key, pendant or any other obvious possession worth stealing. David had deliberately avoided runes, symbols and decorative nonsense because none of them meant anything to him. The object itself was simple. The intended function was not. He wanted it bound to him. David stared at those 4 words in his notebook, then added a question mark. What exactly does that mean? His empty studio offered no opinion. He considered ownership first. That was easy enough to understand in ordinary terms and completely useless here. A painting could create something he owned, but Northbridge had already demonstrated how little ownership mattered while somebody else controlled his pockets and wrists. Physical attachment was better, but only by degrees. A token beneath the skin could still be removed. Something embedded deeper could be cut out with considerably worse consequences. He had no desire to create an emergency system whose security feature was encouraging kidnappers to become surgeons. David crossed out physically bound. He tried identity next. The token belongs only to David Rowan and cannot be used by another person. That sounded coherent until he read it aloud. Which David Rowan? The dead man had been David Rowan. The younger man sitting at the easel was also David Rowan, legally through Henry's work and personally because David had refused to become anyone else. His body was not the one he had been born with. Even his age was wrong. If the painting interpreted identity physically, legally or biologically, David had no idea which answer it would choose. He crossed that out too. Soulbound remained. David looked at the phrase for a long time before touching brush to panel again. Fantasy novels use the term with enviable confidence. An object recognized the soul. A weapon chose its owner. An inventory followed somebody through transformation, death or reincarnation because the rules said that was what souls did. David had no such rules. He could paint a screwdriver without knowing the steel recipe because he understood what a screwdriver was. He could paint a doorway because he understood passage, destination and connection. Even the impossible things that worked had rested on a result he could hold clearly in his mind. Soul did not. Was it consciousness, memory, identity, some actual non-physical structure he had carried from his dying body into the painted cottage and then into body one? If he died again, did the token follow him? If he painted another body, did ownership transfer? If somebody removed the token while he lived, did it stop functioning, return to him, vanish, injure him or remain connected across distance? Every answer required another rule he did not possess. David lowered the brush before uncertainty became wishful thinking. The little token remained unfinished, one edge fading into bare prepared surface. The door opened behind him and Clara stepped inside carrying 2 coffees. Her gaze moved from David to the easel, then briefly to the bagged cuffs before settling on the notebook crowded with crossed-out definitions. You started. I stopped. Clara placed his coffee beside him. That sounds healthier. David studied the unfinished token. Yesterday he had rejected other people's systems because he could not define what accepting them would do to him. Creating his own badly defined system would not become safer merely because he held the brush. I can paint something soul-bound, he said. What I can't do is tell you what soul-bound means. Clara looked at the unfinished work. Then you're not painting it. No. David set the brush down. Not until I can define every part that matters. The answer irritated him, but beneath that irritation was something steadier. He had not failed to create the token. He had refused to guess. David picked up the unfinished panel again, not to continue it but because destroying something before understanding the failure felt too much like hiding from the result. He carried it back to the work table and set it beside the legal pad. Clara took the chair opposite him, coffee in hand, while David wrote a heading beneath the crossed-out definitions. Removable. That one at least I understand, he said. Clara glanced toward the discarded study. You understood it yesterday. I understood why somebody else's ring was a bad idea. I want to know whether making my own changes anything. That earned him a cautious nod. David turned to a clean page and began with the easiest object he could imagine. A plain band. No foreign magic, no system, no curse, no inheritance rules. He would paint it himself and define its function through the same deliberate intent that had made his doors work. Touch the ring, think of the vault, move an object between the two. No mysterious internal space and no borrowed power. It would be his own creation connecting to a place he already understood. For several seconds, it looked almost elegant. Then Clara held out her hand. David stared at it. Give me the ring. I haven't made it. The imaginary one. He sighed and mimed removing it from his finger. Clara closed her hand around nothing and placed that nothing beside her coffee. There, she said, you've been kidnapped. David looked at the empty patch of table. I could make it respond only to me. You can do that with Vault Key A already. And if they take it, I can't use it. Exactly. David leaned back. The problem irritated him precisely because the ring could be perfect. He could define every important part without invoking souls, gods, systems or foreign rules. It could open only for him. It could connect directly to the existing vault rather than contain anything itself. It could be harmless in anyone else's possession. Northbridge would still put it in a bag. Fine. He drew a line through ring. Pendant. Clara did not bother speaking. Bracelet. She raised her eyebrows. Watch. David. I'm being thorough. You're naming jewelry. He crossed out the entire row. Anything externally carried can be removed. That pushed him toward the answer he had been avoiding since yesterday. David turned the page and sketched a small capsule beneath the skin of his forearm. The concept needed no supernatural vocabulary. A created implant, physically embedded in his body, containing or providing the same deliberate connection he could have given the ring. It could be small enough not to interfere with movement and deep enough that a casual search would miss it. Clara's expression changed as she looked at the sketch. No. I haven't proposed anything yet. You drew where it goes. It's a thought experiment. It's inside your arm. Yes. Clara set down her coffee. And the people who chained you to a chair were prepared to hurt you. So what happens when they find out it's inside your arm? David looked at the sketch again. He had been thinking about detection. Metal scanners. Medical imaging. A scar someone might notice. He had even been wondering whether he could create something non-metallic. He had not followed the problem to its obvious conclusion. They cut it out. Clara's voice softened. Yes. David rubbed the dressing over his wrist. The gesture brought the bagged cuffs into the corner of his vision, and suddenly the neat little capsule on the page looked obscene. He imagined waking restrained while someone explained that the object they wanted was under his skin. His creation might remain obedient to him every second until they removed the piece of him containing it. He crossed through the drawings so hard the pen tore the paper. Deeper doesn't help, he said. It only increases what they have to do to reach it. And what they have to do to you. David nodded. He tried another possibility aloud, something woven permanently around bone, then stopped before Clara could answer. It suffered from the same failure. Every object remained an object. If it occupied a location in his body, somebody sufficiently determined could attack that location. The soul-bound token had failed because he could not define the binding. The ring failed because it could be taken. The implant failed because it could be removed violently. Changing materials, shapes or hiding places did nothing to the underlying problem. David looked across the table at Clara. I've been solving the wrong thing. She waited. Capacity isn't the problem. Neither is concealment. He tapped the page where ring, pendant and implant had all been crossed out. Every one of these assumes I need an object that gives me access. And you don't? I don't know. David looked toward the secured studio around them, then at the 3 painted cards still distributed through his clothing. But if the answer can be confiscated, I haven't answered Northbridge at all. David left the crossed-out implant on the page and moved to the whiteboard. He wrote access at the top, then beneath it, object, body, identity, soul. Clara remained at the table, watching him work through each word as though it had personally offended him. You're still trying to find somewhere to put the key. I'm trying to find somewhere Northbridge can't reach. That's not the same problem. David stopped with the marker against the board. Clara nodded toward his 3 painted cards. Those work because you understand them. They're paintings with defined destinations. The weakness is that you carry them. I know. So stop starting with the thing you want to make. David looked back at her. What do I start with? What you already did. That sent his attention to Home Garden B, still concealed in his clothing. He took the card out and placed it on the work table, then added Studio B and Vault Key A beside it. 3 ordinary-looking paintings, each absurdly valuable because of what David understood them to mean. He had not built a system. He had painted doors. The distinction bothered him enough that he sat down again. When I painted the first deliberate door, I wasn't inventing a mechanism, he said. I knew the destination. I knew what a door did. I painted the connection. Clara nodded, and the painting supplied whatever reality needed to make that true. Apparently. What did you understand when you made Vault Key A? David picked up the card. The painted image was simple because simplicity had been the point. The vault already existed. I wanted a reliable private route to it. The painting represented access. Not storage. No. Not teleportation. No. Not a magical key. David looked at the card more carefully. No, I called it a key because that was convenient. Clara pulled the legal pad back toward herself. Then perhaps stop naming things after fantasy equipment before you decide what they actually are. He gave her a narrow look. You've become unpleasantly good at this. I've had practice. David ignored that and turned the card over in his fingers. He had spent the previous evening searching fiction for an inventory because inventory was the obvious answer to confiscation. Then he had spent today trying to design an object that could not be confiscated. Both approaches assumed the solution needed to resemble something other stories had already taught him to recognize. His own ability had never shown much interest in categories. A painted apple became food. A painted screwdriver became a functioning tool. A painted body became alive. A painted place could become somewhere he entered. A painting could connect realities without David understanding the physics involved, provided the intended result was coherent enough for him to paint. He took the marker again and erased access. What if I don't need a key at all? Clara leaned forward. Go on. David wrote vault beneath the erased word. I keep treating access as something carried by me because that's how doors work in ordinary life. You carry a key. You present a card. You remember a code. But my painted doors don't authenticate me. The painting itself establishes the route. And without the painting? There's no route I know how to use. That sounds like the same problem. It is. David capped the marker. Unless I can change which part of the idea has to be physical. Clara's expression tightened. Careful. I'm not painting anything. Good. David returned to the table and opened his notebook to the earliest experiments. He found notes made when the cottage had still been his prison, then later observations about extracted objects, deliberate destinations and the first stable doors. Some entries were crude because he had been learning under pressure. Others contained assumptions he had never revisited because the experiments worked. That suddenly seemed dangerous. He had been asking what fictional characters possessed instead of asking what his own power had already demonstrated. David skimmed another page, then another. The paintings interpret intention, but not unlimited intention. They fail when I don't understand the result well enough. Which is why Soulbound failed. Yes. And why an invisible personal inventory might fail. Or do something I didn't mean. Clara glanced toward the novels stacked away from them. Then you need a better definition. David shook his head slowly. Maybe I need to understand why I keep reaching for certain definitions in the first place. She waited until he looked up. You've spent 2 days reading stories for answers, Clara said. You know the worlds. You know what their characters can do. But somebody decided how those abilities worked before any character used them. David's attention shifted toward the game of tomorrow. Clara followed his gaze. Study the author. David looked at the game of tomorrow, then back at the 3 cards on the table. Study the author, he repeated. Not literally, Clara said, unless you think interviewing yourself will help. I charge by the hour. You can afford yourself. David smiled, then returned to the notebook. The joke had done its job. He could see what Clara meant now. Other writers had invented rings, inventories, bloodlines and systems because those mechanisms suited their worlds. David had been treating the finished answers as though one of them must contain the shape of his own solution. His power had already given him something stranger. He closed the notebook and reached for Vault Key A. I need to go back to where I learned this. The cottage? The cottage. Clara glanced toward his ribs. Today? I'm not opening another world. I'm walking into my own painting. That wasn't my question. David considered the ache along his side and the soreness around his wrists and ankles. I can carry a mirror. I'll carry everything else. They abandoned the books. David recorded the unfinished token as a failed experiment, including the reasons he had stopped, then destroyed the panel rather than leave an ambiguous object among his working studies. There was no dramatic reaction when he cut through the painted token and broke the panel down. It had never been finished, never extracted and never activated. That was exactly how he wanted it recorded. Clara packed a compact portrait kit while David collected a rectangular mirror from the studio washroom and checked Vault Key A twice before putting it back into his pocket. The irony was sufficiently obvious that neither of them commented on it. The cottage received them without ceremony. David stepped through first and found the garden exactly as he remembered it. The path, the stone walls, the cottage beyond and the impossible familiarity of a place he had once believed might contain the rest of his existence. Clara followed carrying the supplies, and together they went inside. Nothing in the cottage had become less ordinary because David now understood how impossible it was. He set the mirror on the long table near the window and adjusted it until the afternoon light reached him cleanly. For several seconds he simply looked. The man in the glass was 32 in appearance, tall, healthy and far stronger than the dying 46-year-old who had painted this place. The bruising around his face was temporary. The injuries Northbridge had given him would heal. Beneath them, Body 1 remained exactly what David had wanted when wanting a body had meant wanting another life. Clara put the portrait supplies beside him but did not interrupt. David lifted his shirt enough to inspect his ribs, then turned slightly before the mirror. His body was not merely something the paintings had repaired. It was something they had made. That distinction landed harder here. "This is the first thing I ever carried out of a painting that I couldn't put on a table," he said. Clara looked at his reflection rather than directly at him. "You. Me." He lowered the shirt and stared at himself again. Body 1 had crossed the frame before David's consciousness followed. The painting had supplied anatomy, function, scars he had deliberately retained, repairs he had deliberately requested, and details no canvas could physically contain. He had spent 2 days asking how to attach storage to himself when his power had already demonstrated that it could make the body itself part of a painted design. David's attention shifted to Vault Key A in his hand. Not inventory, not a ring, not an implant, not a foreign system. A painted connection to a place he already owned and understood. "What if the key isn't something I carry?" he said. Clara's eyes narrowed slightly. "Explain." David touched his left side, high against the ribs, imagining a small mark there rather than an object beneath the skin. A painted door incorporated into the body at creation. Not a rune with borrowed magical meaning. Not an independent storage space. Simply the same vault connection he already knew how to make, expressed as part of him instead of a card in his pocket. His excitement rose, then faltered as he looked at the healthy man in the mirror. There was one enormous problem. He could not add it to Body 1. David had created this body through a finished portrait. Changing the portrait now would not alter the man standing in front of the mirror. If he wanted the connection built into his body from the beginning, he knew only one method that had ever produced a body at all. He would have to paint another one. Clara understood from his face before he spoke. "This body is fine," David said quietly. "Yes. I fought to get it. I know." David rested his hand against his ribs and looked at the reflection that had once seemed an impossible reward. He had found an answer Northbridge could not take from his pocket. The price was giving up the body he had fought so hard to keep. 39. Back to the cottage. David left the mirror where it was. The easy thing would have been to begin sketching immediately, while the idea still felt sharp enough to outrun doubt. Instead, he stood in the cottage sitting room with one hand resting against the edge of the table and studied the man reflected in the glass. The bruises Northbridge had left were already fading. His ribs still complained if he twisted too quickly, and the marks around his wrists and ankles remained ugly reminders beneath their dressings, but none of that belonged to the body itself. Given time, every injury would heal. There was nothing wrong with Body 1. That made what he was considering considerably worse. David pulled out the chair and sat where he could see both his reflection and the room behind it. He had painted this cottage while dying. Not this exact table, perhaps, or every object that now filled the shelves, but the place had begun as his answer to everything illness had taken from him. Quiet, strength, work, a landscape he could walk through without calculating how far he could make it before needing to sit down. He remembered waking here after the studio floor. At first he had thought the cottage might be some strange final mercy. Then he had found the frame and seen the real room beyond it, his own body lying where it had fallen. He remembered shouting until his throat hurt even though no sound crossed the barrier. He remembered strangers coming for the corpse, Tom eventually clearing the studio, and the humiliation of being carried to a pawnshop as part of a painting nobody knew contained a living man. Clara moved quietly behind him, unpacking the portrait supplies without interrupting. David raised one hand and flexed his fingers before the mirror. No neuropathy, no weakness, no swollen joints or chemotherapy tremor. He remembered the first time he had understood that the body inside the painting felt healthy. That discovery had led eventually to the other portrait, the empty vessel he had painted with more hope than certainty because an authenticated baseball had proved his creations could survive outside the frame. "I remember being terrified it wouldn't breathe," he said. Clara paused beside the supply case. "The first body?" David nodded. "I'd spent all that time deciding what it should look like, then when it was finished I suddenly realized I'd made something that ought to be alive." He could still see Body 1 lying inside the cottage, dressed for a world it had never entered, emergency gold tucked into its pockets. Alive, breathing and empty. David had pushed it through the frame because he had run out of safer ideas. Then he had watched his new body collapse onto the pawnshop floor while he remained trapped inside the painting. What followed had never become less extraordinary with repetition. Desperation, intent, will, some rule of the painting he still could not name. He had reached for that body with everything he had, and suddenly the frame was gone. David touched his chest, remembering his first breath on the pawnshop floor. The strength had almost frightened him. Standing without weakness had felt unnatural. Walking without neuropathy had been a revelation. Food tasted better because he was hungry instead of nauseated. Stares became stares rather than negotiations. His eyesight was perfect. His teeth no longer hurt. His knee worked. His shoulder worked. He had spent weeks discovering ordinary things his dying body had taught him to stop expecting. Then came everything after. Clara believing him. Henry helping him exist again without resurrecting a dead man. The first new commission. The property. The vault. The doors. Holmes. Imogen. Rowan Finch. Northbridge. Body one had been there for all of it. David looked at the fading bruise along his cheek. Northbridge had damaged the body, but they had not made it inadequate. He wasn't replacing worn equipment. He wasn't escaping cancer again. If he painted another body now, he would be abandoning a healthy one because fear had taught him it could be restrained. Clara came to stand beside him, her reflection joining his. You don't have to decide today. I know. That wasn't permission to ignore me. David almost smiled. I know that too. He stood and faced the mirror more squarely. 32 years old in appearance. 6'2". Strong, healthy and recognizably himself. He had once thought getting this body was the most impossible thing his paintings would ever give him. Now he was contemplating giving it up voluntarily. David rested his fingertips against the glass over his reflected ribs, then lowered his hand. If I do this, I'm not fixing anything. Clara watched him carefully. No. That matters. Yes. David looked toward the waiting portrait supplies but did not touch them. The next painting could wait until he understood exactly what he was asking it to replace. David did not begin with the new body. He began with the old portrait notes. The pages from his first transformation were almost embarrassing now. Measurements sat beside corrections made from memory, half-legible anatomical reminders, and several comments written by a dying man who had discovered that impossible creation did not require false modesty. David found the height calculation, the repaired shoulder, the knee, the vision correction and the notes about restoring his teeth. He also found the decisions that had seemed trivial then but no longer did. The thumb scar, the shape of his hands, a slight asymmetry around his mouth, details he had deliberately preserved because removing every flaw had started to make the face look like somebody else. Clara read over his shoulder. You documented more than I expected. I was planning to live in it. You were planning to escape a pawnshop. Those weren't mutually exclusive goals. She smiled, but David kept studying the pages. The temptation to improve things was present almost immediately. He could add muscle, adjust his face again, remove the scar he had once chosen to keep. He could probably make himself taller, although at 6'2" the practical case for that was difficult to defend even to himself. The possibilities had amused him the first time. Now they felt wrong. David turned to a fresh sheet and wrote, Body 2. Body 1 preserved. Clara leaned closer. Exactly? As close as I can define exactly. He worked methodically. Same apparent age. Same height. Same proportions. Same face. Same hair, eyes, teeth, fingerprints, retinal pattern and biological identity. The last items were things he could not paint molecule by molecule, but he had not needed microscopic knowledge when he created Body 1. He had understood that the body was David Rowan, and the painting had supplied the physical details that made that intention coherent. This time he added them deliberately anyway. He preserved his health rather than improving it. No cancer, no treatment damage, no neuropathy. The repaired knee and shoulder stayed repaired. His vision remained perfect. His current strength and physical condition remained his current strength and physical condition, not some upgraded version inspired by what he might be able to paint. David paused over the page. No reset either. Clara looked up. Meaning? I don't want to paint myself as freshly manufactured. He touched the dressing at his wrist. If this is me, then it should be me now. The fading bruises troubled him more. He had no desire to preserve Northbridge's injuries permanently, but removing them in the design felt suspiciously close to using the transformation as convenient healing. After several minutes he settled on healthy anatomy and current physical condition as the underlying state, with ordinary temporary injuries remaining ordinary temporary injuries rather than becoming part of the body's permanent design. Clara watched him write it down. "You're making this remarkably unattractive as an upgrade." "That's the point." Only when the replacement specification filled most of a page did David set up the larger portrait surface. He positioned the mirror, adjusted the light and began drawing himself with the same professional discipline he would have used on any serious portrait. The difference was that every mark carried an instruction he understood. He was not painting an empty vessel to push through a frame. He was painting himself as he existed now. That distinction changed the work. The first body portrait had contained anticipation, escape and the almost intoxicating freedom of deciding what illness no longer got to keep. This one demanded restraint. David corrected anything that drifted toward improvement. He refused a slightly stronger jaw because the mirror did not show it. He reduced the shoulders after unconsciously broadening them. When Clara noticed, she said nothing, which was somehow worse. Hours later, the painted David looked back at him with familiar eyes. David lifted his shirt and steadied the bare skin high along his left ribs. He chose the location because clothing would conceal it easily and because he could reach it without difficulty. On the portrait, he began adding a small painted mark there, not a rune and not a symbol borrowed from another world. It resembled what it was meant to be, a tiny closed door rendered directly as part of his skin. Clara moved beside him. "That's all? For the appearance? And the function?" David lowered the brush. That question required a different kind of precision. The body design was finished enough for him to know who the painted man was. The small door was in place. What it actually allowed him to do still had to be defined before he dared complete anything. David set the brush across the palette and reached for his notebook. David wrote the first rule before touching the portrait again. The mark connected only to the existing vault. That removed the most dangerous temptation immediately. He was not creating storage inside his body, a pocket dimension, an inventory or anything else he did not understand. The vault already existed as a real place. Vault Key already proved that one of his paintings could provide access to it. The small door on body 2 would do nothing more ambitious than extend that established connection. Clara read the sentence from beside him. "So if the vault disappears? The connection becomes useless. And if somebody destroys the things stored there? They're destroyed." David added that to his notes. "The mark doesn't preserve anything. It doesn't copy anything. It doesn't make the vault safer." "Good. You sound disappointed." "I'm delighted by every magical feature you decide not to invent." David ignored her and considered the next requirement. Vault Key A created a route he could physically use. That could not survive unchanged. A door large enough to admit his body would defeat the purpose of making the access inseparable from him, and the thought of accidentally opening a human-sized passage through his ribs ended the possibility before it became an experiment. He wrote, "No living passage." Clara tapped the page. "Including you. Including me. Including anyone else. No people, animals, insects or anything alive." "What about plants?" David frowned. "Alive. I know. I'm making sure you do." He added plants anyway. Precision cost nothing while it remained ink on paper. The practical use was simpler. David imagined reaching into a pocket without needing the pocket itself. He could consciously select a non-living object he knew was in the vault and bring it to hand. Returning something would work in reverse. There would be no automatic response to fear, injury or unconsciousness. No object would appear because he vaguely wanted help. The transfer had to be deliberate. That distinction mattered after Northbridge. "If I'm unconscious, it does nothing," he said. Clara's expression tightened briefly, but she nodded. "And if somebody threatens you?" "It still does nothing unless I choose to use it." "That means they can't force it by moving your hand." "Exactly." David wrote "conscious initiation required," then stared at the words until he was satisfied he understood them. The tattoo was not meant to read his mind. It did not need to know his emotions, determine his intentions or decide what counted as an emergency. David would choose an object and deliberately request the transfer. Anything less invited interpretation he could not control. The next limit concerned size. He could imagine the obvious fantasy answer. Anything that fit within some vast invisible capacity. That was exactly the sort of thinking he had spent the last 2 days rejecting. The connection was part of his body. Whatever passed through it needed to arrive safely into a space his hands and surroundings could actually accommodate. Manageable objects, he said. Clara looked at him. Define manageable. David held out both hands. Something I can reasonably handle. You can reasonably handle a rifle. Yes. A chair? Probably. A refrigerator? No. Good. I'm glad your magic has discovered furniture delivery limits. David smiled despite himself and refined the rule. The transfer could move ordinary non-living objects that he could safely hold, carry or place within his immediate physical space. No vehicles. No machinery too large to handle. No bringing half an object through. No using the connection as a cutting tool by transferring part of something while leaving the rest behind. That possibility earned another firm underline. Clara watched him write. You thought of that remarkably quickly. I own power tools. I know what people do with badly designed openings. You mean what you would do. That too. He continued until the specification stopped growing. Existing vault only. Deliberate conscious transfer. Non-living objects. Whole objects. Manageable size and weight. Safe arrival into immediate reach. No bodily passage. No independent storage. No automatic defense, healing, summoning, protection or other function hiding inside convenient wording. When he finished, David read the entire definition aloud. Nothing in it required souls. Nothing required a foreign system. Nothing required the tattoo to understand who David was beyond being part of the body he was painting. He set the notebook beside the easel and looked at the tiny door high on the painted ribs. For the first time since he had conceived Body 2, the mark no longer looked like an idea borrowed from fantasy. It looked like one of his doors. David picked up the brush and began finishing the portrait around it. David worked until the light at the window had shifted far enough that Clara turned on the cottage lamps. The final stages were slower than they should have been. He knew the face. He knew the body. He had spent hours defining the small painted door until every function he intended could be stated in ordinary language. Yet finishing the portrait carried a weight no technical problem could remove. David kept finding reasons to inspect edges that needed no correction or compare proportions he had already checked twice. Eventually Clara said, "You're done." David looked at the portrait. She was right. Body 2 stood against a plain background, recognizably him without becoming a younger, stronger or more flattering version. The tiny door high on the left ribs was almost unnoticeable unless someone knew to look for it. Everything about the painting said David Rowan as he existed now, including the parts vanity might have preferred to adjust. He cleaned the brush rather than answer. Clara had already prepared the other side of the room. Water, towels, blankets, the medical kit and the rest of the recovery supplies sat where they could be reached immediately. Nothing suggested she knew exactly what would happen when David eventually activated the portrait. Neither of them did. They only knew that the first transformation had involved collapse, unconsciousness and a new body waking on a pawnshop floor. This time there was no pawnshop and no dying man. That should have made it easier. It didn't. David set the cleaned brush aside and approached the portrait without touching it. He could feel the completion in the same difficult-to-define way he knew when any serious painting was finished. There was nothing left to correct without changing what he had intended. Complete, he said. Clara joined him, but not activated. No. Can it wait? David considered the question before answering. As far as I know. Then it waits. He glanced at her. You've become very commanding in my cottage. I brought the coffee. Hours ago. My authority persists. The small joke eased something without removing it. David looked back at Body 2. The portrait no longer represented a theoretical solution. It was a finished option waiting for his decision. The difference was uncomfortable. Clara folded her arms. I'm going to ask you something, and I want an answer before you activate that. All right. Are you doing this because you've considered the problem and decided this is necessary, or because Northbridge put you in cuffs and you're still frightened enough to do anything that promises you won't feel that helpless again? David did not answer immediately. His first impulse was irritation, mostly because the question landed too close to one he had avoided asking himself. He had tested removable objects. He had rejected implants. He had returned to his own power instead of accepting someone else's system. He had defined the tattoo narrowly and refused every convenient extra ability. All of that proved he had been careful. It did not prove he was calm. "I am frightened," he said. Clara watched him without rescuing him from the admission. David rubbed his wrist, felt the dressing beneath his fingers and stopped. "I don't think that makes the solution wrong." "I didn't say it did." "No." He looked at the portrait again. Northbridge found a real weakness. If they hadn't taken me, I might never have cared enough to solve it. That still isn't an answer. I know. He walked back to the mirror and studied body one once more. Healthy. Familiar. His. The portrait behind him offered almost the same face and body, but almost was doing more work than David liked admitting. A transformation was not changing clothes. The first one had carried him away from death. This one required surrender without medical necessity, and no amount of careful specification made that small. Clara came to stand nearby. "I'll stay if you decide to do it." David met her eyes in the mirror. "But I'm not deciding for you," she continued. "And I'm not telling you that being scared makes the decision necessary." David nodded slowly. Witness, not permission. Exactly. He looked from his reflection to the finished portrait and understood that the experiment had reached the point where painting could no longer answer the important question. Body 2 was ready. David was not yet certain he was. 40. The door under his skin. David remained in front of the mirror long enough for the silence to become uncomfortable. The finished portrait waited behind him, and Clara waited beside it without prompting. He appreciated that more than he could easily say. If she had encouraged him, he might have resented her for helping him cross a line he needed to choose himself. If she had argued against it, some stubborn part of him might have started defending the transformation simply because it had been challenged. He finally turned away from the mirror. "I don't want to lose this body." Clara's expression softened. "Then don't pretend you do." "I'm not." David looked down at his hands. They were his hands because he had decided they would be, right down to the old thumb scar he had deliberately preserved. He remembered designing them while trapped in the cottage, desperate enough that the possibility of dying during the attempt had seemed almost irrelevant. "That's what I've been avoiding saying. I love this body, not because it's younger or taller or because I indulged myself when I painted it, although I absolutely did. I remember. You met me afterward. I've heard the confession often enough." David smiled briefly. "I spent years having things taken away from me one piece at a time. Strength, appetite, work, sleep, dignity on several memorable occasions. Then I woke up in this body and all of it was back. More than back. I could walk without thinking about walking. I could eat because I was hungry. I could carry canvases without wondering whether my hands would go numb halfway across the room." He rubbed his palms together, feeling the ordinary friction of skin. "This body was the first impossible thing I made that gave me my life back." Clara came closer but did not touch him. "Which is why replacing it should hurt." "Yes." David glanced toward the portrait. "If I activate that, body 1 is gone. I know the replacement is supposed to be nearly identical. I know I'm not planning to leave a corpse behind or create another David. But I can't pretend that makes the choice trivial." "Good." He gave her a suspicious look. "You're remarkably pleased by my distress." "I'm pleased you understand what you're doing." David accepted that. Northbridge had changed the calculation, but he refused to give them ownership of the decision. They had shown him that cards could be taken, pockets searched and preparation stripped away. Vault Key A had saved him only because someone had missed it. Depending forever on an enemy making the same mistake was not caution. It was luck wearing sensible shoes. "That's why I'm doing it," he said. "Not because I think this body failed. Not because I want to be stronger. Not because I want a convenient excuse to improve anything. I'm doing it because the weakness they found is real, and I now know how to address it using my own power without borrowing somebody else's system or carrying another object they can confiscate." Clara studied him. "And the fear?" "It's part of the decision." David did not look away from her. "Probably a large part. I'd be lying if I said otherwise. I still wake up checking whether I can move my hands. I still touch the cards to make sure they're there. But being frightened doesn't make the vulnerability imaginary." "No," Clara said, "it doesn't." David breathed out slowly. What I need from you is exactly what you said. Stay. Watch what happens. If I wake up confused, tell me what you saw. If something goes wrong, use whatever ordinary help makes sense. But don't tell me this is the right choice. Clara nodded. I won't. And don't tell me afterward that I had no choice. I won't do that either. David looked once more at his reflection, then at the finished portrait. The reluctance remained. He was glad of it. A healthy body deserved more than being discarded casually because he had discovered a cleverer version. He reached for Clara's hand and squeezed it. All right, I choose it. Clara returned the pressure without turning the moment into permission. Then I'll witness. David nodded and faced the waiting portrait. He was still afraid, and he still loved the body he was about to surrender. Neither truth cancelled the other. Now that he had admitted both, there was nothing left to hide behind before he activated the painting. David released Clara's hand and crossed to the portrait. Nothing about the next step resembled the first transformation closely enough to comfort him. In the pawnshop he had possessed an empty body he could physically push through the frame. He had then reached after it with every part of himself that wanted to live. This portrait offered no separate vessel waiting across a boundary. According to the rule he had established through the finished work, activation would replace the body already standing in the cottage. He stopped close enough to see the texture of the paint. If this works properly, you shouldn't see two of me. That sentence contains a word I dislike. Properly? Shouldn't. David glanced back at her. Fair. Clara had moved beside the prepared blankets and medical supplies rather than remaining near the easel. She looked composed, but David knew her well enough now to recognize the tension in the way she held her hands. The first transformation had been an escape she had only learned about afterward. This time she would watch him deliberately surrender a living body without knowing whether he would wake again. David turned back to the painted figure and concentrated on what he had made. Not a copy, not an empty man, not another David waiting to be inhabited. Body 2 was a replacement for the body he occupied now, preserving him as completely as he knew how while adding one deliberate change. The small door high against his left ribs, connected only to the vault. He put his fingertips against the painted chest. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then he felt the same certainty that accompanied extraction, sharpened by something deeper. The portrait was finished. Its purpose was complete. David allowed his intention to settle on the single result he had spent hours defining. Replace me. The painted surface changed beneath his fingers. Color withdrew from the portrait in a spreading wash that was nothing like paint running or bleaching in sunlight. The image simply ceased to belong on the canvas. David had enough time to see the painted hand vanish beneath his own before a hard wave of dizziness hit him. His knees weakened. Clara moved immediately. David. I'm all right. He wasn't, but the lie lasted less than a second. His balance disappeared without pain, his muscles refusing instructions rather than failing under them. Clara caught his arm and shoulder, slowing his fall enough that he landed on the blankets instead of striking the floor. David expected terror. Instead, what came was an overwhelming sensation of displacement, as if every nerve in his body had briefly forgotten where it belonged. There was no agony, no chest-crushing final breath, no desperate struggle to reach a vessel lying beyond the frame. His heartbeat stumbled once, then continued. His lungs drew air. Sensation rushed strangely across his skin, familiar and wrong at the same time. That made it harder. Body 1 was ending without the mercy of necessity. David tried to open his eyes and found the room slipping out of focus. Clara was kneeling beside him, one hand at his shoulder and the other checking his pulse with more determination than expertise. I'm here, she said. Don't try to stand. David wanted to tell her that standing was not currently high on his list. His mouth failed to cooperate before darkness folded over him. He did not know how long he was unconscious. Awareness returned gradually, accompanied by the ordinary discomfort of lying on the cottage floor. David felt the blanket beneath his cheek, Clara's hand around his wrist and the ache along his ribs where Northbridge's bruising had not conveniently vanished. That detail reassured him more than perfect comfort would have. He opened his eyes. Clara was watching him closely. Hello. David swallowed. His throat worked. Hello. You're breathing. I was hoping to continue the habit. Her laugh came out unsteadily, and David realized she had been frightened enough that the joke was welcome rather than irritating. He remained still while sensation settled into place. Fingers, toes, hands, legs. Familiar weight, familiar reach. The body felt like his because it had been made to feel like his. David lifted his shirt slowly. High on his left ribs, surrounded by skin that still carried the fading evidence of Northbridge, sat the tiny closed door he had painted. Behind him, the portrait was blank. Clara did not let him test the mark immediately. David objected on principle, then discovered that sitting upright made the room tilt slightly and conceded that perhaps a few minutes of water and observation were not excessive. Clara checked his pupils, made him count fingers and asked enough simple questions to establish that he knew who and where he was. Only after his balance returned did she allow him onto the sofa, where he examined body 2 with considerably more attention than dignity. His fingerprints looked unchanged. The thumb scar remained exactly where it should. His face in the mirror was his face, right down to the asymmetry he had deliberately preserved. The bruises remained. So did the abrasions around his wrists and ankles. Body 2 had not healed injuries he had specified as temporary, which was reassuring evidence that the portrait had obeyed the distinction he intended rather than generously deciding what he ought to want. Clara watched him prod the bruise along his ribs. Satisfied? With that part. That wasn't permission to press harder. I'm conducting an examination. You're poking a bruise. David lowered his shirt. The examination has concluded. The tiny door itself was different from an ordinary tattoo. It looked like pigment beneath the skin, but when David ran a fingertip across it he felt no ridge, scar or interruption. He closed his eyes and tried to sense something extraordinary. Nothing answered. No awareness of the vault appeared in his mind. No inventory unfolded behind his eyes and no convenient knowledge informed him what sat on which shelf. That, too, was reassuring. I don't know what's in the vault unless I already know it's there, David said. Clara sat opposite him. Which was one of the rules? Yes. I'm pleased my own restrictions are inconveniencing me. You should try that more often. David ignored her and considered the safest possible first test. The vault contained hundreds of objects now, but he wanted something mundane, distinctive and harmless. He pictured the small brass match safe Watson had given him. He knew exactly where he had placed it in the vault after returning from London, and he could summon its shape to mind without uncertainty. He held out his right hand. Nothing happened. Clara waited. David frowned. That was deliberate. Apparently not deliberate enough. I consciously requested it. You thought about holding out your hand. That seems unfairly philosophical. He tried again, this time focusing not on wanting the match safe but on the action he had defined. The object existed in the vault. He knew which object he meant. He wanted it transferred from that location into his weighing hand through the connection represented by the mark. Something shifted beneath his ribs. There was no pain. The tiny painted door did not visibly open, but David felt a brief, unmistakable pressure beneath the skin, followed by weight appearing against his palm. The brass match safe dropped half an inch into his hand. Clara stared at it. David stared longer. Well, she said eventually. That's inconveniently impressive. He turned the match safe over. Watson's scratches remained on the case, and the hinge opened normally beneath his thumb. Nothing about the object suggested copying, alteration or reconstruction. It was simply the same thing he had stored in the vault. Back, David said, then concentrated. Nothing happened. Clara's mouth twitched. I'm learning. This time David deliberately selected the match safe, identified the vault as its destination and initiated the reverse transfer. The pressure beneath his ribs returned. The brass case disappeared from his fingers so cleanly that his hand closed on empty air. David looked at Clara. We checked the vault. Yes. They crossed the cottage and used the ordinary painted access rather than trusting the new mark to prove itself. Inside, the match safe sat exactly where David had left it before the experiment. He picked it up, returned to the cottage and transferred it back again. The result was identical. For the next half hour they tested cautiously. A paperback book worked. So did a screwdriver, a folded shirt and an empty ceramic mug. David could retrieve an object into either hand if he deliberately chose the destination. He could place an object directly onto the table beside him if it was close enough to count as immediate physical space, although doing so required clearer concentration than bringing something to hand. Attempts to transfer without a specific object failed. Thinking vaguely about tools produced nothing. Wanting a drink did not retrieve water. Asking for something useful gave him no response at all. Clara nodded approval after that failure. It doesn't choose for you. No. And it doesn't interpret. Not so far. David deliberately tried to retrieve the heavy workbench bolted inside the vault. Nothing happened. Furniture delivery remains unavailable, Clara said. I'm devastated. He next attempted one of the potted plants they kept near the vault entrance. Again, nothing. A pair of pruning shears lying beside it arrived immediately when he selected them instead. The distinction was clean enough that David stopped there rather than searching for edge cases involving seeds, food or other things whose status might become needlessly complicated. The last test mattered most. David put the pruning shears back through the mark, then asked Clara to hold his wrist. She did. He tried to transfer the screwdriver into that restrained hand. It appeared despite her grip, forcing both of them to adjust before it could fall. David's satisfaction vanished. Clara released him. That means restraint doesn't stop you. No, which is useful. But? David looked at the small door beneath his shirt. But the mark isn't protection. If someone controls me, threatens you or forces me to cooperate, I can still choose to retrieve something for them. Clara nodded. You never designed it to solve coercion. No. He had wanted an inseparable route to his own resources, and that was exactly what he had made. Northbridge could no longer remove every useful object simply by emptying his pockets. They could not confiscate this access without taking part of David with it. But Body 2 had not made him untouchable. David found that reassuring too. He retrieved Watson's match safe one final time and closed his fingers around the warm brass. The new door worked. More importantly, it appeared to work only as narrowly as he had intended. Now he had to decide what carrying a vault beneath his skin changed about the way he lived. David returned Watson's match safe to the vault and left his hand resting over the small mark beneath his shirt. The temptation was immediate. He could stock the vault with answers to almost anything. Tools, cash, clothing, medical supplies, weapons, food, phones, documents and half the contents of a hardware shop. After Northbridge, preparing for every imaginable failure suddenly felt less like paranoia than good planning. That was exactly why he distrusted the impulse. Clara saw his expression. You're making a list. Not yet. You're making one internally. That's less incriminating. She sat at the table while David opened his notebook to a fresh page. The new access had solved one specific weakness. Turning the vault into an invisible emergency arsenal would create different ones, particularly if David began treating preparation as a substitute for judgment. He wrote 3 headings: daily, emergency and world travel. Clara leaned across to read them. That looks suspiciously like a list. I've accepted my nature. The daily category remained deliberately boring. Wallet equivalents stayed in his actual pockets because there was no reason to make ordinary life magical. Phone, keys and the things a normal person expected him to carry should remain visible and mundane. The vault connection was backup, not a replacement for behaving like someone who lived in the world. Emergency supplies deserved more thought. David added a compact medical kit, spare clothing, water, cash and a charged phone kept specifically for retrieval. He considered weapons and stopped writing. Clara noticed. You were going to put a gun on there. I was. And? David looked at the page. A weapon in the vault is no more dangerous than a weapon in a locked safe until I can put it in my hand instantly. Which you now can. Yes. Northbridge made the argument for carrying something persuasive. They also made the argument against allowing fear to decide what David reached for first. He had never wanted to become a man who answered danger by escalating faster than everyone around him. A weapon can be available, he said, but availability isn't a rule for using it. Clara considered him for a moment. That sounds more like you. David wrote emergency weapon only beneath the other supplies and left the exact choice for later. There would be no hidden collection of increasingly dramatic solutions simply because he could access them quickly. World travel was easier. The vault connection meant fewer catastrophic losses if a bag disappeared or a door closed unexpectedly. Spare clothing, local money where appropriate, medical supplies, Basic tools and emergency return materials could remain protected without turning every trip into a luggage exercise. More importantly, Clara could carry independent supplies rather than relying entirely on whatever happened to be on David. He stopped there. No magical inventory, Clara said. No. No summoning whatever seems useful. No. No refrigerator. David looked wounded. You're obsessed with denying me appliances. I'm protecting civilization. He closed the notebook and felt some of the tension leave his shoulders. The transformation had not erased the lesson Northbridge taught him, but it had stopped that lesson from demanding panic. He had an advantage now, not immunity. That distinction mattered more than the tattoo itself. Later, after Clara had gone to make coffee, David stood alone before the mirror and lifted his shirt. The tiny painted door remained unobtrusive against his ribs. Body 2 looked so much like Body 1 that the change would have been invisible without it. Same face, same scar, same fading bruises, same man looking back. He touched the mark once. Northbridge could still hurt him. A gun could still kill him. Someone clever enough could still threaten Clara, trap him, deceive him or force him into a problem no stored object could solve. The vault had not changed any of that. What it changed was simpler. The next time someone emptied David Rowan's pockets, they would not be emptying his options. He lowered his shirt and turned away from the mirror. On the table, his notebook lay open beside the blank portrait canvas, and beyond the cottage walls waited every problem he had temporarily set aside while rebuilding one narrow piece of his life. Northbridge was still one of them. Now David intended to decide what to do about them. 41. The Merciari Wars books. David did not begin with another painting. That alone told Clara he was taking the exercise seriously. The morning after proving the door beneath his skin, he carried a stack of books from the vault into the cottage and spread them across the table with his notebook, a yellow legal pad and 3 pens. Clara arrived with coffee, looked at the collection and took the chair opposite him. David had already written a question across the top of the pad. What can I gain without becoming something else? Clara read it twice. That's more restrained than your usual approach. My usual approach recently got me kidnapped. I was thinking of the swords. The swords never kidnapped me. An excellent character reference. David smiled, but the humor did not erase why the books were there. Northbridge had changed the practical rules. The tattoo had repaired one weakness, yet David had no intention of responding by chasing the largest power he could find in another world. That road was frighteningly easy to imagine. He knew fictional settings filled with magic, transformations, systems, supernatural bloodlines and technologies designed for wars far beyond anything Earth could survive. If books could serve as coordinates, every one of those possibilities might be real somewhere. Which meant wanting them was no longer enough. He drew a line beneath the question. Civilian first. Clara settled back with her coffee. Define it. No walking into an active war because somebody there has better toys. No joining a military organization to get access to equipment. No magical initiation where I don't understand what it changes. No system connection, class selection, bloodline, cultivation path or anything else that decides it gets permanent jurisdiction over me. You've been thinking about this. I painted a door into my ribs because one corporation frightened me badly enough. I think I've earned a little overthinking. Clara's expression tightened briefly, but she let him continue. David opened one of the candidate books, checked his notes and closed it again. The chosen world offered enchanted materials, craftsmen and a culture he very much wanted to see, but magic there came with rules he did not yet understand and political consequences he understood even less. He marked it research, not no. Way of the Wolf received the same treatment for a different reason. A world where supernatural transformation could touch identity itself was exactly the sort of place he should visit only when curiosity was no longer doing the risk assessment. Reborn as twins lasted less time. Clara watched him draw a firm line beside the title. That decisive? System progression. You like progression. I like getting better at things. I don't particularly want reality assigning me a character sheet. That does sound dangerously close to administrative work. David pointed his pen at her. Exactly. The game of tomorrow was worse because the temptation was stronger. Before integration, its technology offered extraordinary civilian possibilities. After integration, The system itself became part of the world's basic problem. David could imagine painting a destination with exquisite care, arriving slightly later than intended and discovering that his definition of tourism had become someone else's definition of enrollment. He wrote "not while integration is a risk" and moved on. The pattern became obvious enough that the remaining books required less argument. Worlds dominated by active wars went aside regardless of what their soldiers carried. Places offering spectacular power through permanent biological or supernatural changes joined them. David was willing to travel into danger someday. He was not willing to manufacture danger merely because the reward looked impressive. Clara reached across and turned the legal pad toward herself. "So what are you actually looking for?" David considered the question before answering. Northbridge had reminded him that bodies failed, restraints worked, and rescue could arrive too late. Body 2 had solved access to his vault. It had not made the flesh around that access any harder to injure. "Something ordinary," he said. Clara raised an eyebrow at the tower of impossible fiction between them. "Ordinary where I'm going," David amended. "Something civilians have because their society considers it normal. Medicine, communications, safety technology, things designed for people who go to work, buy dinner and complain about the price of whatever replaces coffee. That narrows the field." "Yes." David looked toward the final stack he had not yet opened. The Merciari books were waiting there, thick with a future he remembered chiefly for wars, aliens and soldiers doing things he had absolutely no intention of imitating. For years, that had been what made the series exciting. Now he was interested in the people who lived behind the battles. He pulled the first book toward him. "Let's see what the civilians have." David had remembered the wars. That was hardly surprising. The Merciari books had been written around soldiers, fleets, invasions, and the long consequences of humanity discovering that the galaxy contained neighbors who were neither friendly nor impressed by its existence. When David first read them, the military hardware had naturally commanded attention. Starships, weapons, and people rebuilt for combat were difficult things for an engineer's imagination to ignore, even when that engineer happened to earn his living with brushes instead of machinery. Reading them now, he kept noticing everyone else. Clara took the second volume while David worked through the first with a packet of adhesive markers. "You're skipping battles. I know what happens in the battles. You also appear to be skipping spaceships. That requires discipline. I'm proud of you." David marked another page. The detail was almost incidental to the scene around it. A civilian checked information on a wrist-mounted computer with the casual ease of someone glancing at a phone. Elsewhere, medical technology appeared not as a miracle reserved for admirals or wounded heroes but as an ordinary assumption of life. People expected their bodies to be monitored. Illness could be identified early. Injuries that would terrify a 21st-century patient were treated in a society where advanced medical support belonged to civilian infrastructure. He sat back and looked at the growing collection of markers. Clara noticed immediately. "Found something?" "Possibly two things." David turned the book so she could see the passage he had marked. "The wrist comp is interesting, but this is more important." "IMS?" "Yes." The letters looked almost offensively small on the page considering what they represented to him. David had spent years learning the vocabulary of deterioration. Blood counts, scans, neuropathy, treatment response, progression, dosage adjustments, side effects, and the careful language doctors used when another option had stopped working. Body 1 had removed the cancer because David had painted a body without it. Body 2 preserved that healthy design. Neither experience had changed what disease meant to him. He tapped the page. "This isn't some secret military regeneration chamber." Clara read the surrounding paragraphs before answering. "It's normal. That's the point." David pulled another volume toward him and found a second reference. Then a third. The exact capabilities varied with circumstance, but the underlying assumption remained consistent. Ordinary future humans possessed medical support far beyond anything available in his century, and they did not seem to regard it as extraordinary. For several minutes David said nothing. He imagined the difference such protection might have made during his old life, then stopped himself before the thought became useless. That man had died. No device in another century could retroactively change the hospital rooms, the numb fingers, or the day he had finally understood that treatment was buying less time than anyone wanted to say aloud. Clara closed her book gently. "You want it?" "Yes." "More than the wrist comp?" David considered that. The wrist comp delights me. I'm exactly vain enough to want a computer on my arm from an interstellar civilization. He rested his fingers on the open page. But IMS is different. I painted cancer out of myself because I had the chance. That doesn't mean I want to spend the rest of my life assuming I can paint my way around every disease, infection or injury. Clara watched him carefully. And it's civilian. If these books are reliable about that much, yes. Not Viper technology. Not a combat upgrade. Not something I have to become a soldier to receive. David felt the first real excitement of the morning take hold, but it was quieter than the impulse that had once sent him toward fantasy weapons and impossible collectibles. It's medicine ordinary people expect to have. And the wrist comp? He smiled. Also medicine for my personality. That diagnosis, I believe. David laughed and gathered the marked books into a separate stack. For once, the thing he wanted most from an impossible world was not rare because the people who lived there guarded it. It was valuable precisely because they didn't. The useful technology settled which world deserved serious attention. Choosing where to arrive inside it proved harder. David approached that problem by making another list, although this one began with everything he intended to avoid. Military installations went first. Fleet facilities followed, along with government compounds, restricted research centers and any place associated with Vipers. The books made Viper capabilities fascinating enough that part of him wanted to know everything about them. That same fascination was a good reason to stay away. Clara looked over his shoulder. You've crossed out half the interesting places. I'm trying to remain an interesting person rather than become an interesting incident. That's unusually sensible. I've had a difficult month. David opened another volume and worked through the Alliance-era material more carefully. The setting was distant enough in humanity's future that almost every machine around him would be unfamiliar, yet ordinary life remained recognizably human. English survived. Clothing had changed without becoming incomprehensible. Civilians used public transport, shops, medical services and communications systems. People still went to work, traveled between cities and complained about ordinary problems while extraordinary technology operated around them. That mattered because David did not intend to arrive pretending to be military, important or technologically competent. He needed somewhere he could be ignorant without immediately becoming suspicious. The alien history required equal care. Shan are not Merkiari, he said, writing the distinction at the top of a page. Clara glanced up from the book she was reading. I wasn't planning to confuse them. You probably wouldn't. I might, if I let 20-year-old memories of the series substitute for research. He reviewed the distinction anyway. Humanity's relationships with other species were history to the people living in that future, not background lore conveniently arranged for a reader. Military personnel were not interchangeable with civilians. Vipers were not merely unusually capable humans. Shan were their own people, and Merkiari belonged to an entirely different relationship with humanity. If David crossed into that reality, everyone he met would be a person living after those events rather than a character waiting for him to remember the correct paragraph. Clara closed her book. Where does that leave you? With Earth. That still seems fairly large. Civilian Earth, David corrected. And preferably somewhere I know. He spread a present-day map beside his notes and found York in northern England. He had visited the city years before and remembered enough of its underlying geography to give the destination something more substantial than a name lifted from a novel. Streets and buildings would change across centuries, perhaps beyond recognition, but the city itself existed independently of the books. The future material could provide the Alliance-era layer while his own knowledge supplied the real place beneath it. Clara followed his finger across the map. York, England. Yes, definitely not New York. Worth writing down? David gave her a look, then wrote York, England across the top of the page in letters large enough to satisfy her. That seems excessive. It seemed prudent. He ignored her satisfaction and returned to the actual problem. A spaceport offered excellent references but too much security. Government districts were worse. Hospitals tempted him because civilian medicine was the purpose of the journey, but appearing inside or beside one without understanding local procedures could turn a cautious visit into an emergency before he spoke to anyone. What he needed was movement without importance. The books gave him enough references to build toward a civilian transit district in Alliance-era York. Public systems would exist there. Ordinary people would come and go. He could observe clothing, language, money, transport and social behavior before attempting anything more ambitious. If the future differed from the books, he would discover it somewhere designed to handle strangers rather than somewhere designed to keep them out. David circled the choice and sat back. Clara studied the page. So you're going several centuries into the future to visit a transport district. A civilian transport district. My mistake. David smiled. I'm learning restraint. He looked at the marked passages describing wrist comps and IMS, then at the map of a city he had once walked in his own century. The destination finally felt coherent enough to paint. Not because he knew exactly what waited there, but because he had stopped pretending that he should. Future York was real somewhere. His next job was to make a door to it without opening it yet. Painting Future York required David to resist the easiest mistake an artist could make. He could not simply paint the future he wanted. The books supplied details, impressions and enough repeated references to establish what Alliance-era civilian life should look like, but they were not architectural plans. David returned to the principle that had made his other doors reliable. The destination needed to be coherent, and his intention needed to be precise. He chose a quiet service alcove adjoining the civilian transit district rather than the concourse itself, somewhere built for maintenance access and temporary storage rather than passengers. It had to belong naturally to the public infrastructure without placing him inside restricted systems, security offices or anything connected to active operations. Clara stood behind him while he adjusted the perspective on the full-sized panel. You've made the future remarkably boring. That is the highest compliment you could give this painting. There aren't even any flying cars. There may be flying cars outside. You don't know? No. David mixed another small amount of paint. Which is why I'm not painting one into the doorway. He had given the alcove clean manufactured surfaces, service lighting, a recessed utility panel whose exact purpose remained visually ordinary rather than technically invented, and an opening toward the broader transit space beyond. He allowed only partial glimpses through that opening. Enough to establish a living civilian environment, not enough to pretend he possessed knowledge the books had never given him. The process took the better part of the day because David kept stopping whenever imagination tried to outrun evidence. Clara brought food into the studio rather than persuade him to leave, and by evening the destination finally felt like a place instead of an illustration of science fiction. David set down the brush. Finished? The large one. Clara looked toward the smaller prepared card beside his palette. Of course there's another one. I need something portable. You have a door under your skin. To the vault. I still need a key to York. The travel card took less time because the destination had already been solved. David painted the same service alcove from a slightly tighter angle, preserving the spatial identity and intended connection rather than trying to produce a miniature duplicate of every visible detail. The small painting belonged in the expedition wallet beside the other travel keys, while the framed version would remain secured here as the fixed route home if portable access became unavailable. When the final brushstroke dried, David felt the familiar settled certainty that told him both paintings were complete. He did not activate either one. Clara noticed his hand stop above the framed painting. Tempted? Extremely. Good. David glanced at her. You have an odd relationship with my suffering. I have a practical relationship with your curiosity. She was right. Opening the door tonight would turn preparation into impulse. David still needed the Earthside check-in arrangements completed, and Imogen needed to know when he was crossing even if she did not need every fictional detail that had brought him to the destination. Henry would remain outside that circle. He knew enough about David's unusual research and security problems already without being told that his client was preparing to visit a future society through a painting. David carried the framed York key to the secured section of the property studio and locked it away without ever touching it with activation intent. The travel card went into his expedition wallet instead. He checked it once, closed the wallet and placed it with the supplies for the next trip. Clara watched the ritual with visible amusement. You've just built 2 doors to another century and put them away. I'm developing maturity. I'll alert the newspapers. David smiled, but his attention stayed on the closed wallet. Wrist comps fascinated him. Future transport fascinated him. An interstellar human civilization contained more technology than he could probably understand in a lifetime, and some less disciplined part of him wanted to walk through the door carrying an empty suitcase. That was not why he had chosen this world. He remembered hospital rooms instead. The blood tests, the scans, the waiting, and the helpless knowledge that his body had been failing faster than medicine could save it. Somewhere beyond the paintings was a society where civilians treated IMS as ordinary healthcare. David rested his hand on the wallet. He was not going to the future for weapons. He was going there because he wanted disease to become ordinary enough to defeat. 42. The future has traffic. David waited until mid-morning before opening York. Clara was already in the studio, sitting near the work table with coffee she had stopped pretending was still hot. She knew when he intended to return. Imogen knew as well. That was the full extent of the Earthside safety arrangement, and none of them had tried to dress it up as more. If David failed to come back, Clara would know he was overdue. She could protect the paintings, secure the property and wait, but she could not follow him. Once the doorway closed, whatever happened on the other side belonged to David alone. He checked the sealed art wallet again. Home Garden C and Vault Key B sat inside beside the Alliance York card. The redundancy looked comforting until he considered what each piece actually did. Home Garden C could take him home if he still possessed it and could activate it. Vault Key B gave access to the vault through a painted route. The tattoo gave him another way to reach into that same vault for manageable non-living objects even if every physical card he carried was taken from him. None of those things would make Clara appear if he broke a leg, lost consciousness or found himself somewhere he could not safely open a door. Clara watched him fasten the wallet beneath his jacket. You're thinking about all the ways this can go wrong again. I'm trying to stop before I invent new ones. That would be growth. David smiled. If I'm late, you'll know I'm late. Yes. That's all. I know. The simplicity of the exchange helped. Northbridge had taught him what happened when he confused preparation with control. He could reduce risks. He could build alternatives. He could make sure no captor could remove the tattoo without removing part of him. What he could not do was turn interworld travel into something safe merely by writing enough contingencies on a legal pad. David removed the York card and placed it on the prepared stand. The painted service alcove looked exactly as it had the night before. Clean walls, muted lighting, a recessed utility panel and a partial view toward a public space beyond. He let his attention settle on the destination rather than the image. Alliance-era York, Civilian Transit District. The quiet service alcove he had painted specifically to avoid arriving in the middle of a crowd or somewhere protected by people with weapons and questions. The little painting deepened. Clara leaned forward despite herself. The flat surface became distance, the opening extending into a real space whose light did not belong to North Carolina. David listened first. No alarm, no shouted challenge. Something hummed beyond the opening, too steady to identify from sound alone. Well? Clara asked. Still no armed reception committee. You've managed not to arrive yet. A promising start. He opened the passage large enough to cross and looked through carefully. The alcove was empty. Beyond it, figures passed across the visible slice of the transit district without looking his way. Their clothes were unfamiliar in detail but recognizably clothes rather than uniforms or costumes. One man laughed at something David could not hear clearly. A woman walked beside him while touching a device fixed around her wrist. That tiny ordinary gesture did more to convince David than any starship could have. He looked back at Clara. See you later. You'd better. There was no joke beneath it this time. David stepped through. His right foot landed on a floor several centuries beyond the one his left foot had just left. He moved clear of the opening immediately and turned. Clara remained visible in the studio, framed by impossible space, one hand wrapped around her coffee mug. David raised his hand. Clara answered with hers. Then he closed the door. The studio vanished. The York card rested in his fingers again, and the service alcove became an ordinary enclosed space around him. David slipped the card back into the sealed wallet, secured it beneath his jacket and touched the fabric over the tattoo once. No rescue was coming if he made a mistake. Good reason not to make one. He walked to the mouth of the alcove and looked out at the future. His first impression was that nobody else found it interesting. The transit district opened around a broad pedestrian concourse whose scale reminded him more of an airport than a railway station, although almost none of its details matched either. People moved in both directions beneath public displays that changed smoothly as he watched, presenting route information, local notices and directional guidance in ordinary English. David caught names he recognized and others he did not. York was still York. The surrounding geography had survived long enough for that fact to steady him, even when the city built over it seemed to have forgotten most of the visual language of his century. A man passed within 6 feet of him, glanced at his wrist and changed direction without ever slowing down. The wrist comp was slimmer than David had imagined from the books, integrated closely enough with the man's clothing that it did not resemble a phone strapped to an arm. A woman approaching from the opposite direction touched hers twice while speaking to the child beside her. Neither gesture attracted attention. Around them, people checked wrist comps as casually as Clara checked messages on her phone. David stayed near the wall and forced himself not to stare. That became considerably harder when a vehicle crossed the open space beyond the concourse. It did not have wheels. David knew anti-gravity transport existed here. He had read the references, discussed them with Clara and deliberately avoided making vehicles part of the purpose of the trip. None of that prepared him for seeing a perfectly ordinary family vehicle glide past several feet above the road while its occupants appeared chiefly concerned with whatever conversation they were having. Another followed it. Then 3 more. Traffic moved through broad lanes beyond the pedestrian district in smooth streams, vehicles maintaining separation with a precision that made 21st century driving suddenly look like an elaborate social agreement to miss one another most of the time. Some carried a single passenger, others several. David saw no dramatic acceleration, no roar and none of the visual theater his century would have attached to machines that ignored gravity. A teenager walking past barely looked up. David almost resented him for it. He moved with the pedestrian flow, careful to copy the pace around him rather than stop every 10 steps. The district kept offering new reasons to fail. A cleaning machine passed close to the wall, adjusted its course around 2 chatting women and continued without either woman acknowledging it. A discarded container disappeared into a recessed collection point before David fully understood what had happened. Doors opened early enough that nobody broke stride. Public information changed according to approaching traffic and passenger movement without anyone visibly operating it. Nothing performed for him. That was what made it overwhelming. The future was not presenting David Rowan with wonders. It was trying to get thousands of people through a transport district before lunch. He found himself smiling so broadly that an older man approaching from the other direction noticed. "First time in York?" the man asked. David's mind briefly offered several catastrophically truthful answers. "It's been a while." The man glanced toward the surrounding district. "Changed that much?" "You have no idea." The answer earned a small laugh, and the stranger continued without another question. David exhaled slowly. Apparently looking amazed in a transport hub was not yet a crime. He followed the concourse toward a wider public area, where what looked like cafes and food counters occupied one side of the district. People collected drinks, meals and small packages with almost no visible delay. Wrist comps appeared repeatedly in the process, although David could not yet tell whether they were communicating, paying, identifying their owners or doing all 3 at once. His stomach reminded him that breakfast had been several hours ago. David stopped beside a public display and watched a woman collect something hot from a counter without producing a card, cash or anything he recognized as payment. The future had flying cars. At that moment, David was more concerned about whether it would sell him lunch. The food counter looked reassuringly ordinary until David tried to buy something. He chose a place serving what appeared to be sandwiches, hot drinks and bowls of something that smelled good enough to defeat caution. The customers ahead of him barely seemed to participate in paying. One woman collected a meal after touching her wrist comp. A man carrying a child simply took 2 drinks and kept walking after a brief glance at the display beside the counter. Nobody produced a card, cash or even the sort of deliberate gesture David associated with spending money. When his turn came, the young woman behind the counter smiled. "Morning. What can I get you?" The fact that an actual person was involved improved David's confidence immediately. He ordered a hot sandwich whose ingredients he could mostly identify and a coffee because some traditions deserved to survive interstellar civilization. "Anything else?" "That should do it." The woman finished preparing the order, then looked toward his left wrist. David looked there too. Nothing happened. Her eyes came back to his face. "You need to authorize it." "Right." David gave her an apologetic smile. I don't have a wrist comp. For perhaps half a second she assumed he was joking. Then her gaze dropped again, checking his other wrist as though he might have hidden civilization there instead. You've lost it? No. Damaged? I don't actually have one. The woman's expression changed from routine patience to mild concern. Do you have a temporary? No. Visitor account? David had prepared himself for unfamiliar prices, strange currency and the possibility that the future no longer used physical money. He had not quite prepared for the conversation to resemble explaining that he had arrived at an airport without a passport, bank account or name. Not yet, he said. Can I pay another way? She glanced at the people waiting behind him. Identity transfer? I'm afraid not. Manual account? No. The concern became harder to hide. What are you registered under? David briefly considered Rowan Finch before dismissing the thought. A company that would not exist for centuries was unlikely to improve matters. Nothing locally. The customer behind him shifted, not impatiently so much as curiously. David lowered his voice. Do you take cash? The woman stared at him. Apparently not. Old currency? He tried. Physical valuables? Is there somewhere nearby that handles exchange? Exchange for what? That was an excellent question. David stepped aside before he became responsible for a queue. Sorry. Give me a minute. The woman kept his order behind the counter while he moved to a nearby standing table and reconsidered several pages of careful preparation. He had thought about value in terms his own century understood. Currency could be converted. Precious material could be sold. A traveler with something worth money could acquire local money and proceed from there. The alliance economy had quietly removed the middle step he depended upon. A wrist comp was not merely a convenient computer. From what he had just watched, it was part wallet, part identification, part communications device and possibly part access credential. Even if somebody agreed that gold, jewelry or 21st century cash had value, David had nowhere for that value to go. He lacked the account structure required to receive it, the identity required to open the account and the device everyone apparently expected him to possess before beginning either conversation. He looked across the concourse and started noticing what he had missed while admiring the machinery. Every purchase involved a wrist. Transit gates recognized people before they reached them. Collection lockers opened as individuals approached. Public displays altered subtly for nearby users. The convenience was extraordinary because the society already knew who everyone was. Everyone except David. He returned to the counter. I think I'm going to have to leave the sandwich. The woman frowned. Are you all right? Yes, just considerably less prepared than I thought. That's not usually a payment problem. David smiled despite himself. Where I come from, it can be. He walked away hungry, with every piece of wealth he had brought rendered temporarily useless by one missing fact. The future did not want his money. It wanted to know who he was. David had made it perhaps 30 yards from the food counter when the public display beside him changed. The route map vanished beneath a smaller panel of text. David slowed because the change seemed oddly specific, then stopped when a calm voice addressed him from somewhere he could not identify. Sir, please remain where you are. Assistance has been requested. Nobody around him reacted. David looked at the display. Of course it has. The screen presented no flashing warning, accusation or threatening symbol. It simply informed him that the local public service network had been unable to establish normal civilian contact and that support personnel were on their way. Below that sat 3 status lines whose meaning David understood far too easily. No personal processor response. No IMS handshake. Identity unavailable. He stared at the words. The food counter had not reported him. Nobody needed to. The building itself had apparently noticed an adult human walking through a major transport district without producing the signals every adult human was expected to produce. David's hand moved instinctively toward the inside of his jacket before he stopped it. The Alliance York card was there. Home Garden C was there. Vault Key B was there. He could return to the service alcove, open a door home and disappear before anyone discovered what he was. If he needed another card, the tattoo could retrieve one from the vault. Assuming he had time. He glanced back toward the route he had taken. The alcove was several minutes away through a public area filled with cameras, sensors and systems he could not even identify. Running would turn an anomaly into something else entirely. An undocumented man who calmly answered questions was strange. An undocumented man who fled immediately after a civic system noticed him was suspicious in every century David had ever lived in. The public display changed again. "Are you experiencing a medical emergency?" the voice asked. "No." A pause followed, brief enough to feel like processing rather than conversation. "Do you require medical assistance?" David almost laughed. He had crossed centuries specifically because he wanted medical assistance, though not quite in this form. "Not urgently. Thank you. Please remain nearby." Two people approached from the far side of the concourse. Neither wore anything David would have called a police uniform. The man was perhaps in his 40s, dressed in dark civilian clothing with a small insignia near the collar. The woman beside him wore a lighter jacket and carried no visible equipment beyond her wrist comp. They walked quickly without running, and the crowd made room for them with the unconscious ease of people accustomed to public service personnel moving through busy spaces. David's pulse accelerated anyway. Northbridge had taught his body some responses his mind did not always approve of. Two strangers approaching with official purpose brought back a room without windows, restraints around his wrists and men deciding what parts of him they were entitled to examine. His fingers curled once before he forced them open. This was not Northbridge. He had come here because he wanted contact with a civilian society. The fact that civilian society had noticed him faster than expected did not make it hostile. The woman stopped several feet away rather than crowding him. "Sir, I'm Lena Harcourt, York Civic Response. This is Paul Denning. The local network couldn't establish your welfare status. Because I don't have a wrist comp." Her expression remained professional, but David saw the small shift immediately. "That's one issue," Lena said. "We're also not receiving an IMS response." "I don't have that either." Paul's attention sharpened. "You don't have an IMS installation?" "No." The two responders exchanged a glance. It was not fear. That somehow worried David more. Lena spoke carefully. "All right. Can you provide your registered identity verbally?" David had known this question was coming from the moment the sandwich defeated him. He could lie, but any ordinary lie would presumably fail against records containing centuries of people who actually belonged here. He could open Home Garden C and vanish, proving beyond doubt that whatever he was, he had something worth pursuing. Or he could remain exactly what he had intended to be when he painted York. A civilian asking another civilian society for help. "My name is David Rowan," he said. Lena checked her wrist comp. Nothing in her face changed for several seconds. Then she looked at Paul again. David already knew what she had found. Nothing. The future had noticed him. 43. No wrist comp. Lena looked at her wrist comp for several seconds longer than David thought a simple name search should require. Paul had shifted slightly to one side, not blocking the concourse but placing himself where he could watch David without staring. Neither responder had touched him, threatened him or raised a voice. That almost made the situation harder. David knew how to react to men who put restraints on him. He had far less practice dealing with competent strangers who seemed genuinely concerned that he might need help. "I'm not finding a David Rowan matching you," Lena said. "That doesn't necessarily mean anything by itself. Records can be restricted, isolated settlements can have delayed registration, and there are people who choose limited network access. But paired with everything else, we need to establish what we're dealing with." David kept his hands visible. "Everything else being the fact your building thinks I don't exist?" Paul's mouth twitched, though Lena remained focused. More that several systems which normally answer automatically aren't answering at all. "Would you consent to a non-invasive scan?" "What are you scanning for?" "Medical implants, registered processors, communicable conditions, evidence of injury and basic biological status. Nothing invasive here." The answer was reassuring until David remembered that he had deliberately come to a civilization where microscopic machines lived inside ordinary people. He glanced at Paul. "And if I say no?" "Then we move somewhere private and explain the alternatives," Paul said. "You're not under arrest." That mattered. David had entered York intending to seek civilian medicine rather than steal it, and fleeing the first lawful request would turn every later explanation into something worse. "All right." Lena touched her wrist comp and asked him to stand still. David felt nothing. There was no beam, no hum and no theatrical sweep of light. For several seconds the only visible change was the information gathering across Lena's display. Her professional calm survived, but David watched the questions accumulate in her face. Paul stepped closer. What have you got? Baseline human. David almost objected to the phrase before deciding that, several centuries in his future, baseline human might be the best result available. Lena continued reading. No internal medical system, no registered processor, no civilian identification response, no linked medical history. She looked up. Nothing. I did tell you. You told us you didn't have an IMS installation, Paul said. People say things incorrectly when they're frightened, confused, or injured. The scan says you genuinely don't have one. David nodded. Correct. Lena studied him with a new kind of attention. Have you ever had one? No. Removed? No. Were you born somewhere that doesn't install them? David hesitated. The exact truth would require explaining North Carolina, painting, death, replacement bodies, and a calendar discrepancy large enough to make every existing problem seem charmingly minor. I was born somewhere that doesn't have them. Paul and Lena exchanged another glance. David was beginning to dislike how much information those glances carried. Lena expanded something on her display. Your biology is normal human. Healthy, from what this can establish without a clinical examination. But there's no expected medical network history attached to you at all. No childhood record, no processor registration, no IMS service history, no identity trail associated with your biometrics. So I'm healthy and inconvenient. This time Paul did smile faintly. Very inconvenient. David found himself liking him for that, which was probably dangerous. Lena lowered her wrist. Mr. Rowan, we need to move this somewhere quieter. You haven't committed an offense by failing to appear in a database, but an unidentified adult with no normal medical infrastructure is something we have to investigate. David looked past them toward the concourse. Somewhere behind him lay the service alcove and a door home. Beneath his jacket sat 3 painted cards, and under his skin rested an escape option nobody here knew existed. He could still leave. Instead, he met Lena's eyes. All right, where are we going? They did not take David back through the public concourse. Lena led him through a side door into a quieter civic area where the walls were plain, the lighting soft and the furniture disappointingly normal. Paul walked beside rather than behind him. David noticed that because part of his mind had already begun cataloging exits, distances in which of the two responders would be harder to get past. He disliked the habit now that he recognized it, but Northbridge had given him reasons for habits he had never wanted. A small room opened automatically ahead of them. Lena gestured toward a chair. Before we move you anywhere else, we need to document what you're carrying. David stopped. Why? Because we don't know who you are, where you came from, or whether anything you're carrying presents a risk. It will be recorded, secured, and returned when it's safe to do so. The answer was entirely reasonable. David hated it. Paul noticed. Nothing disappears into a drawer, Mr. Rowan. You'll see the inventory as we make it. That isn't quite the part bothering me. Lena waited without pressing him. David could refuse. He could also imagine how refusing to surrender an unidentified object while claiming to be a harmless civilian would look from their side of the table. He unfastened his jacket slowly, reached beneath it, and removed the sealed art wallet. Paul's attention sharpened. What is that? Paintings. Lena looked at the slim case in his hand. Paintings? Small ones. That earned him a glance from Paul which suggested David had somehow managed to make the situation stranger. He placed the wallet on the table rather than handing it directly to either responder. Lena activated a recording field through her wrist comp and asked permission before opening it. David gave it. Home Garden C appeared first, followed by Vault Key B and the Alliance York card. Their painted surfaces looked absurdly harmless beneath the room's clean lighting. Lena examined each without touching the painted face. Handmade? Yes. By you? Yes. What are they for? David had expected that question eventually, just not while 2 future officials possessed every physical root he had brought with him. They're important to me. Paul leaned against the edge of the table. That sounds like an answer people give when the real answer is more complicated. It is more complicated. Lena did not pursue it yet. She recorded dimensions, materials, and whatever her local systems could establish without damaging them. No alarm sounded. No scanner announced exotic matter or concealed machinery. To Alliance Instruments, David's safest routes home apparently looked like painted cards in a protective wallet. The irony did little for him. Lena closed the case and placed it in a recessed compartment. The wall accepted it, displayed an inventory confirmation and sealed. David felt the loss immediately. Northbridge had taken his pockets, his belt, his shoes, and eventually the illusion that being prepared meant remaining in control. He had built the tattoo because of exactly this moment. Beneath his shirt, high along his left ribs, the painted vault door remained part of him. Nobody had asked about it. Nothing in Lena's scan had apparently identified it as anything more significant than skin. Home Garden D waited in the vault. He could retrieve it. The thought required no movement beyond intent and perhaps the smallest touch against his ribs. A card could pass through the body-bound opening into his hand. He could have a route they had not inventoried within seconds. David looked around the room again, but this time he saw it properly. Sensors had found a man without an IMS handshake while he was walking through a station. Lena had scanned his body without touching him. The room was recording the contents of his wallet before those contents had even left his sight. Making an object appear from nowhere under that level of observation would not improve his position. It would replace one impossible question with a much larger one. David let his hand remain on the table. Lena watched him for a moment. "Are you ready to tell us where you came from?" He looked at the sealed compartment containing his paintings, then at the two people waiting for an answer. "Yes," David said, "some of it." Lena settled into the chair opposite him while Paul remained near the wall. David assumed the room was recording everything. That suited him better than pretending this was an informal conversation. He wanted a record of what he said almost as much as they did. "My name really is David Rowan," he began. "I come from an isolated human community that isn't connected to your networks. We don't use wrist comps. We don't have IMS. Our medical technology is much less advanced than yours, and our records won't exist in any system you can reach from here." Lena listened without interrupting. Paul managed almost 20 seconds before asking, "How isolated?" "Completely." "Geographically?" David considered the wording. "More than geographically." Paul's attention sharpened immediately, but David raised a hand before the next question arrived. "That's part of what I'm not prepared to explain yet." "Then explain what you were prepared to explain," Lena said. David appreciated that more than he expected. "I came to York deliberately. Nobody sent me. I'm not representing a government, military organization, company or political group. I'm here because I wanted access to civilian medicine, specifically IMS." Lena glanced toward the scan results. "You're healthy." "Yes." "Then why take this kind of risk?" David rested his hands on the table. He did not need to tell them about dying in a studio, waking inside a painting or building himself a second body. The simpler truth was enough. "Because where I come from, being healthy today doesn't protect you tomorrow. Cancer still kills people. Serious injuries can leave permanent damage. Infection can become dangerous. Age catches up with everyone eventually. I learned that your civilian medical technology can prevent or repair things my people can't." Paul frowned. "You learned that how?" "I have access to information about your society." "What information?" "Enough to know York existed, that it was civilian and that ordinary people used IMS. Not enough to know you needed identification to buy lunch." David gave him a rueful smile. "Clearly not enough." Paul's expression eased by a fraction. Lena did not. "What was the private route you mentioned?" David looked briefly toward the sealed compartment containing his wallet. "A means of travel my community possesses." "That bypassed York transport controls." "Yes." "Ship?" "No." "Aircraft?" "No." "Ground vehicle?" "No." Lena waited. David shook his head. "That's as far as I'm going with the mechanism." Paul moved away from the wall. "You understand why that's the part we most need explained." "I do. You entered a major city without using any recognized transport system. Our network detected you only because you lacked normal civilian hardware. You have no identity trail, no IMS history and no registered point of entry. Then you tell us you possess a transport method you won't describe. When stated together, I agree it sounds alarming. It is alarming." David accepted that without argument. "But I came into a public transit district in ordinary clothes, walked around staring at flying cars and failed to purchase a sandwich. If this was an infiltration attempt, I would like it entered into the record that it was badly planned. Paul looked down, unsuccessfully hiding another smile. Even Lena's expression softened for a moment. Bad planning doesn't prove harmless intent. No. So test the things you can test. I'm human. Your scan already established that. I'm unarmed as far as I know, and you have the possessions I brought with me. I haven't threatened anyone, damaged anything, or tried to evade you. You considered leaving, Lena said. David went still. She nodded toward him. When the station first contacted you, your stress response changed, and you looked back toward the concourse. He had underestimated their observation badly. Yes. Why didn't you? Because running would have made everything worse, and because I actually did come here for help. Lena studied him for several seconds. Is anyone else capable of using this route? David chose his answer carefully. Not without my involvement. Is anyone coming after you? No. Is your community planning further contact with the Alliance? No. Are they aware you're here? David thought of Clara raising one hand as he closed the York doorway. One person knows where I went. That was the closest he came to naming her. Lena leaned back. And if we asked you to take us to your community? No. Paul's faint amusement disappeared. David continued before either responder could speak. That isn't negotiable. I came here voluntarily. They didn't. The silence following that answer felt different from the earlier ones. Lena was no longer merely trying to identify an unusual traveler. She was weighing the rights of people she could not see against the risks posed by the man sitting in front of her. Finally she asked, do you believe your community is in danger from us? I don't know you well enough to answer that. It was the most uncomfortable truth he had offered them. Lena exchanged a long glance with Paul, then looked back at David. All right, we have enough to decide the immediate question. David glanced toward the sealed art wallet. Which is? You're not going back onto the concourse yet. David had expected the answer. Hearing it still tightened his stomach. Am I being detained? Lena considered the wording before replying. You're being placed under medical quarantine while we establish your status. You've consented to remain, and at present this isn't criminal custody. At present? Paul answered before Lena could. If you try to leave through an unidentified transport method after telling us you won't explain it, somebody else will become involved. I'd prefer not to get to that point. So would I. Lena stood and released the door. Quarantine sounds worse than it is. You'll have a private room, food, washing facilities, and access to an advocate. Medical staff will continue the examination because we can't assume either that you're carrying something dangerous or that our environment is safe for you. David had been so focused on what future medicine might find in him that the reverse possibility had never occurred to him. Your environment could be dangerous to me? You have no IMS, Lena said. No adaptive medical support, no current immunological record, and no documented exposure history. We don't know what your body has encountered before today. That was annoyingly sensible. They moved through another corridor rather than returning to the transit district. David's wallet remained behind. He felt its absence with every few steps, but the tattoo stayed warm only because his attention kept returning to it. Home Garden D remained available. He could still leave if this changed from investigation into captivity. For now, he walked willingly. The quarantine room looked more like a modest hotel room than anything David associated with isolation medicine. There was a bed, a table, 2 chairs, a private washroom, and a wall display whose controls he did not understand. A transparent section of wall looked onto a small clinical station. No bars, restraints, or visible guards waited for him. Paul remained at the doorway. Food should be easier here. David looked at him. Without a wrist comp? It turns out civilization has contingency plans for sandwiches. I'm relieved. Paul smiled and left with Lena, taking enough of the tension with them that David finally sat down. He had been alone for less than 5 minutes when the door opened again. The woman who entered was perhaps 50, though David had already realized Alliance medicine made age a dangerous thing to guess. She wore ordinary dark trousers and a loose jacket rather than a uniform. Silver showed naturally through her brown hair, which made David suspect either personal choice or that he understood even less about future medicine than he thought. Mara Ellison, she said. Civilian Advocacy Service. David stood. David Rowan. Yes, that part appears to be surviving the paperwork. She took the chair opposite him without waiting for ceremony and set a slim object on the table. I'm independent of civic response and the clinic. My job is to make sure nobody turns an administrative impossibility into an excuse to forget you have rights. David sat again. I like you already. You may revise that opinion when I start asking questions. I've had practice today. Mara studied him for a moment. Her attention felt different from Lena's. Less concerned with whether David presented immediate danger and more interested in the shape of the problem itself. You've created an awkward one, she said. A healthy baseline human adult with no IMS, no processor history, no identity, no financial presence, no transport record and no explanation anyone can verify. I did manage all that before lunch. So I heard. David wondered how quickly information moved through this society and decided he probably did not want the answer yet. Mara leaned back. There are several categories people are already considering. None fit you well. What categories? The generous interpretation is lost colony survivor. David kept his expression still. Mara noticed anyway. That means a human population separated from ordinary civilization long enough to develop outside current infrastructure. Rare enough that nobody assumes it casually, but not impossible. And the less generous interpretations? Fraud. That seems difficult when I'm not claiming an identity. Fraud can involve inventing circumstances rather than stealing a name. Mara held up a second finger. The third possibility is that you're a security threat using technology or support we haven't identified. David glanced toward the blank wall where his wallet was not. I assume refusing to explain how I arrived helps that theory. Considerably. I thought it might. Mara's mouth twitched. You're also making one choice in your favor. You stayed. David looked at her. You had enough warning to resist civic response, cause a scene or attempt escape. You didn't. You submitted to scanning, surrendered your possessions for inventory and accepted quarantine. That doesn't prove your story. It does mean your behavior so far is more consistent with someone seeking lawful contact than someone attempting covert access. That was the first thing anyone had said since the station flagged him that sounded like progress. Mara continued, the problem is that cooperation only gets you to the next question. If David Rowan has no legal existence here, we need to determine what kind of legal existence can be built without pretending we know things we don't. David thought of Henry Abbott telling him to let the old David remain dead. Centuries later, in another York, he had somehow arrived at the same problem from the opposite direction. What happens now? He asked. Tonight, you remain here voluntarily. Tomorrow we start establishing what can actually be proven about you. And if what can be proven isn't enough. Mara looked at him steadily. Then we work out what the law does with a man who exists physically but nowhere else. David sat back and looked around the comfortable quarantine room. He had crossed into the future looking for medicine. Before they would give him any, he was going to have to become a person. 44. The Lost Colony Problem. By morning, David had discovered that becoming a person apparently began with being measured in every way a person could be measured. Mara arrived shortly after breakfast with 2 clinic staff members and an explanation that sounded suspiciously like an apology. They need a baseline they can defend later. At the moment, every ordinary record system says you shouldn't be here. That seems to be becoming a theme. The older clinician introduced himself as Dr. Chen, while his younger colleague, Sarah Malik, handled most of the equipment. Neither behaved as though David were a specimen. That helped, although the room gradually accumulated enough scanners and floating displays to make him feel like one anyway. They started with language. David spoke English, which was useful, but apparently not quite the English they expected. Sarah recorded pronunciation, vocabulary and idiom while Mara asked questions designed to establish whether he understood ordinary concepts rather than simply speaking rehearsed phrases. David knew what a mortgage was. He knew what a combustion engine was. He understood representative government, antibiotics and satellites. He did not know several centuries of political history, modern alliance civil law, current medical terminology or the everyday assumptions surrounding processors and wrist comps. At one point Sarah asked, "What does IMS stand for?" Integrated Medical System. She looked mildly surprised. "And how would you describe it?" Microscopic machines that live inside you and stop inconvenient things like cancer from killing you. Dr. Chen glanced toward Mara. Technically incomplete. I'm an artist. That explains surprisingly little. David smiled despite himself. You should meet some artists. The genetics took longer. They drew blood, took tissue samples and compared him against databases whose size David deliberately avoided thinking about. Dr. Chen eventually turned one of the displays so David could see a complicated set of colored structures that meant nothing to him. You're human, he said. I was hoping we'd retain that result from yesterday. Baseline human. No engineered lineage markers we recognize. No adaptation package. No inherited colonial modification profile. Nothing suggesting you were designed for unusual gravity, atmosphere, radiation tolerance or long-duration habitat life. Mara folded her arms. Could he come from a lost colony? Dr. Chen considered it. Biologically, yes. That answer covers almost anything if the separation happened early enough. But it creates other questions. It created quite a few. David's body was healthy. That result remained stubbornly consistent. His cardiovascular system, organs, nervous system, immune response and musculature all fell within normal human ranges. He had no hidden implants, no processor and no IMS. More unsettling to the clinic staff was what they did not find. There were none of the expected traces left by routine childhood medicine, environmental adaptation, medical nanotechnology or centuries of standard preventative treatment. Sarah frowned at the results. Some of these absences would be easier to explain if you'd grown up without medical care at all. We had medical care. What level? David thought about that. Hospitals, surgery, antibiotics, vaccines, cancer treatment, imaging, organ transplants. No regenerative support? No. Internal repair systems? No. Routine processors? No. Gene correction at birth? No. She stopped entering data and looked at him. David spread his hands. I did say less advanced. Mara had been watching the exchange closely. You also know enough about this society to arrive here looking specifically for IMS. Yes. But your general knowledge stops centuries before ours. David met her eyes. That was the dangerous part of the examination, not the blood tests. His body could tell them what he was. His ignorance could begin telling them when he was from. I had information about your technology, he said carefully. Not a complete education in your history. From whom? I'm not answering that yet. Mara did not press. She merely noted something on her device, which was somehow worse. By midday the clinic had assembled a portrait of David that made even him uncomfortable. Healthy baseline human male, genetically unremarkable, culturally human, fluent in an archaic but entirely understandable form of English, familiar with technologies and institutions that belong far behind the Alliance baseline, yet possessing oddly specific knowledge of selected modern systems. No records, no medical history, no processor trail, no registered birth, education, residence, employment, tax presence or transport event anywhere they could search. Dr. Chen finally leaned back from the display. Medically, I have very little reason to keep you quarantined. David brightened. Administratively, Mara said, we have considerably more. His optimism died with admirable efficiency. She turned the summary toward him. You wanted to know what can be proven about you. This is the beginning. You're human. You're healthy. Your account of coming from an isolated population is biologically possible. Your cultural profile is unusual enough to support significant isolation. But? Mara tapped the empty section where an ordinary citizen's connected history should have been. But there is still no place we can point to and say you came from there. David looked at the blank space for several seconds. Yesterday he had worried that the future would discover too much about him. Instead, every test had produced the same impossible absence. He existed perfectly. According to their civilization, he had simply never happened. The request to demonstrate his route came that afternoon. Mara arrived with Lena and two people David had not met. One introduced herself as Dr. Ven from the clinic's environmental control staff. The other gave only his name, Tomas Ilian, and described himself as civilian security liaison. That sounded deliberately less alarming than security officer, which David suspected was the point. They're willing to accept that your route exists without demanding that you identify its origin, Mara said. For now. David looked around the quarantine room. Most of the movable furniture had disappeared. A waist-high transparent barrier divided the room, with David on one side and everyone else behind it. A second barrier covered the doorway, and several small devices had been fixed to the walls. You've redecorated. Dr. Venn smiled. We don't know what might come through. Neither do I, if I open the wrong one. That stopped the smile. Mara's gaze sharpened. Explain. David realized he had just volunteered more than intended. The route I'm demonstrating goes somewhere I know is safe. I have other possible destinations. I'm not opening those. How many? Ilian asked. I'm not answering that. Mara nodded before the security liaison could object. Then we stay with the agreed demonstration. Lena placed the sealed art wallet into a transfer drawer built into the barrier. David watched it move through the compartment until he could retrieve it from his side. The familiar weight in his hand relieved something he had been carrying since yesterday. He opened the wallet and removed Home Garden C, leaving Vault Key B and the Alliance York card inside. Ilian studied the painted card through the barrier. That opens a route? Yes. To your community? No. Where, then? A private location I control. That's vague. It's meant to be. Mara stepped in before the exchange hardened. Mr. Rowan agreed to prove capability, not disclose origin. David appreciated the distinction. He also appreciated that everyone remained behind the barrier instead of pretending curiosity entitled them to stand beside him. He placed Home Garden C against the cleared section of wall and rested 2 fingers near the painted gate. The cottage garden existed in his mind with comfortable familiarity. Stone path, clipped grass, flowers along the wall, the cottage beyond. He did not think about Earth outside it. He did not think about Clara. He held only the destination he had built and used often enough that it felt more reliable than many real addresses. The painted gate opened. Air moved softly against his face. Nobody behind the barrier spoke. The opening was deliberately narrow, no wider than David's hand. Beyond it lay the empty garden in clean afternoon light. Leaves stirred near the cottage wall. Part of the stone path showed through, along with several feet of grass and the edge of the flower bed. There was no dramatic energy, no machinery, and nothing remotely resembling a transport terminal. Dr. Venn stared at her instruments. Atmosphere present. Pressure differential negligible. Temperature 21.4 degrees. Biological particulates detected, but nothing currently triggering hazard isolation. Ilian moved closer to the barrier. Can you widen it? Yes. Don't, Mara said. David glanced at her. The agreement was a restricted demonstration. He smiled slightly. You really are my advocate. I did introduce myself. Lena was watching the garden rather than the instruments. Is this where you came from? No. Can anyone on that side see us? If someone walked into the garden, yes. Ilian frowned. And could they cross? David considered the exact limits of what he had promised. Not through an opening this narrow. That answer produced immediate activity on several displays. Ilian looked at him. You designed it that way. Yes. Because you don't trust us. Because yesterday I was an unidentified man who couldn't buy lunch. Today 4 officials are watching me open a route your instruments apparently didn't know existed. Caution seems reasonable. Mara's mouth twitched. David kept the gate open long enough for the clinic equipment to confirm that it was not a projection, display, or obvious local field effect. Then, when Dr. Venn said she had sufficient readings, he closed it. The garden disappeared and Home Garden C became an ordinary painted card again. For several seconds nobody spoke. David picked it up and looked through the transparent barrier at their faces. The problem had changed exactly as he had feared. Yesterday they had needed proof that he belonged somewhere. Now they had proof that somewhere existed. David expected the demonstration to end once the instruments had finished arguing with reality. Instead, Mara asked him to leave the aperture closed while Dr. Venn and Ilian compared results with people outside the room. Lena remained by the barrier, watching David return Home Garden C to the table rather than the wallet. You said someone knows where you went, she said. Yes. Can you contact them through that? David looked at the painted card. Not from here. Lena frowned. You just opened a route. To the garden. The person I mentioned isn't in it. Could she enter it? No. That caught everyone's attention. Ilian turned away from the display. Why not? Because I'm the one who opens the roots. Someone else can use one while I'm holding it open, but they can't activate one without me. Mara leaned forward slightly. So the person who knows you came here cannot follow you. Correct. Or come looking for you through another route? No. Ilian considered that. Can you open the route directly to wherever she is? David shook his head. Not with this card. The answer was deliberately narrow, but truthful. He was not about to explain every painting he possessed, much less the difference between a destination represented by a finished work and a person whose location might change from hour to hour. Dr. Venn returned her attention to the instruments. We've established atmospheric continuity. I'd like to test material transfer. What kind? Something inert and identifiable. We put it through, verify the transfer and recover it if possible. David considered the garden. That I can do. A small ceramic marker was brought into the room through the transfer drawer. It was little more than a numbered white disc, though Dr. Venn scanned and recorded it with the seriousness of someone preparing to launch an experimental spacecraft. David reopened Home Garden C at the same restricted width. The stone path appeared beyond the opening, still empty. He took the marker between two fingers and pushed his hand through far enough to place it on the path. The reaction from the instruments was immediate but silent. Dr. Venn watched several streams of data while David withdrew his hand. Marker is no longer present within this room's monitored volume, she said. Optical feed shows it beyond the boundary. Ilian moved closer to the transparent barrier. Your hand crossed. Yes. Could the rest of you? If I widened the opening. Mara glanced at him. But you're not going to. No. David left the aperture open while Dr. Venn completed another set of readings. The little white marker remained on the garden path, looking absurdly ordinary against the stone. Can you retrieve it? She asked. David reached through again and picked it up. The moment his hand returned to York, Dr. Venn's instruments recognized the marker and began confirming its identity. Same object, she said after several seconds. No detectable structural alteration. David closed the gate. Ilian stared at the card. So material can pass both directions. Yes. People can pass both directions. If the opening is large enough. And you control whether it is. Yes. The questions were becoming repetitive, but David understood why. From Ilian's perspective, the difference between an inexplicable doorway and an inexplicable doorway controlled by one unidentified man was probably not comforting. What happens if somebody on the other side tries to force it wider? Ilian asked. They can't. You're certain? I've tested the basic rule enough to trust it. Mara caught the wording. Basic rule? David smiled faintly. You're not getting an operating manual today. That earned him an irritated look from Ilian and the smallest hint of amusement from Lena. Mara turned toward the security liaison. What he has demonstrated matters in both directions. The route is real, but so are the limitations he's describing. Nobody from his alleged community can independently open it, follow him here or retrieve him through it. He has also voluntarily demonstrated the capability instead of using it to leave. Ilian folded his arms. Assuming he's told us everything. We don't need to assume that, Mara said. We need to judge what he's actually done. She looked toward David. You entered York voluntarily for medical treatment. You submitted to examination, inventory and quarantine. You've now demonstrated the capability causing the security concern under controlled conditions and accepted restrictions on how it was used. David glanced at the ceramic marker resting beside Home Garden C. And that gets me what? An argument, Mara said. Specifically, mine. She turned back to Ilian. Unless someone can identify an offense or an immediate threat, I'm requesting temporary protected status, independent legal review and full medical consent rights while his civil status is resolved. David looked at her. Yesterday he had been a man their systems insisted did not exist. Today Mara was arguing that uncertainty about where he belonged did not erase his rights or turn cooperation into surrender. For the moment, that was enough. Mara's argument did not produce an immediate answer. It produced another hour of consultation, during which David's paintings went back into the secured wallet and the wallet disappeared through the transfer drawer. He was returned to the quarantine room with Lena, while Mara vanished into whatever part of Alliance administration dealt with people who arrived without histories and demonstrated impossible transport technology before lunch. Lena sat across from him rather than standing near the door. For what it's worth, I don't think anyone is discussing criminal charges. That sounds encouragingly specific. It's meant to be. What are they discussing? How to record you? David leaned back. I thought Mara was asking for protected status. She is. Protection still needs a record attached to someone. That made uncomfortable sense. David had spent months learning the Earth version of the same lesson. A person could breathe, speak, work and pay for lunch, but modern civilization eventually demanded a box somewhere that admitted he existed. Mara returned with Ilian and a woman David had not met. She introduced herself as Asha Wren, a civil status officer, then sat beside Mara with a display already open. We have a provisional solution, Mara said. Not citizenship, not recognition of your claimed community, not confirmation of your origin story. David looked at Wren. You've really worked to make this sound attractive. Wren smiled. I'm told you prefer accuracy. I'm developing an appreciation for it. She turned the display toward him. Alliance civil systems have provisions for displaced persons whose normal identity cannot immediately be verified. The category was not designed for your circumstances, but it allows us to create a lawful provisional record without inventing a birthplace, citizenship or history we cannot prove. David read the visible fields. His name sat at the top. David Rowan. Below it were several entries he understood and several he did not. The important ones were clear enough. Baseline human, adult, origin unverified, displaced civilian, medical review pending, private origin claim under investigation. No invented colony? He asked. No, Mara said, you have not identified one, so nobody is going to manufacture one for convenience. No false birth date? Wren shook her head. Estimated age can be recorded clinically. Legal birth data remains unresolved. David liked that more than he expected. On Earth, Henry had solved his second life by constructing enough ordinary administrative history to let him function. Here the system was willing to admit ignorance instead. What does provisional status cost me? Wren answered without hesitation. Movement restrictions while the security review continues. You remain within the York Civil District unless authorized otherwise. Your private transport method may not be used without notification while you're under review. You'll attend required medical and civil status appointments, and significant changes in your circumstances must be reported. And my paintings? They remain secured until your departure or until security clears their return, Ilian said. You may request supervised access if there is a legitimate need. David did not like that, but his hidden vault access made the inconvenience less dangerous than they realized. Mara watched him carefully. You can refuse. In that case, you remain an unidentified foreign origin person while the legal review continues, with considerably less access to ordinary civilian services. Including IMS. Including any elective medical treatment that requires a verified consent record and continuing care. There it was. Not coercion, exactly. The future simply had the same irritating habit as the present of connecting one practical necessity to 6 others. David looked again at his name on the display. Does accepting this require me to tell you where I came from? No, Wren said. It records that you have declined to disclose the location. Does it give anyone authority to make me take them there? No. Does it claim my route belongs to the Alliance? Ilian's expression suggested that question had not improved his opinion of David, but Wren answered calmly. No. David read the conditions one more time. He had come to York because he wanted lawful access to medicine. Lawful turned out to involve accepting that the people providing it had rules of their own. All right, he said. Register me. Wren touched the display. A moment later, David Rowan existed in the Alliance. Only provisionally, under restriction and with enough unanswered questions attached to his name to keep several departments busy, but he existed. Somewhere in York, a record now acknowledged that he was a real human being entitled to speak for himself. Mara glanced at the completed entry. Tomorrow we start making that useful. David looked at his name, then at the medical review field beneath it. He had finally earned a lawful path to the thing he had crossed worlds to obtain. 45. A place in the system. David discovered the following morning that existing in the Alliance and being able to do anything useful with that existence were separate accomplishments. Mara arrived after breakfast carrying the same patient expression she had worn while convincing several departments that an impossible man deserved civil rights. Lena followed with a portable display and 2 cups of something that smelled enough like coffee for David to hope civilization had preserved at least one essential technology. "Good news?" he asked. Mara handed him one of the cups. "Your provisional record survived the night." "That was in doubt?" "No." David took a cautious sip. It was coffee. Very good coffee, which improved his opinion of the Alliance immediately. "You have an alarming way of presenting reassurance." Lena settled into the chair opposite him. "She practices." Mara ignored that. "Yesterday created the record. Today we establish what it actually permits." She opened a display between them. David recognized his own name at the top now, which remained an oddly satisfying sight. Beneath it sat the classification they had agreed upon: displaced civilian, origin unverified, private origin claim under investigation. Several additional fields had changed since yesterday, most of them from blank to whatever the Alliance used for pending review. Mara pointed to the medical section. "You now have a legally recognized identity for consent purposes. The clinic can document treatment decisions against your record, and you can accept or refuse care in your own name." That was the important part. "It was the reason you cooperated," Mara corrected. "There are other consequences." David leaned back. "There always are." The provisional identity allowed him access to ordinary civilian services that did not require citizenship, established residency or a verified homeworld. He could receive medical care, make lawful purchases, hold personal property and enter contracts within limits appropriate to his unresolved status. What it did not provide was equally clear. He was not an Alliance citizen. No birthplace had been assigned to him. No colony, planet or political jurisdiction had been invented to fill the gap. His age remained clinically estimated rather than supported by a birth record, and nothing in the new file connected him to the dead David Rowan on Earth. David studied that last absence carefully, even though nobody in the room could have understood why it mattered so much. "So this David Rowan begins yesterday." "Administratively," Mara said. "Yes." He nodded. Henry would have approved of the honesty, although probably only after complaining for 20 minutes about the jurisdiction. Mara moved to the restrictions. Those had not softened overnight. David remained within the York Civil District unless authorized to travel farther. His painted transport method could not be used without notification while the security review continued. His paintings remained secured, with supervised access available when justified, and he was required to attend medical, legal and civil status appointments connected to the review. "No surprise additions?" David asked. "No. No requirement that I eventually disclose my origin?" "Your refusal is recorded. They can continue asking." "I can continue refusing." "Yes." Lena smiled into her coffee. "I suspect everyone involved has already discovered that." David returned his attention to the display. The arrangement was restrictive, but not dishonest. Nobody had quietly transformed temporary registration into ownership of him, his paintings or whatever lay beyond them. More importantly, the clinic could now treat his decisions as the decisions of a legally recognized adult rather than those of an administrative anomaly occupying a quarantine room. He touched the medical access field. "So if I ask for IMS now?" "You can ask," Mara said. "There are still evaluations and informed consent requirements before anyone installs anything in you." "That sounds suspiciously like progress." "It is." David smiled. "I knew the future would get one eventually." Mara closed the display. "There is one practical problem before your record becomes useful outside this room." "Of course there is. Alliance civilian systems assume you have a personal interface." David glanced at Lena's wrist, then Mara's. The devices were so commonplace here that everyone seemed to forget they were wearing them. "A wrist comp." Mara nodded. "Your identity exists now. We need to give you the thing everyone else uses to prove it." David set down his coffee and stood. "All right, show me how the 25th century carries a wallet." Lena rose beside him. "You're going to regret saying that." David looked from her amused expression to Mara's considerably more restrained one. For the first time since reaching York, the next piece of future technology waiting for him wasn't behind a quarantine barrier or inside somebody else's body. It was going on his wrist. Mara took David downstairs to a civilian services office shortly after breakfast. Lena came with them, apparently because someone had decided that teaching a man from an isolated population how to use ordinary technology was easier with a witness who found his confusion entertaining. The office itself was almost disappointingly normal. There were chairs, counters and several displays built into the walls, along with people conducting the future equivalent of errands. David had expected something more impressive from a civilization capable of rebuilding bodies from the inside. Instead, bureaucracy had survived another few centuries with excellent furniture. A woman behind the nearest counter looked up as Mara approached. "David Rowan?" "That's encouraging," David said. "People are starting to find me before asking whether I exist." The woman smiled. "Jessa Orin, Civil Services." She brought his provisional record onto the counter display and checked several fields before looking at him again. "Your registration authorizes a standard civilian wrist comp. Because your status remains provisional, some restricted functions won't be available until the relevant reviews are completed." David glanced at Mara. "I'm about to receive my first government-issued limitation." "You received several yesterday." "Yes, but none of them came with technology." Jessa opened a shallow compartment beneath the counter. Several slim devices rested inside. She selected one with a dark band and almost featureless face, then asked which wrist he preferred. "Left." She fitted it around him. The band tightened smoothly until it sat against his skin without pinching. David turned his wrist, searching for a clasp and finding none. "How do I remove it?" "Tell it to release. Use the manual control or authorize removal through the interface. It will respond only to you for protected functions once registration completes." Jessa touched the surface. Light appeared beneath it, followed by David's name and a request for biometric confirmation. He placed his fingers where she indicated. A few seconds later, the display changed. "David Rowan, provisional civilian identity recognized." He stared at the words longer than the information deserved. Yesterday his identity had been an entry in somebody else's system. Now it was sitting on his wrist. Jessa began with basic operation. The wrist comp could project a larger interface, remain as a simple wrist display or answer spoken requests. It handled communication, authentication, navigation, public information and a variety of ordinary services that she mentioned quickly enough to lose him by the sixth example. "Slow down," David said. "I'm still impressed that the watch knows my name." "It isn't a watch." "That explains why I haven't found the hands." Lena laughed. Mara merely told Jessa to start with functions David was likely to need immediately. That worked better. He learned how to open his identity record, how to reduce the amount of information shown to another person, and how to produce the standard civilian authentication used for routine transactions. The wrist comp recognized his touch, confirmed that it remained on the registered wearer and locked protected information if the biological match failed. David frowned at that. "How much does this thing know about me?" "Enough to authenticate you reliably," Jessa said. "It isn't reading your thoughts." "I hadn't reached thoughts yet." Mara caught the concern beneath the joke. "Privacy settings are part of the orientation." "Good." Navigation came next. A map of the York Civil District appeared above his wrist, including the movement boundary attached to his current status. David enlarged it, rotated it and accidentally buried their location beneath 3 floors of structural detail before working out how to return to street level. Lena watched his hands. "You're picking it up quickly." "I use tools for a living." That explanation was both true and sufficient. David had no intention of telling a civil services clerk anything about paintings that opened doors, much less the stranger details behind his arrival. Jessa knew what his record said: displaced civilian, private origin, investigation pending. She did not need the rest. He tried communication next. "Contact Mara." Mara's wrist comp sounded immediately. David grinned. That was satisfying. "You're easily entertained. I spent yesterday negotiating for the legal right to exist. Today I can annoy you from 3 feet away. That feels like progress." Lena laughed again, and even Jessa smiled. By the time they left, David could operate the basic interface without assistance. Jessa had also activated a guided orientation package rather than burying him under a full manual, a decision that earned her his sincere gratitude. In the corridor, he raised his wrist and watched the display wake at his touch. "So this is how everyone proves who they are." "It's part of it," Mara said. David looked at her. Part? Mara started walking. You're about to discover how much of civilian life assumes that wrist comp has been there all along. David discovered the answer before they had made it back to the clinic. They stopped at a public service terminal because Mara wanted him to see how his provisional identity behaved outside the civil status office. She asked him to open the local civilian services menu on his wrist comp. David did, expecting a list of offices or forms. Instead, the display immediately reorganized itself around him. His clinic appointments appeared first. Beneath them sat his movement permissions, medical contact information, civil status review and several services marked unavailable because no financial account had yet been attached. A local transit section already knew which routes he was permitted to use. David stared at the display. I didn't enter any of this. You shouldn't have to, Mara said. That is either wonderfully convenient or deeply alarming. Usually both. Lena pointed toward one of the medical entries. Open that. David touched it. The clinic record expanded, showing his next scheduled review, the attending department and a consent section tied directly to his provisional identity. His wrist comp had not been present during yesterday's examination, yet the information was already available because the device was not carrying a separate copy of his life. It was accessing the record that now represented him. He looked at Mara. So the wrist comp isn't the identity. No, it's your primary civilian interface to systems that recognize the identity. And if I lose it? You replace it, your record remains. That was reassuring until David opened the next section. The terminal recognized him automatically when he authorized access. There was no form to fill in, no name to type and no address to repeat. The system knew who he was, what restrictions applied to him and which services he could lawfully request. David folded his arms. Everyone lives like this? More or less. Medical records, money, travel, communications, identification? Those are common uses. Employment? Yes. Housing? Yes. Taxes? Lena smiled. Civilization preserved those too. David ignored her. And all of it expects the same identity structure. Mara nodded. That's what I was trying to explain yesterday. Your problem wasn't simply that nobody could find a birth record. You arrived without the connected history ordinary civilian systems assume exists. On Earth, Henry had spent considerable effort constructing enough administrative scaffolding around David's second life that banks, landlords and tax authorities would accept him. The Alliance had solved the same problem from the opposite direction. Instead of scattering identity across dozens of institutions, it had connected them so thoroughly that David's total absence had been impossible to overlook. He tapped the medical section again. What happens when I get IMS? Mara's expression changed slightly. That's part of why this matters. David waited. Civilian IMS care isn't treated as an isolated procedure. Installation, monitoring, updates, emergency access and long-term medical records are tied to the patient's verified identity. Your doctors need to know the person giving consent today is the same person whose system they may be supporting decades from now. Decades. Potentially much longer. David looked down at the wrist comp. He had crossed into this future for IMS because, in the books, it had sounded almost absurdly simple. People had it. It repaired them. It prevented disease, maintained health and turned conditions that had terrified his century into manageable problems. He had understood the technology as something placed inside a body. The Alliance understood it as part of a person's continuing medical existence. So yesterday's registration wasn't just permission to visit a doctor. No, Mara said. It gave the doctor someone legally recognized to treat. Lena leaned against the terminal. Without that, even if a clinic had agreed to install IMS, continuing care would have been a mess. You'd have had no normal way to authenticate follow-up treatment, receive medical alerts or establish who could access the system in an emergency. David considered that, and the wrist comp? Lets you manage much of that interface yourself. He brought up his identity again, then the clinic record, then the map. Each looked like a separate function, but they were not separate in the way he expected. His provisional record sat underneath all of them. I came here thinking I needed one piece of technology, he said. Mara gave him a measured look. You needed access to a civilization that knows how to support it. David could hardly argue. He closed the display and started walking again. By the time they reached the clinic floor, the wrist comp no longer felt like a futuristic accessory. It was identification, communication, access and medical continuity gathered into something small enough to disappear beneath a shirt cuff. Mara stopped outside his room. There's one more important step today. David looked at her. Now that you can legally consent and the clinic can support continuing care, Dr. Chen is prepared to discuss civilian IMS with you properly. David's attention went at once to the medical section glowing faintly on his wrist. That was the conversation he had crossed worlds to have. Dr. Chen was waiting in a consultation room rather than an examination bay, which David chose to interpret as progress. Sarah Malik sat beside him with a display open across the table, while Mara took the chair nearest David instead of joining the medical staff. Lena remained outside. Whatever came next was evidently supposed to be a medical decision rather than another audience. Dr. Chen glanced at David's wrist. I see civil services managed to equip you. I can now prove who I am. Find the cafeteria and call Mara from across a room. The future continues to impress. The cafeteria may be the most useful of those. David sat opposite him. Mara said you're prepared to discuss IMS. We are. Dr. Chen's manner became more serious without turning solemn. Your examinations have given us enough information to consider you a candidate for standard civilian installation. I want to be clear about the wording. Candidate does not mean approved, and it certainly doesn't mean we install it because you ask. David nodded. What still has to happen? Consent review, compatibility planning and a final medical assessment specifically for implantation. Your lack of previous nanomedical exposure means we need to establish an initial protocol rather than rely on an existing patient history. Sarah turned the display toward him. Instead of the dense medical graphics from yesterday, it showed a simplified human outline surrounded by several categories. Civilian IMS is an internal medical system. Once established, it monitors your body continuously, performs routine repair, assists immune response, manages many forms of cellular damage and communicates with authorized medical systems when necessary. David looked at Dr. Chen. Including cancer. Yes. The answer landed differently when spoken by a doctor who treated it as an ordinary medical fact. David had expected satisfaction, perhaps triumph. What he felt instead was a quiet pressure behind his ribs as memories surfaced of chemotherapy rooms, scans, consultations and the careful voices people used when treatment had become management rather than cure. Could it prevent mine from coming back? Dr. Chen did not rush the answer. Your current body shows no evidence of the disease you described. IMS would monitor for abnormal cellular development and intervene long before a malignancy reached the stage you experienced. There are cancers and pathological processes that require specialist treatment even with modern medicine, but what you described from your previous medical history would not normally be allowed to progress unnoticed. David breathed out slowly. Normally. I don't promise absolutes to patients. I like you more for that. Sarah moved to the next section. IMS was not magic, and the clinic was clearly determined that he understand that before receiving it. It would not make him invulnerable. Severe trauma could overwhelm its repair capacity. It needed energy and biological resources from his own body, and major repair could leave him exhausted or require external medical support. Some toxins, infections and unusual environmental hazards still demanded treatment. The system itself required monitoring, maintenance and occasional updates as medical standards change. David listened without interruption until Sarah reached privacy and control. Who can access it? Routine medical information belongs to you under civilian law, she said. Emergency systems can access what is necessary to preserve life. Treating clinicians receive whatever permissions are required for care. Your wrist comp lets you review and manage ordinary consent. Security? Mara answered that one. Your provisional status doesn't give security personnel unrestricted access to your medical system. David looked at Dr. Chen. Can IMS be used to track me? Not in the sense you mean. It interfaces with medical infrastructure when required, but it is not a location beacon installed for government convenience. That was exactly the sense I meant. I assumed so. David returned his attention to the display. Can I have it removed? Dr. Chen considered the question. Yes, although once your body has adapted to long-term IMS support, removal is not something we recommend casually. It would be a medical procedure with consequences, not an off switch. And if I leave Alliance space? That produced a brief silence. Sarah answered carefully. The system continues functioning. Routine operation is internal. You would lose access to local medical infrastructure, replacement resources and professional support if you remained somewhere without compatible facilities. David thought of Earth. No Alliance clinic, no replacement components, no emergency network, no doctor who even knew IMS existed. Mara had been watching him closely. That matters to your circumstances. Yes. Dr. Chen folded his hands. It doesn't prevent treatment. It means your informed consent has to include the possibility that you intend to live somewhere beyond normal support. David almost smiled at the phrasing. They still did not know how far beyond. What would you recommend? As your physician? Dr. Chen asked. Yes. If you intend to return regularly enough for scheduled monitoring and can reach modern medical care in an emergency, I would be comfortable proceeding once the final assessment is complete. If you plan to disappear permanently into an isolated population with no way back, I would advise against installation. David could reach York again. He had the card. More importantly, nobody here needed to know that his route home was not merely distant but centuries removed from the infrastructure they assumed surrounded human civilization. I can return, he said. Dr. Chen studied him for a moment, then nodded. Then I'm willing to continue. Sarah sent the consent material to David's wrist comp. The device vibrated softly, and a medical review appeared beneath his name. David looked at the small display. Yesterday he had needed the Alliance to admit he existed. This morning he had learned how that existence connected him to everything from maps to medicine. Now the thing he had crossed worlds to obtain was no longer an idea from a novel or a technology glimpsed inside someone else. It was a treatment being offered to him. When's the final assessment? He asked. Dr. Chen smiled slightly. Tomorrow morning. 46, IMS. The final assessment began the next morning with another scan, 3 blood samples taken by a device David barely felt, and a set of questions Sarah Malik insisted on asking even though the clinic already had most of the answers. David submitted with reasonable patience. The fact that a medical appointment could now irritate him for reasons other than terror was still novel enough to be appreciated. Dr. Chen arrived after the last scan, reviewed the results beside Sarah, then turned the display so David could see the simplified body image glowing above the table. Nothing in the assessment changes yesterday's conclusion, Dr. Chen said. You're medically suitable for civilian IMS. Before you authorize installation, I want to make sure you understand what we're installing and what we aren't. David settled back in the chair. Mara sat to one side as his advocate rather than part of the clinical team. I'm listening. Sarah expanded the image. Thousands of tiny points appeared throughout the projected body, far too many for David to count. Once established, the nanomedical population distributes through your body and maintains continuous monitoring. Disease processes, infection, toxins, abnormal cell growth, internal injury and other changes can be detected far earlier than baseline medicine allows. David looked at Dr. Chen. Including cancer. Yes. The answer landed differently when spoken by a doctor who treated it as an ordinary medical fact. David had expected satisfaction, perhaps triumph. What he felt instead was a quiet pressure behind his ribs as memories surfaced of chemotherapy rooms, scans, consultations and the careful voices people used when treatment had become management rather than cure. Could it prevent mine from coming back? Dr. Chen did not rush the answer. Your current body shows no evidence of the disease you described. IMS would monitor for abnormal cellular development and intervene long before a malignancy reached the stage you experienced. There are cancers and pathological processes that require specialist treatment even with modern medicine, but what you described from your previous medical history would not normally be allowed to progress unnoticed. David breathed out slowly. Normally. I don't promise absolutes to patients. I like you more for that. Sarah moved to the next section. IMS was not magic, and the clinic was clearly determined that he understand that before receiving it. It would not make him invulnerable. Severe trauma could overwhelm its repair capacity. It needed energy and biological resources from his own body, and major repair could leave him exhausted or require external medical support. Some toxins, infections and unusual environmental hazards still demanded treatment. The system itself required monitoring, maintenance and occasional updates as medical standards changed. David listened without interruption until Sarah reached privacy and control. Who can access it? Routine medical information belongs to you under civilian law, she said. Emergency systems can access what is necessary to preserve life. Treating clinicians receive whatever permissions are required for care. Your wrist comp lets you review and manage ordinary consent. Security? Mara answered that one. Your provisional status doesn't give security personnel unrestricted access to your medical system. David looked at Dr. Chen. Can IMS be used to track me? Not in the sense you mean. It interfaces with medical infrastructure when required, but it is not a location beacon installed for government convenience. That was exactly the sense I meant. I assumed so. David returned his attention to the display. Can I have it removed? Dr. Chen considered the question. Yes, although once your body has adapted to long-term IMS support, removal is not something we recommend casually. It would be a medical procedure with consequences, not an off switch. And if I leave Alliance space? That produced a brief silence. Sarah answered carefully. The system continues functioning. Routine operation is internal. You would lose access to local medical infrastructure, replacement resources and professional support if you remained somewhere without compatible facilities. David thought of Earth. No Alliance clinic, no replacement components, no emergency network, no doctor who even knew IMS existed. Mara had been watching him closely. That matters to your circumstances. Yes. Dr. Chen folded his hands. It doesn't prevent treatment. It means your informed consent has to include the possibility that you intend to live somewhere beyond normal support. David almost smiled at the phrasing. They still did not know how far beyond. What would you recommend? As your physician? Dr. Chen asked. Yes. If you intend to return regularly enough for scheduled monitoring and can reach modern medical care in an emergency, I would be comfortable proceeding once the final assessment is complete. If you plan to disappear permanently into an isolated population with no way back, I would advise against installation. David could reach York again. He had the card. More importantly, nobody here needed to know that his route home was not merely distant but centuries removed from the infrastructure they assumed surrounded human civilization. I can return, he said. Dr. Chen studied him for a moment, then nodded. Then I'm willing to continue. Sarah sent the consent material to David's wrist comp. The device vibrated softly, and a medical review appeared beneath his name. David looked at the small display. Yesterday he had needed the Alliance to admit he existed. This morning he had learned how that existence connected him to everything from maps to medicine. Now the thing he had crossed worlds to obtain was no longer an idea from a novel or a technology glimpsed inside someone else. It was a treatment being offered to him. When's the final assessment? He asked. Dr. Chen smiled slightly. Tomorrow morning. The installation room looked less dramatic than the equipment David remembered from chemotherapy. There was no towering machine, no enclosed chamber and nothing resembling the elaborate medical technology his imagination had supplied when he first read about IMS. Instead there was a reclining treatment chair, 2 compact units beside it, a monitoring display and enough sterile packaging to make the whole process unmistakably medical. Sarah had him change into a clinic garment, confirmed his identity through the wrist comp, then walked him through the procedure one final time while Dr. Chen checked the prepared nanomedical suspension. You'll receive the initial population intravenously, Sarah said. After that, calibration establishes distribution, baseline chemistry and communication with your registered medical interface. You may feel heat, pressure, nausea, muscle pain or fatigue while your body adjusts. David looked at the clear line waiting beside the chair. That sounds disappointingly familiar. Dr. Chen glanced up. Previous treatment? Enough of it. The doctor nodded without pressing, which David appreciated. Mara remained in the room until the final consent check, then moved to the observation side where she could stay without interfering. David settled back while Sarah attached the monitors and placed the intravenous line. His wrist comp synchronized with the clinic equipment, displaying his name, treatment authorization and a steady succession of confirmations he could not yet interpret. When Dr. Chen opened the infusion, David watched the clear fluid travel down the line into his arm. That's it? That's the beginning. David had expected to feel something immediately. For nearly a minute there was only the coolness of fluid entering the vein. Then warmth spread from his arm into his shoulder and across his chest. It was not pleasant. The heat deepened until his skin felt flushed from the inside, followed by an ache that settled into his muscles as if he had spent the previous day moving furniture. He shifted against the chair. You could have put more emphasis on physically demanding. I said muscle pain, Sarah replied. You said it in the same tone you used for nausea. That's my medical tone. Mara smiled from across the room. You were rather determined to get this treatment. I was hoping determination earned me the pleasant version. Dr. Chen adjusted something on the monitor. First, the system has to establish a reliable baseline. The warmth intensified. David's heartbeat became suddenly noticeable, every pulse distinct in his chest and throat. A dull pressure formed behind his eyes, and his stomach tightened enough that Sarah raised the chair slightly and handed him a container before he could ask. He did not need it, but the warning was appreciated. Calibration took considerably longer than the infusion itself. The clinic equipment repeatedly checked distribution while the nanomedical population established itself through his bloodstream and tissues, and David was asked to breathe deeply, flex his hands, move his legs and report changes in pain, dizziness and sensation. At one point his left calf cramped so sharply that he swore and nearly kicked the footrest. Sarah caught his ankle before he could make matters worse and held the leg steady while the muscle slowly released. Temporary electrolyte shift, she said. We're compensating. Good. I'd hate to go through all this and be defeated by a leg cramp. You're doing well, Dr. Chen said. David looked at him through a sheen of sweat. Doctors have been saying that to miserable patients for a very long time. Some traditions deserve to survive. By the time calibration reached its final stage, David felt as though he had finished a hard day's physical work while recovering from flu. The treatment chair had become considerably less comfortable, his mouth was dry, and sleep sounded more attractive by the minute. Nothing about the process felt miraculous. It felt like a carefully controlled medical procedure performed by people who understood exactly what they were doing, which was considerably more reassuring. Dr. Chen studied the final distribution report for several seconds before looking at him. Initial establishment is complete. The system is active. David lifted his wrist. The display had changed. A new medical status indicator now sat beneath his identity record, linked directly to the clinic. Civilian IMS. Operational. He stared at the words while the meaning settled in. The thing he had crossed worlds to obtain was no longer waiting behind another appointment, another permission or another examination. It was inside him. David expected the new status indicator to remain decorative until somebody taught him what to do with it. Instead, while Sarah removed the intravenous line and Dr. Chen completed the post-installation checks, his wrist comp vibrated against his skin. He raised his arm and found a medical notification waiting beneath the IMS heading. Already? Sarah glanced over. Your system has finished its initial internal survey. Open the report. David touched the notification. The simple status line expanded into categories covering circulation, respiratory function, immune activity, cellular monitoring, tissue condition and several things he had never encountered on any medical chart. Most were marked within normal parameters. A smaller section listed active maintenance, including the electrolyte disturbance caused by installation, mild muscle inflammation and irritation around the intravenous site. David frowned. It's treating the damage you caused putting it in? Some of it, Dr. Chen said. Conservatively. Your body can correct most of that without assistance, so IMS supports the process rather than wasting resources doing everything itself. That sounds almost disappointingly sensible. It's medicine, not a renovation service. David scrolled farther. The report became stranger when it reached structural observations. His left and right sides were not perfectly identical. Several joints carried tiny differences in alignment and load. Old healed tissue remained in places where his body had suffered minor injuries, including the familiar scar across his thumb. None of it was classified as pathological. None of it had triggered repair. He rubbed the scar with his opposite thumb. It noticed this. Of course. But it isn't removing it. Sarah looked at the report. Why would it? David hesitated, explaining that he had deliberately preserved that scar while painting himself a replacement body was not a conversation he intended to have. I assumed a system designed to repair damage might consider scars unfinished work. Stable scar tissue isn't automatically a medical problem, Dr. Chen said. Civilian IMS doesn't redefine healthy anatomy simply because something could be made more symmetrical or cosmetically different. If a scar restricted movement, caused pain or created another health issue, that would be different. David looked back at the diagnostics with growing interest. Body 2 had always appeared almost unnaturally successful to him because he had designed it that way. Healthy organs, repaired teeth, corrected eyesight, none of the damage left by cancer or chemotherapy. Yet the painting had not produced a mathematically perfect object masquerading as a man. His body still contained harmless irregularities, ordinary variation and traces he had chosen to keep. And the joints? Healthy, Sarah said. The system is establishing your personal baseline. It isn't going to straighten every small variation because another anatomy might theoretically be more efficient. Good. Dr. Chen gave him a curious look. You sound relieved. David considered how much of the truth he could safely give. I asked for medical protection. I didn't ask to have somebody decide I should be a better designed version of myself. That isn't the purpose of civilian IMS. The answer settled something in him that he had not realized remained unsettled. He had already remade his body twice, and both choices had required him to decide what counted as David Rowan and what could be changed without losing something important. He had no desire to surrender that authority to an invisible swarm merely because its technology was better than anything he understood. Another notification appeared. The electrolyte imbalance had begun correcting, local inflammation was being managed, and the system recommended fluids, food and rest while initial adaptation continued. Nothing offered increased strength, faster reflexes or any other seductive improvement disguised as health. David lowered his wrist. So it really is maintenance. Very sophisticated maintenance, Sarah said. I can live with that. Dr. Chen smiled. That is rather the point. David woke late the next morning with the unmistakable ache of having slept badly in an unfamiliar bed. His arms felt heavy, his legs mildly sore, and the inside of his left elbow remained tender where the intravenous line had been removed. None of it was severe, which made the absence of anything more dramatic almost disappointing. He raised his wrist and found the IMS status waiting for him. Electrolyte balance had returned to normal, the inflammation caused by installation had fallen sharply, and the puncture in his arm was already closing. So much for waking up improved. You are improved. David turned his head. Mara sat near the window with coffee and a display across her lap. She looked entirely too awake. I meant noticeably. That sounds like a complaint for your doctor. Sarah arrived before he could compose one. She ran another series of checks, then had him stand and walk while the clinic compared his movement against the previous day's baseline. David felt rested rather than transformed. There was no extra strength waiting in his muscles and no sudden sharpening of his senses. His body still felt like his body, which he decided was reassuring. How much does this thing actually do on its own? He asked. A great deal, Sarah said. Civilian IMS carries a medical database covering known illnesses, pathogens, toxins, poisons and disease processes, along with recognized countermeasures. It continuously monitors for problems and can respond without waiting for you to notice symptoms. David stopped halfway across the room. Respond how? Depending on the threat, it can support or direct immune response, isolate harmful substances, attack pathogens, destroy abnormal cells and begin tissue repair. It also updates its medical knowledge when you receive authorized maintenance. That was closer to what David had imagined when he first decided to come here. So if I catch something? If the pathogen is known and within the system's ability to manage, IMS may eliminate it before you ever realize you were infected. Unknown organisms are more complicated. Severe poisoning can overwhelm available capacity. Physical damage still happens, and sufficiently serious trauma can kill you before regeneration becomes relevant. David rubbed the nearly healed puncture in his arm. But it can regenerate damage. Yes, within limits. Broken bone? Supported repair and accelerated regeneration. Knife wound? The same principle, depending on severity and location. Being crushed by a truck? Sarah gave him a flat look. Try not to test the upper limits personally. Mara lowered her coffee. Please listen to her. David smiled and returned to the bed before his legs could remind him that adaptation was still underway. I'm hearing a surprising amount of negativity from people who just filled me with miracle machines. Dr. Chen arrived shortly afterward and reviewed the overnight results before declaring the installation stable. He sent a follow-up schedule to David's wrist comp, then spent several minutes explaining why those appointments mattered. IMS could function independently for long periods, but medical updates, system checks and replacement resources were part of responsible long-term care. David would not need constant access to an alliance hospital, but vanishing permanently beyond compatible medicine would be a poor choice. Then Dr. Chen mentioned lifespan. David had known, intellectually, that IM's maintenance affected aging. Reading about people who remained healthy far beyond the expectations of his own world had been one thing. Hearing a physician explain that civilian IMs substantially extended natural healthy lifespan by preventing accumulated disease, repairing damage and maintaining biological function was something else entirely. How much longer? David asked. That varies by individual, environment, genetics and access to continuing care. I'm not going to promise you a number. Dr. Chen leaned back slightly. But yes, the increase is considerable. David went quiet. He had already died once at 46. Then he had painted himself a young body because he wanted another chance. He had thought of IMS as protection against losing that second life the same way he had lost the first. Cancer would be watched. Disease could be stopped. Injuries could heal better. He had not really allowed himself to think about what happened if everything worked. Clara came to mind first, then Henry, then Imogen. David pictured years accumulating around them while his own body remained healthy far longer than anyone on Earth had reason to expect. The thought produced no sense of triumph. It felt wrong in a much simpler way. He did not want extra decades if the price was spending them watching everyone important to him disappear. Mara was watching him. Something wrong? No. David looked down at the IMS status on his wrist and made the decision privately. Just recalculating. He authorized the follow-up schedule. Getting Clara, Henry and Imogen anywhere near Alliance Medicine would be complicated. Their identities would raise questions. Their presence would create more. David did not know what he would have to paint, negotiate or explain to make it possible. But complications were not the same thing as impossibility. He had crossed worlds to save his own life. Eventually, he intended to do better than that. 47. Not bulletproof. By the following morning, David's wrist comp had become considerably less mysterious and slightly more annoying. Sarah sat beside him in a consultation room and made him work through the medical interface himself rather than simply demonstrating it. He learned how to call up the IMS summary, open a detailed diagnostic report, review active maintenance and distinguish information from an actual warning. The interface could be simplified until it showed little more than health status and urgent alerts, or expanded into enough detail to satisfy someone who had once spent months learning laboratory values because his life depended on them. You're checking everything, Sarah said after he opened the cellular monitoring section again. I spent several years being told to watch for changes. That habit isn't necessarily bad. Obsession would be. David glanced at her. How many times per day qualifies as obsession? I'll tell you when you get close. Medication control proved more reassuring. His IMS would recognize many common drugs, warn about interactions, account for substances already in his bloodstream and coordinate approved treatment rather than blindly attacking anything unfamiliar. David could review ordinary permissions through the wrist comp, while emergency treatment could override them when delaying care threatened his life. Sarah made him acknowledge that last part twice. So if I'm unconscious, it doesn't wait for me to approve being saved. Correct. That seems sensible. You'd be surprised how many people dislike sensible once it involves losing control. Mara, who had joined them for the orientation, gave David a pointed look. I can think of one. I'm learning. Sarah moved on to emergency procedure. The wrist comp could display injuries the IMS had detected, estimate what the internal system was attempting, identify when professional care was required and transmit relevant information to compatible emergency services. None of that meant David should decide that bleeding was merely an interesting diagnostic opportunity. To make the point practical, Sarah produced a sterile instrument and cleaned a spot on David's forearm. Small controlled incision. Superficial. You may decline. David looked at the tiny blade. After everything yesterday, you're asking permission to scratch me? Yes. I approve the scratch. The cut was perhaps a centimeter long. It stung immediately and produced a narrow line of blood that made the lesson far more convincing than another explanation. David's wrist comp vibrated within seconds. When he opened the alert, it identified minor skin trauma, local bleeding and the beginning of repair activity. The blood did not vanish. The wound did not close before his eyes. Pressure and clotting stopped the bleeding normally, assisted by the IMS, while the display predicted accelerated repair over the next several hours. David watched the cut with unreasonable concentration. I admit I was expecting something more dramatic. People who expect dramatic healing tend to injure themselves, proving how good it is, Sarah said. Please don't become one of them. Mara folded her arms. I'd like that entered into his official instructions. David looked between them. I'm beginning to feel judged. You asked yesterday whether being crushed by a truck was within specification, Mara reminded him. That was research. That was exactly what worries me. Sarah covered the cut with a small dressing and had David reopen the emergency screen. The important part is this. IMS improves your odds. It does not change the meaning of serious injury. A bullet can still damage an artery, heart, brain or other vital structure faster than repair can save you. Severe blood loss can still kill you. Massive trauma can still kill you. You are healthier and substantially better protected against disease and recoverable injury. You are not bulletproof. David looked down at the neat dressing and the medical status glowing beneath his name. After dying of cancer, the distinction felt less disappointing than it might have once. Good, he said, I'll try to remember not to get shot. Mara stood and picked up her coat. Excellent. Since the clinic has apparently taught you survival, I've been authorized to show you what civilians actually do with the future. That got David's attention much faster than the warning had. Sarah noticed. Now I'm worried again. Mara's idea of showing him what civilians did with the future began with a parking structure, which David considered a poor opening until he realized there were no wheels anywhere in it. Vehicles rested in neat ranks above marked bays, some close to the floor and others suspended high enough for smaller machines to slide beneath them. Their shapes ranged from practical family boxes to sleek things designed by people who had clearly survived the invention of anti-gravity with vanity intact. David stopped beside a compact blue vehicle floating perhaps 20 centimeters above the surface. You buried the interesting part rather effectively. Mara glanced back. It's a car. It's hovering. Yes. You say that as though those two statements naturally belong together. They do here. David crouched before she could object and looked beneath it. There were no tires, axles or suspension components, only a clean underside broken by access panels and structures whose purpose he could not guess. The artist in him immediately started separating shapes, proportions and materials while the part of his mind that had spent years appreciating machinery demanded answers he probably wasn't qualified to understand. Mara waited until he stood. Finished? Not remotely. You're staring at commuter transport. That makes it better. She laughed and led him toward the pedestrian exit. Outside, the effect became almost ridiculous. Vehicles moved along routes that still followed the logic of streets, but the traffic occupied controlled vertical bands rather than relying entirely on the ground. Public carriers drifted into stops with the quiet precision of lifts, private vehicles changed height before joining moving streams, and pedestrians crossed beneath traffic that would have terrified David if everyone around him had not treated it as completely ordinary. A man walking past noticed David watching overhead and briefly followed his gaze, apparently expecting some unusual event. Finding only traffic, he continued on. David grinned. I'm the tourist. You are very much the tourist. Mara refused to let him spend the entire orientation beside a transit lane. She took him through a shopping district where the future became less spectacular and somehow more convincing. Clothing stores still displayed clothes. People still argued over purchases, carried drinks, checked messages and stopped inconveniently in doorways. The differences lived in details. Displays adjusted to customers without requiring them to touch anything. Fitting systems estimated sizes before garments were tried, and purchases followed identity rather than cards or cash. David saw domestic machines that handled cleaning and food preparation, compact fabrication tools intended for ordinary households and enough quiet automation to make half the chores of his old life look needlessly laborious. What surprised him most was how little anyone cared. A shop assistant demonstrated a household cleaning unit to a bored couple while David watched the machine map a spill, remove it and return to its station without being told where to go. He leaned closer to Mara. That would sell for a fortune at home. You've said that about 6 things. I've been restrained. You tried to ask what powers the fitting room. That was a reasonable question. It was after you asked whether the changing room mirror was doing medical imaging. David conceded that with a small nod. Mara eventually steered him into a public gallery where paintings, sculpture and moving digital work shared the same space without any sense that one had replaced the others. That pleased him more than he expected. Centuries of technology had not made people stop putting pigment onto surfaces. A landscape near the entrance held him for several minutes because the artist had rendered a rebuilt coastline he did not recognize with loose, confident strokes that would have been entirely understandable in his own century. "Still painting," he murmured. Mara studied him rather than the picture. "Were you worried we wouldn't be?" "I hadn't thought about it enough to worry. I suppose some part of me expected technology to eat everything old. It tends to make new tools instead." The creative shop attached to the gallery proved that immediately. David found digital drafting surfaces, programmable pigments, precision cutters, compact modeling systems and brushes made from materials he could not identify. He picked up one brush, rolled it between his fingers and examined the point. Mara sighed. "You look happier here than you did at the clinic. No needles. You were given medical nanotechnology yesterday." David tested the spring of the bristles against his thumb. "And today I found a brush I don't understand. It's been a very good trip." The brush shop might have kept David for another hour if a silver civilian car had not descended beyond the front windows and settled beside the pedestrian concourse. He watched the last meter of its approach with shameless concentration. There was no visible thrust, no downdraft disturbing clothing or litter, and no change in engine note because there was scarcely any engine noise to begin with. The vehicle simply reduced altitude, aligned itself with the marked stopping bay and came to rest a short distance above the surface. Mara followed his gaze. "You've been staring at those since we left the clinic." "I've been showing admirable restraint." "You crouched underneath one in the parking structure." "I didn't touch it." "That was apparently the standard you set yourself." David smiled. "Can we ride in one?" That proved considerably easier than buying anything. Mara used her wristcomp to call a public vehicle, and several minutes later a compact 4Seat car detached itself from a traffic stream and descended toward them. David walked around it once before getting in, studying the body seams, glazing, door fit and the subtle differences between this machine and the cars he knew. The passenger compartment had no conventional dashboard. Controls and information appeared across a curved surface ahead of the seats, while manual interfaces remained recessed beneath it. He paused with one hand on the open door. "Can I look underneath?" Mara stared at him. "I'm an artist. You keep saying that as though it explains everything." "It explains this." She gave permission with a gesture that suggested she had decided resistance was pointless. David crouched beside the car and leaned far enough to examine the underside without touching anything. The smooth panels concealed most of the machinery, but vents, service seams and several structural shapes remained visible. He committed proportions to memory, noting where the body thickened around major components and how the vehicle's weight appeared distributed. He could not understand the technology from a glance, but understanding had never begun with knowing everything. It began with looking properly. When he finally climbed inside, Mara said, satisfied. "No. Of course not." The door sealed with a soft mechanical movement. David watched that too. "Where's the propulsion system?" "Mostly beneath us. I can give you the civilian explanation. If you want engineering specifications, you'll need a technical library. I'll take both eventually." Mara entered their destination, and the car lifted. David felt the motion through his stomach before his eyes properly registered it. The vehicle rose smoothly above the concourse, joined a controlled traffic band and accelerated across York. For several seconds, every private technical question vanished. The city opened beneath him. York was still recognizably a city built by human beings, but centuries had changed its scale and priorities. Old districts survived among newer construction. Green spaces threaded through dense habitation. Traffic moved in layered streams that left much of the ground quieter than any modern city David remembered. Taller buildings carried landing areas and elevated connections, while vehicles climbed and descended through assigned routes with an order that made the whole system look effortless. David leaned toward the window. He watched reflections move across the vehicle's interior, studied the angle of the horizon through the glass and noticed how little the car banked when changing direction. The artist in him was already storing colors, proportions and relationships. The other part of him was asking what he would need to know before he could ever paint one well enough. How high can these normally go? In urban traffic? Not especially high. Routing rules keep civilian vehicles within assigned bands. And outside cities? Depends on the vehicle class and local regulation. What happens if the lift system fails? Redundancy, emergency descent systems and traffic intervention. Power? Mara gave him a sideways look. You really do want the technical library. I told you. She brought up a simplified vehicle schematic on the passenger display. David studied it greedily. The diagram was intended for ordinary users, showing safety zones, power condition, navigation systems and maintenance alerts rather than proprietary engineering detail, but it was more than he had possessed 10 seconds earlier. Can owners service them? Basic maintenance, yes. Most people don't. Certified systems handle anything important. Manual controls? Available, but normal traffic is automated. David asked about range, charging, collision avoidance, weather limits and what happened when two guidance systems disagreed. Mara answered what she knew and let the car's public information system handle the rest. To her, he was an artist fascinated by machinery from another age. That was true. It was simply nowhere near the whole truth. By the time the car began descending, David had stopped thinking of it as an impossible future object. He did not understand it yet, not properly, but he knew its shape better. He had ridden inside it, seen how it moved, watched its doors operate, studied its displays and looked at the city through its windows. For David Rowan, that was how impossible things started becoming paintable. The car left them beside a public history center Mara had chosen because, in her words, David had spent enough of the day staring at things that moved. He followed her inside, still thinking about the vehicle, mentally replaying the lift, the almost level turns and the simplified schematic she had shown him. A few good studies would preserve the shapes. Understanding the machinery would take considerably more work, but David had never expected one afternoon to hand him centuries of engineering. The first galleries were almost comfortable. York changed across centuries of maps, reconstructions and photographs. Buildings rose, vanished and were replaced. Political boundaries shifted. Technology improved in steps that became harder for David to follow as the displays approached periods beyond anything he had read. He recognized occasional names and events from the novels, enough to enjoy the odd sensation of seeing fictional background treated with the solemnity of museum history. Then he stopped in front of a display on Sean Contact. Mara had gone several paces ahead before noticing. David? He barely heard her. The exhibit held an interactive chronology extending across decades, with diplomatic missions, scientific exchanges, trade agreements, population movements and incidents he had never encountered in any of the books. The Shan were not represented as a convenient alien civilization occupying a paragraph between military crises. There were individuals here, ambassadors, researchers, artists, political disagreements within Shan society, human controversies over contact policy, joint expeditions whose names meant nothing to him. David touched one entry and opened a record concerning a cultural delegation to an alliance world he had never heard of. He read it twice. What is it? Mara asked. I don't know this. She looked at the display. The delegation? Any of it. Mara's expression remained politely puzzled. You said your historical knowledge was incomplete. That's one way of putting it. David moved farther along the chronology. Alliance expansion continued beyond the boundaries of his memory. Settlements became cities. Governments changed. Agreements failed and were renegotiated. There were disasters, elections, scientific disputes, public scandals and ordinary civic arguments. One section covered almost 20 years during which nothing happened that David could connect to a single scene, reference or appendix from the books he knew. The flying cars had been astonishing because they proved the future could work. This was worse. Technology could be extrapolated. An author could invent anti-gravity, medical nanotechnology and interstellar civilization, then leave readers to assume the machinery continued operating between chapters. But nobody had written these people into David's memory. Nobody had needed to invent the name of a Shan historian who had spent 30 years comparing oral traditions across two species, or the argument over preservation funding that followed her death. None of it served a plot he recognized. Mara, David said, keeping his voice casual with effort, how comprehensive is this? The public display? Not very. It's introductory. He looked at her. She misunderstood his expression. There are specialist archives if you want depth. This is designed for visitors. David almost laughed. Of course it is. He continued through the gallery more slowly. The scale of what he did not know expanded with every display. The novels had given him wars, characters, ships and enough history to make their stories intelligible. This place contained everything else. Billions of lives had occurred outside the pages he remembered, and the evidence was presented so casually that children passed it on their way to exhibits they found more interesting. By the time they reached the exit, Mara had stopped trying to hurry him. "You look less impressed than you did in the car," she said. "I'm more impressed. That isn't the expression I would have chosen." David glanced back toward the galleries. "The car was something I didn't understand. This is something I thought I understood." Mara waited, but he could not explain further without giving away far too much. Outside, another civilian vehicle passed overhead. David watched it for only a moment this time. He had come to the future looking for medical technology from a series of novels. What he had found was a world with a history no novel had ever contained. 48. What did I open? By the time Mara escorted David to the departure room, his visit had acquired more luggage than he had expected. The ordinary clothes he had bought were folded into a compact carrying case with the archival pigment set, while the offline light field sketchpad occupied its own protective sleeve. The authorized public art and history files had been copied into permitted civilian storage, along with his clinic records and the material he was allowed to take from the orientation. None of it approached the absurd possibilities he had considered while staring at flying cars, but the restraint no longer felt like deprivation. He had enough to study for months, and nothing in the case was likely to make Henry ask whether they should immediately flee the country. Mara handed him the art wallet after the final security check. "Everything you arrived with is accounted for. Home Garden C, Vault Key B, and the Alliance York travel card are all there." David checked the wallet himself before slipping it inside his coat. "And my purchases?" "The case has been cleared. The files are civilian release only, the sketchpad is offline. The pigments have no controlled industrial applications, and your clothes remain dangerously ordinary." "I appreciate the thoroughness. You tried to inspect the underside of public transport." "I inspected the underside of one public vehicle. Twice. The second angle was better." Mara's expression suggested that argument had already been lost elsewhere. She nodded toward his wrist comp instead. "Your temporary identity remains active. So do your medical obligations. Sarah expects follow-up, and the IMS isn't an excuse to stop behaving like someone who can still be injured." David touched the small dressing on his forearm. Beneath it, the controlled incision from the clinic had already become more irritation than wound. "No bullets, no trucks, and medical appointments when required. I'm pleased something survived the orientation." The joke helped, but the History Center still sat heavily behind everything else. David had expected technology. He had expected details the books had skipped. He had not expected decades of Sean lives, alliance disputes, cultural exchanges and ordinary history that nobody in his memory had ever written. He could not tell Mara why that mattered so much without telling her what he knew about her world, and he had no intention of doing that now. Instead he offered his hand. "Thank you. For all of it." Mara took it. "Come back less dramatically next time." "I'll make an effort." The departure room had been cleared under the same barrier protocol used when his route was first demonstrated. Portable barriers kept Mara and two civilian security officers well back while David stood alone inside the marked area with his case at his feet. He removed Home Garden C from the wallet and fixed his attention on the familiar painted garden. The connection answered cleanly. A threshold opened into afternoon sunlight, revealing grass, stone and the cottage beyond. Mara stared through it. "I don't think that's going to become normal." David picked up the case. "That makes two of us." He crossed alone and turned once he was safely inside the garden. Mara and the officers remained behind their barrier exactly as agreed. David raised a hand, received Mara's answering gesture, then released the root before anyone could approach it. The future disappeared. David stood in the cottage garden carrying the sketchpad, pigments, clothing, public files and clinic records of a civilization that should have existed only in books. His wrist comp rested against his skin, the IMS worked invisibly inside him, and the art wallet was secure in his coat. Then the cottage door opened, and Clara stepped outside. Clara was waiting in the studio when David returned. He saw her through the painted garden before opening the way out, standing beside the work table with her phone in one hand and a mug cooling beside the other. From inside the cottage world she remained unreachable, visible through the frame but unable to see him in return. The old sensation lasted only a few seconds before David selected the correct card from the art wallet and opened a route into the studio. Clara stepped back as the passage formed. There you are. David picked up his case and crossed through. Were you worried? I was considering it. That sounds restrained. I've had practice. He closed the connection and slipped the card safely away. The studio settled around him again, familiar and oddly small after York. The easels, jars and crowded shelves had not changed, but David had. His wrist comp rested against his arm, the IMS worked somewhere beneath conscious awareness, and he was carrying a case full of objects made centuries beyond anything in the room. Clara noticed the wrist comp first. That stayed? It's supposed to. And you? Also supposed to. Her eyes narrowed. David. I'm fine. Better than fine, medically speaking. Although I've been specifically informed that I remain vulnerable to bullets, trucks and other forms of gross physical incompetence. Clara stared at him for a second. You asked them whether you could survive being hit by a truck. It was a useful boundary question. Of course it was. David set the case on the work table before the conversation could become a review of his judgment. I brought some things back. That redirected her immediately. He opened the case and removed the folded clothing, then the sealed archival pigments and the offline Lightfield sketchpad. The permitted public files sat in civilian storage linked to the device rather than on anything connected to Earth networks. Clara picked up one of the pigment containers. Future paint. Future pigment. That sounded very artist. Paint implies binder. She gave him a patient look. I withdraw the accusation. David activated the sketchpad. Its working surface came alive without the flatness of a conventional screen, and he called up one of the studies he had made during orientation. The simple vehicle study retained enough spatial information for him to change the viewing angle and inspect proportions that would have taken several separate drawings to preserve conventionally. Clara leaned over his shoulder. You drew the car. One of them. The flying car. It hovered more than it flew while I was drawing it. That distinction matters to you? Very much. He rotated the study and showed her the underside. Clara looked at him rather than the image. You crawled under it, didn't you? I crouched. David. Twice. Her laugh escaped before she could stop it. You went centuries into the future, received medical technology that would terrify every pharmaceutical company on Earth, and spent your afternoon looking underneath a car. It was a very interesting car. I believe you. The pigments interested her in a different way. David showed her the archival information supplied with them, including stability data and expected color behavior that modern manufacturers could only approximate through accelerated testing. He had expected future art materials to feel alien. Instead, they revealed familiar concerns expressed with much better tools. They still worry about fading, Clara said. And cracking, binder failure, color shift, substrate interaction and conservation. You sound delighted. I am. Clara looked from the pigments to the sketchpad. So the future hasn't abolished artists. David hesitated. No, that was one of the nicer surprises. The change in his voice caught her attention. One of them? David closed the art study and opened the historical material instead. He found the Sean chronology he had examined in York and brought up several of the entries that had bothered him most. The museum had records about Sean contact, he said. Not the broad history I knew from the books. Detailed history, cultural exchanges, researchers, political arguments, people whose entire careers happened outside anything I remember reading. Clara sat beside him. David opened the record of the Sean historian whose work had stopped him in the gallery. She spent decades studying oral traditions across both species. There were arguments over preservation funding after her death. None of that mattered to any plot I know. It wasn't background for a battle or a named character. It was just history. An author can invent more than reaches the page. I know. David moved forward through the chronology. But this keeps going. Elections, treaties that failed, scientific disagreements, towns I've never heard of, people born, working, dying. Billions of ordinary lives filling all the spaces the novels never described. Clara studied the display for a long moment. Holmes already told us the worlds were real. He did. But you hadn't seen what real meant. David looked at the names scrolling beneath his fingers. No, he said, I hadn't. Clara looked at the Sean historian's record for another few seconds, then returned the sketchpad to David. You're going to need somewhere safer than this table for all of that. David glanced at the case. I was thinking the same thing. He took Vault Key B from the art wallet and set it beside the case. The painted image was almost absurdly modest compared with what it represented. David activated it, opened the familiar entrance and carried the case through with Clara following behind him. The vault had changed considerably since the first days when empty storage had seemed like an achievement. Shelves held labeled cases, painting supplies, spare canvases and carefully separated cards. Other sections contained the things David had accumulated because being able to reach impossible places had awakened a collecting instinct he had never possessed the money to indulge before dying. Swords and armor occupied proper racks rather than leaning against walls. Research materials were stored in secured containers. Emergency supplies had been organized with considerably more discipline since Northbridge had taught him what happened when access became a survival problem. Clara looked around as David set the future case on an empty work surface. Where does 400 years from now go? I don't think I have a label for that yet. You label everything. After being kidnapped, I became enthusiastic about knowing where things are. That part 1 approve of. David unpacked the case properly. The clothing went into a sealed storage container rather than joining anything he regularly wore. The archival pigments received their own section beside his better conventional materials, with the Alliance information retained alongside them so he would not later convince himself that experimentation counted as remembering instructions. The Lightfield sketchpad went into a padded case with its offline storage intact. Clara tapped the edge of the case. That one's going to come out again quickly. Probably tomorrow. Tonight. David considered lying. Possibly. Thank you. The public files and clinic records took longer. David duplicated nothing onto Earth systems. He kept the approved information on the storage he had brought back, physically isolated from any network, and placed the medical material beside the records he already maintained privately for Body 2. That juxtaposition stopped him. One folder held the history of a man who had died from cancer. Another recorded a body he had painted because fear had convinced him that no removable card was safe enough. Now beside both sat medical records from York, documenting an IMS designed to maintain the created body for years David had never expected to possess. Clara had been watching him. What? David rested both hands on the edge of the shelf. I was thinking about what used to count as valuable. Money? Time. That answer quieted her. David looked around the vault. There were weapons here from worlds he had once known as fiction, cards that could open onto places no map on Earth contained, canvases waiting for ideas, and technology from a human civilization centuries beyond his own. None of it seemed as improbable as the simple fact that he now expected to be alive long enough to decide what to do with it. He touched the case containing the historical files. I went there because I wanted medicine. And you got it? Yes. David smiled faintly. Then they gave me history for free. Clara leaned against the work table. That seems to be bothering you more. It is. Because the people are real? Because I already knew they were real. He looked at the shelves again. Holmes made that impossible to avoid. But I still carried around some part of the reader's assumption that the books defined the edges. That what wasn't written was somehow blank. Clara nodded toward the files. And it wasn't. No. Billions of people had lived in those blank spaces. They had married, argued, worked, failed, invented things, wasted afternoons, raised children and died without ever touching a page David had read. The books had not created a complete world for him to visit. They had given him a narrow view into a place that continued far beyond the story. David closed the storage cabinet and locked it. His small private hoard had begun with the possessions of a dying artist who could barely afford rent. Now it held pieces of other worlds and records from a future filled with lives no author had ever needed to imagine for him. Clara looked toward the vault entrance. Home? David's gaze followed hers. Almost, he said. There's one painting I want to look at first. David raised his left hand and called Studio B through the vault tattoo. The card settled into his palm almost before he had finished forming the intention, and Clara watched the small demonstration with the resigned expression of someone who had accepted that his life now contained conveniences no sensible person should become accustomed to. You enjoy doing that far too much, she said. I nearly died because I couldn't reach a card. I know. So yes, I enjoy it. David opened Studio B from inside the vault. The secure Earth studio appeared beyond the threshold, exactly as he had left it, and Clara crossed first while he gave the shelves one last glance. The light-field sketchpad, pigments, future clothing and alliance records now occupied their places among objects from other worlds. He followed Clara through, closed the route and returned Studio B to protected storage with the tattoo. The original cottage painting hung on the studio wall. David stood looking at it for several seconds. The scene had been with him longer than any door card, longer than the vault, Holmes or the Alliance. He knew every part of it because he had painted it while dying. The stone cottage, garden, path and gate had been his idea of somewhere peaceful enough to spend the life he no longer expected to have. Then he had died and awakened inside it. Clara followed his attention. Back to the beginning? Apparently. David took the painting down and placed it carefully on an easel. The garden gate was already part of the scene. He had painted it before he understood that paintings could become anything other than paintings, and later copies of that garden had taught him how useful a gate could be when he deliberately created it as a point of passage. Home Garden A had eventually given him the return route the original painting refused to provide. That refusal had bothered him for months. "I used to think there had to be something special about this canvas," David said. Or the self-portrait. Maybe dying beside it mattered. Maybe wanting to be somewhere else badly enough did something. "You still don't know?" "No." He smiled slightly. "I know considerably more ways to phrase the question." Clara pulled a chair closer but stayed out of his working space. "Progress. Academic progress." David prepared a small amount of paint and studied the existing gate. He did not need another one. What he needed was to change what this one meant. He worked carefully, altering the gate from part of a peaceful garden composition into something visibly usable. He adjusted the opening, exposed more of the latch and changed the relationship between gate, path and stone wall until the entrance looked as though someone had just passed through it and left it waiting. The changes were modest. To anyone else, they might have seemed little more than an artist revising an old painting. David knew better. When he had painted Home Garden A, he had already understood the destination. When he created later doors, he had learned that intention mattered alongside coherent execution. The image was not supposed to suggest passage. He had to make it while knowing what it was for. The cottage already existed. The garden already existed. This gate opened into it. David put down the brush. Clara looked from him to the painting. "Finished?" "I think so." "That sounds reassuring." "It's more reassuring than it used to be." He waited until the paint had settled enough for him to approach without damaging his own work. Nothing changed visibly. The painting remained a painting, the same cottage garden he had carried back from the pawnshop and protected through everything that followed. David reached toward the gate. His fingertips should have met canvas. Instead, they passed into cool garden air. He stopped with his hand beyond the painted surface, then moved it lower until his fingers found metal. The latch was solid beneath his palm. Clara rose from the chair. "David?" He looked at her and smiled. "I've got it." He pressed the latch. The painted gate swung farther open beneath his hand, revealing depth where stretched canvas should have been. Beyond it waited the garden where he had once awakened with no way out. David had spent months learning how to leave. Now he opened the gate himself and stepped back into the garden by choice. End of Book 1.